they talking real loud, spreading on lies, trying to bring me down. Enemies lurking, but I won't back away. Got a vision in my mind, I'm here to stay. Put my crew beside me, we rise like a tide. When the storm gets rough, we ain't gonna hide. Propaganda's swilling, but it won't touch me. Only love around, that's how it's gonna be. We keep moving forward, never looking back. The truth's in the power, it's an unstoppable track. In the city lights where dreams collide, we hustle through the night, fire in our stride. Whispers in the dark can't dim my glow. With rhythm in my soul, I'm ready for the show. We break the chains, rewrite the rules in this concrete jungle where nobody's fools. Unity sings louder than the lies they scheme. In the heart of the struggle, we dare to dream. We keep moving forward, never looking back. The truth's in the power.
Karmelo, keep your head up high. Dark clouds rolling, but they pass on by. Some days feel heavy, some nights feel long, but deep down inside, you gotta stay strong. People talk loud, people choose their side. Truth takes time, it don't have to hide. When the road gets rough and the world feels cold, hold on tight, don't let go. You didn't wake up looking for pain, but sometimes trouble falls like rain. Tears may fall, but don't lose sight. Morning always follows night. God got you, God got you. When the whole world against you, keep your faith and keep pushing through. God got you, God got you. You didn't mean no harm. Ooh, harm found you. Keep your head, young man, and let your spirit stay true. You hold his hand. Don't let fear steal your light away. Every storm ain't built to stay. Stand up tall, keep your heart sincere. Better days are getting here. Every trial got a lesson inside. Every mountain got another side. And when you feel like giving in, remember where your strength begins. Ooh, keep believing, ooh, keep breathing. The road gets hard, but grace is real. God knows every hurt you feel. Ooh, don't surrender. Ooh, remember, you are more than this moment in time. Keep your faith and let it shine. God got you. No harm, ooh, harm found you. Keep your head, young man, and let your spirit stay true. Ooh, this right here, an evil plan, but God got you, hold his hand. Stay strong, young man, don't let go, don't bend. The night won't last forever. God got you in the end.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning back in once again to the original Queen Ahmadiyyah Shakur show. I'm your host, Queen Ahmadiyyah Shakur. And as you can see, I have straight no chaser with the Queen, so please give her some love in the chat. Okay, Secret Service Sam may be joining us. He's gone to his daughter's graduation, so hopefully he'll get here. Okay, now with that all being said, let's get into it because there has been some developments. And first of all, it's not looking good because these people have been lying the entire time. Okay. First, before I get into that, let's go to what they report from the court. Because now they're talking about manslaughter or murder. Didn't I tell you all that? That they're going to have lesser charges to get them one way or another? So listen to this. This is from 3 hours ago. Okay, the scene outside of Collin County Courthouse this morning. They say closing arguments were about to begin in less than half an hour. Okay, I'm going to skip past that because they've already had the closing arguments. Now, this is from J.D. Miles, the CBS journalist who's down there reporting. It says, defense in Karmelo Anthony trial objecting to jury charge before closing arguments began. They're citing provoking the difficulty instruction under the penal code. This is related to the self-defense argument and provocation. So they're trying to say that there's no way this is self-defense, so it's going to have to either be murder in the first or manslaughter, completely taking away the self-defense claim. Please pay attention. Now, goes on to say jury will be allowed to consider manslaughter in Karmelo Anthony murder trial as well as murder. So they say closing arguments are 35 minutes each. Prosecutor Bill Werski waived right to open, so lead defense attorney Mike Howard is starting. That was a slick move by the prosecution to let the defense go first. Okay, now here's what the defense said. Austin Metcalf, excuse me, had no legal right to use force to eject Karmelo Anthony from that tent. He had no legal right to put his hands on Karmelo. Karmelo is in a public place. We ask you this incredibly tough task, which is to follow the law. The government wants to make this case about Melo could just have left. You heard that a track event is a social event. Okay, it was completely common for kids to be milling around and going by and saying hi, stopping into the tent. We know that it was raining. I don't know why we had to have this argument about whether it was raining. We know how Texas weather is. So it's easy to think, boy, I better get out of this rain. He says a witness testified we have no problem with him under the tent while it was raining. Or we had no problem with him under the tent while it was raining. You have to put yourself in Karmelo's shoes. So you start under that tent. You want to get out of the rain. Sure enough, one of the people at Memorial says, yeah, come on over. Then all of a sudden, Hunter Metcalf or Austin say, who are you? You need to leave. Now, these guys are much bigger than you. Do you turn your back and walk away and take a chance that these teenage boys with their raging hormones? Austin and Hunter had the right to tell Melo to leave, but they did not have the right to use deadly force to make him leave. Melo had an absolute right to defend himself against that. How do you know in a split second of chaos when it's too late? Because if you wait too late to defend yourself, self-defense is meaningless. Okay, that was a sorry-ass excuse for a closing argument. That was so sorry. Now, here's the thing. The fix is in. I'm sorry. It's true. I believe that I've told you all this before. I believe the defense is working with the prosecution. Okay? I believe they are. Because first of all, this is a sorry ass excuse. I did a better closing argument in a mock trial when I was in college. This is not compelling. It doesn't tug at your heartstrings. Why didn't he say anything about you've seen the witnesses come to the stand with inconsistent stories? You've heard them tell different accounts. You've heard some say that it was a slow push. You've heard some say that he was shoved so hard that he fell into dusting. You've heard them say that he was cleated. And for those of you who don't know what cleated means, that basically means that when you're playing football, somebody snatches you up so high in the air that your cleats are off the ground and they can literally see the bottom of your shoes. Okay, because that's what one of the witnesses said at the trial. Okay, so with that all being said, why didn't he bring up any of those things? But also, I find it all interesting because with that being said, there's lies about the video footage. Okay, there's lies about the video footage. Once I found out how the guy who said he saw the video footage, how he saw it. He went to the school to see it. Okay, and I have the proof and receipts. Now we're going to get into that, but Tina, let me know what you think about this before I continue.
I think, as we said, I feel like the lawyer is doing. We have to really think about YT supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
They pretend. A lot of them don't just not like us, but they're going to stick together, whether they're wrong or right. That's how we had slavery for so many years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with the defense, it was a sorry. Like you said, he didn't call out the friends for lying to make the defense see that the friends were just trying to stick up for Austin. His brother did not testify. His brother was an eyewitness. If it was you're so hurt, you were there. Why didn't your brother testify? Because the brother already admitted in all the other interviews that he's the one who started the whole thing.
Yes, Hunter started it. Okay, he did say in the interview.
Yeah, he said he started it. The brother was always going to be a protector. So you got one big boy, and then here come the big brother. Then, from my understanding, they had to come up the bleachers to him, and they want to make it look like Austin. Karmelo just said, "Long as you don't touch me." You know that we say that is self-defense. But
yeah, you say that when somebody's already threatened to put hands on you,
and they already the witnesses, even the friend, the friend that he had pictures with, downplayed it. The defense could have went in on everything. The defense could have said Hunter did not come to testify because he knows that he was an accomplice. He knows they came up there and jumped him. He didn't mention anything about the pictures being altered with his scars. Nothing. And I don't understand why we as Black people get these white lawyers, YT lawyers, excuse me, and why did you think that this lawyer was going to really represent your son? What is his background?
Well, here's the thing. I don't think they did research on him. But what I also think is if they were going to get a white lawyer, I would not have gotten one that is affiliated any sort of way with Collin County in Frisco, Texas. This lawyer, I did the research on him. Now, he services Dallas, Frisco, and somewhere else, I believe. But the bottom line is if he serviced Frisco, I wouldn't want anything to do with him. Okay, because he likely has a friendly relationship with the prosecutor and the judges. Okay, please pay attention.
Yes, we expect people to be fair because we think humanity, we think like humans, and we keep giving them the benefit of the doubt. Why do we keep giving them the benefit of doubt with everything? I know that we're not supposed to judge everybody, but you have to judge a snake, whether it's a garden snake or a darn viper.
Exactly. Now, hold on, because Danielle says, Queen, I saw Willie D's channel that Jeff Metcalf is very close friends with the DA and the judge. I got that information last night, but that's not true. That information has been fact-checked. That's not true. I saw the picture. I looked up the real pictures, and then I talked to Secret Service Sam this morning, and we both said that's not who it is. So, but here's the thing, though. They did have some shady stuff going on, and we'll get to that in a second. But so they just posted the screenshots of the judge's charge to the jury in the Karmelo Anthony murder trial. It's the instructions they follow to determine whether the defendant's actions meet the requirements of murder or manslaughter. Okay, it says if they don't meet the requirements of either, he will be found not guilty. Let me just tell y'all something. First of all, it's a whole lot of lying going on. So let me just get to this part. So remember the guy who said he saw the video? Here's the proof that he actually saw it. Because I was wondering, how did he see it when they said it was so blurry and grainy? And he said it was clear. You could see the raindrops. Yeah. Now, they did say that the jury saw a clearer video, but the juror saw a short video, apparently, because one of the media people said that the video was only 5 seconds long. But the actual video, is about 11 minutes long from what I was told. Now, also, let's get into this real quick, too. I want to bring this up. The lady who had Neek at night, the devil that was harassing her. Y'all remember? And I got really ticked off when I saw this, and I went and researched her to find out exactly who the hell she was. Now, this is the video that I didn't see of Neek crying.
I'm okay. I just got worked up. I'm all right. Anyways, I came here to cover a trial, and that's what I'm doing. So I'm gonna give y'all a quick update. We only have a little bit. So far there has been 3 witnesses. The first one. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm surrounded by Black Panthers right now, so they protected me. So the first witness was a 17-year-old.
I'm going to stop right there. We all can clearly see how upset she was. That really ticks me off because I want you all to pay attention to something. If they're that racist to get her that upset, and I don't think it was because she was so scared or whatever, maybe a little nervous and also upset. Okay? That can just take you off your square, just throw you off. Okay, at the end of the day. And also, when you know that these people are doing things, harassing you and all this or whatever, and you can't do anything about it, that'll make you cry as well. But let me just say this. So Jay Smith says 16-year-old testified Karmelo refused to leave. We already know what he testified to. Okay, now keep your eyes, moderators, on Jay Smith in case this happens to be a troll. Okay, because I'm not playing it today. Now here's the thing. We already know what they testified to. The witnesses lied. Many of them told lies. There were inconsistent stories, and the stories that they told on the stand didn't match the police statements, which were the truth. The police statements were the truth, because what you say immediately following an incident is the facts. Later on, after you've had time to mill things over and get your stories together and everybody get on code, you could say whatever. Okay, so miss me with it. Whether he refused to leave or not, that's irrelevant because Austin still had no business putting hands on him. But hold on, it was more than Austin who put hands on him. Okay, let's get into it. Because first of all, I was wondering why I saw this picture of Mello and he looked different, like he had on makeup. And I'm like, why does that picture look like that? Oh, they doctored it. That's why. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. They doctored the photo. You see how he looks darker right here? You see how his nose is swollen right here, just like the guy said, the guy who saw the video, and I'm going to play it again so you all can hear what he had to say. But here's his eye is swollen. You see that? Look at how some of his locks were snatched out of his head. But on this picture, they try to put them back. Y'all see the difference, right? And they also made his skin darker. Now, Secret Sam is the one who pointed this out. Okay, I got these receipts from him. This is it right here. I want y'all to pay attention. And I'm going to tell you another thing that I figured. I believe that the reason that, in fact, that Hunter never came into the courtroom, because he's never been in the courtroom, mind you. I believe that they did not want the jurors to see how much bigger he is than Mello. Because think about it. When they say that the Jeff Metcalf, the father, was nodding his head no, shaking his head no to the witness on the stand, what was the question the witness was being asked? What was the size of Hunter and Austin? Was Austin significantly bigger than Hunter? I think that's why they didn't want him in that courtroom. Because why else wouldn't he have been there?
Exactly.
Okay, I think that's why they didn't want him in there. They didn't want to make a size comparison. Okay, please pay attention.
because they didn't want him to walk in that door or walk up to that jury stand, and everybody would have been like, "Oh well, he is big." The only thing we can hope right now, and it's only hope, that those jurors are actually white people who got a little bit of sense, or and can see through all the BS. Because this is a circus, and I don't understand how it's being done. And they said that it doesn't matter. A jury of your peers mean the people in your community, but they purposely dismissed all the black jurors.
Right.
And then we are stuck with this. And I don't understand how this is going on. I just don't. And I just don't understand it.
Now hold on for a second.
I don't. Oh, and I wanted to say something about Neek. Those people out there that's being racist, they out there for hate. They're just mad. It was one man holding up a sign that had Charlie Kirk and all that. He had 4 white people faces and saying that they're being attacked. First of all, what does Charlie Kirk have to do with anything? He was attacked by another YT person.
Exactly.
But the police were all protecting. If you look at the videos, the police protected the racist people who were yelling at the black people. No police were on the black people side. They were in front of the white people, and anybody black that came up because they were pissed at the stuff that man was saying about put them on a tree and all this stuff.
Exactly.
Police would let them do it, and that was threats right there. But nothing was done.
Threats.
Nothing was done.
They didn't do anything.
Yes, they wanted them to provoke them, and now police was allowing it. It's like the whole county is in on this racist.
Well, here's the thing. They're absolutely all in on it as far as I'm concerned, because now I found out also, because I did my research on that lady, Sarah Fields. We'll get to her in a second, but let's listen to this video, because everything this guy says in the video, you can see it in the photos. Now, I know I played this for y'all twice, but let's listen to it one more time. And oh, by the way, he absolutely saw the video. I have the receipts on that too.
The video was on 2 hours. Was it clear enough, or was it fuzzy, or what?
No, it was clear. It was it's clear enough where you can see the actual individual raindrops come by the camera.
Okay.
That's how clear it is. You actually see them walking up. You see that Karmelo is already up under there. He's under there minding his business.
Dodging the rain, or
yeah, it was still rain.
Right.
I'm familiar with them. So that day we were under a tornado watch.
Right.
And we were under thunderstorm warning, and we know we had already had some light rain then, and it started raining again. Then it was over with for the day.
Okay.
So that's kind of what happened on that day. But they were at a rain delay already, and so during that time when that happened, the twins, their 2 buddies, and a few other kids, because there was a few kids involved with them. They were all coming from the direction of the middle school, coming walking back up.
Right.
On the video, you can see.
Hold on, let me say something, because I see Jen was in here and I just banned her. She said, y'all believe a rapist, okay? Because they went and dug up dirt on this man and said he had some sort of allegations. But here's the thing. How about the DA? Okay, I'm sorry. The DA had sexual harassment, okay, about a year ago. I looked it up. So you believe the DA? Let's get into it. All right, because I did my research. Okay, the DA, I'll bring that up after this, but let's continue.
Those 4 that actually was involved, and maybe about 3 or 4 others that was with them, skipping up, trying to catch up behind. One veered off probably toward his way to go to the coach and kind of distract him a little bit. And then the other 4 came walking together. One went in front of them, went past. Right. The other 4 went and they surrounded Karmelo. If you're Karmelo,
and they showed that on that video.
It's on the video.
Okay, come on.
You can see him walk.
I'm gonna say little stuff.
I'll put it this way.
Okay.
They actually tell you when you're watching the video, pay attention to this corner right here, because if you look anywhere else, you might miss different things. Okay. So watch those 4. Here, there are 4 right there coming up. Right. That's exactly what they say. Okay. And so you have no way to be confused that it's those 4. Okay. So they come up, they surround them, and this immediate moment of not even a few seconds of pause, then that's when they jump. And so
they actually did jump him.
Yeah, it wasn't just no touch. It wasn't just all that moment. Yeah, it was a push. It was all kind of things. But Austin pushed, Hunter hit, and then everybody swung. But at the same time,
so it's more than the twins that got some licks on.
4.
So it showed that in the video.
Yes, in the video. So again, you got Hunter and Austin standing in the middle.
Okay.
And you have the light bright boy here, and you have the darker boy here. Okay. I think that's what I remember. So I have to go back and think about it. But that's where they were. One was going up and down while they were talking and kind of pushing or whatever he was doing. Austin and Hunter was in front. So where they're talking about grabbing bags, Hunter actually said that I grabbed his bag.
Right.
And then later on, he said that Austin threw the bag.
Okay.
Jeff also said the same thing. And so that's them both antagonizing.
And he's absolutely not lying. Remember, I showed you all the interview footage from Hunter. He said we got into an altercation. He also said Austin threw his backpack. So how did he have his hand in the backpack the entire time? Okay, please make it all make sense.
And
Hey, the lounge, beloved.
And
Hold
Queen,
on one
think about
second.
it. Think about what he said too. He said, and the witnesses testified and said that Austin said, or one of them said, you ain't got nothing in your bag. So if you put all these pieces together, and they're saying, all of them are saying, Karmelo said, as long as you don't put your hands on me. So I mean, you can tell these people grabbed him, pushed him, snatched his bag, and when they snatched the bag, he probably pulled out the weapon. And it wasn't even the knife that they were talking about. They keep saying it was a knife, but it was a utility knife from what it was. And then
something they give Boy Scouts even.
And then I heard one guy, he was on another podcast, and he said they go to the school there and in Texas. He said that was normal. He was like, they all carry pocket knives. Name a young boy who had. Yes.
It's legal.
And then
under Texas law, I just have the fear that you're about to do something to me and you can get up out of here. Yeah, so you don't have to touch me. But at that point, he still stood there and stopped there. And whatever they say alleged was said, you don't know that until they get to it here. But once they did that, they started hitting him. Karmelo actually was able to back out and try to get away. So he was actually trying to get away the first time. Austin grabbed him, and you can see his hoodie coming out like this, and they brought him back in.
Okay.
And when they brought him back in, that's when you can see Austin put him in a headlock. You can see that all the rest of them are still hitting. That must be when the poke happened, because he was able to get out again. He backed out. He looked to the right. That's where the other little kid was filming, but they got some cell phone footage too. But that's where he was filming. He looked directly at him in his camera, and then he went this way to the left. He went down. He fell. And that's when they realized he was gone. So they were still punching.
They were still punching. I want you all to pay attention. So what I told you all was absolutely right. I told you all that the reason Austin and no one else noticed that Austin was stabbed is because their adrenaline was rushing, because they were all fighting. They all jumped on him. That's what they did. Now, here's the thing. They could tell all the lies they want. But here's the thing, though. Look at this picture again where they doctored it. Now, what you don't see, hold on, let me just move this comment. Look at this, how his neck is showing right here and how his neck isn't showing right here. Because they also said that he had abrasions or bruising on his neck, like he had been choked. And what did that guy just say? He said in the video that he saw, Austin grabbed him in a headlock. Okay, so that would explain what's going on with his neck. Why did they cover his neck up in the doctored photo? Okay, please pay attention. These people are a piece of work.
And why didn't the attorney point this out? Why didn't his attorney point this out?
Exactly, because he's in on it. This is all fixed and rigged. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Now, with that all being said, hold on. Let's listen to this clip, because Officer Tatum had a whole lot to say, but he's got the Fox News host on here, right? And I'm going to put an overlay on his video. But the Fox News person is trying to debunk the fact that he was jumped. Oh, yeah, they're going to try to do that. They're going to try to absolutely debunk that. And the tape that the juror saw probably was significantly shorter, because they're saying there's multiple people that say they saw the video, and they say that at the end of the day, that video was like 11 minutes long. Okay.
Clip from the news, and this guy's telling a different story. Bro, the clip.
There are online rumors that started at least by some in the Anthony camp that he was jumped by 4 guys, and then his act was therefore in self-defense. And the video you're telling me does not support that allegation.
Not even in the least bit, Will, not even close. It was one-on-one. You can absolutely make out that there's two people that get into a scuffle. It's very, very short in duration. The contact between the two of them probably lasted less than 5 seconds. And as soon as the push went the other direction, which presumably is when he was stabbed, you can see everybody, completely scattered.
Okay, I know what they did. I know exactly what they did. Here's what they did. Remember, the guy that saw the video said that he got out for a minute, but then Austin grabbed him by his hoodie and pulled him back in, and that's likely when the poke happened. That is when the poke happened, and guess what? That's the only part of the video that they showed the jurors. How much you want to bet? That's the only part of the video that they showed in court, where Austin grabbed him, okay, or when he poked Austin. That's it. That would be 5 seconds. That's the part that they showed, I guarantee you. And then everybody scattered. They didn't show that whole video. Okay, they didn't show that whole video. With that all being said, but hold on, let's continue because I'm about to pull up receipts.
I want you guys to put this in perspective. One guy is saying, they both claim they're seeing this video. And the court reporters are claiming they saw the video, which just happened the other day. They showed the video to the jurors. This guy is saying he got jumped by 4 people. They beat him up. There was choking, like he got him in a headlock. Like it was all this stuff. And then the same people that claim to watch this, the court reporters and that gentleman that you just heard, said that it was clear it was only a short altercation between 2 people. How can both of those things be true?
They can't.
Somebody lying. Somebody's lying.
And they're lying.
Not just that, Queen, but remember when they claimed they showed the video to the juror, they said that the forensic scientists had to blow it up, and it looked like 4 blobs walking up to him. Remember, and then it looked like the blobs was all in a confrontation.
Right, because the more you blow it up, the grainier it got.
Exactly.
So hold on. Here's the receipts. The guy who did that video, Secret Service Sam told me his name because Sam's been talking to him. His name is, and they were trying to go in on Sam, talking about, oh, he's a rapist and all this, that, and the third. Okay, but hold on. His name is Morris Dwayne. I want to say, I wrote it down somewhere. Anyway, oh, I don't have to look for it. It's right here on the paperwork. There it is right there. Morris Turner. His name is Morris Dwayne Turner. See where it says yes? That's saying yes, that he saw the video. This witch right here is the one who tried to get all those people to go in on Nick at night. Okay, she's got a past herself. Charleston White will tell you all about it. But her name is Sarah Fields, and she lied and was painting false narratives, trying to rage bait, telling false information, trying to make everybody feel like Karmelo is just such a demon. Okay, she's a conservative, mind you. But right here, she said she saw the video. It says no, she didn't see the video. Okay, and then when people were going in on her about it in her comments, she said, oh, I saw it a year ago. I said, no, you didn't. A year ago, you were told no. Okay, because that's when people saw it at the school a year ago. All right. I don't know if they found Freedom of Information Acts or whatever, but they were allowing people to come to the school and see it. And here's more proof, because the guy that saw it, this is what they sent him. Okay. The reference number and all of that, he has information blocked out. Your request for public information was submitted on June of 2025. Please note, if your request was submitted after 4:30 p.m. on a non-district business day, it will be received in our offices the next business day. Please pay attention. That's the proof. And then right here is the confirmation email that he also got. I have the following dates and times available for you PIR video request. Okay. Now, so he saw the video, and so did several other people. There's at least about 15 other people that supposedly saw the video, probably more than that. But see, here's the thing. This woman right here, Sarah Fields, with her lying self, she was trying to discourage people from seeing the video by lying about it. I guess making it as, oh, it's not worth seeing. You can't really see anything. Oh, it's too grainy and all of that. Trying to discourage people from seeing it. Okay, so that people wouldn't know the truth, and only the fictitious narrative that she was in fact painting would be out. Oh, but she's getting exposed today. Okay, I hope she goes viral all over TikTok, because everybody's been going in on her. Now, with that all being said, hold on. Let's go. Let me see which video is this. Hold on, beloveds. Okay, here we go. I'm going to go to Secret Service Sam's. I'm gonna go to Secret Service Sam's video. Likes up, everyone, please like and share. Thank you in advance. And I have to shout out for Secret Service Sam for doing this, because the racist devils have been going in on him, calling him a race traitor and all this and that, because he's just telling the truth.
Anthony Karmelo, Austin Metcalf trial update. Now, a witness on the stand today, a 17-year-old male student from Frisco Memorial. Defense said it was raining hard enough for people to be under tents. Yes. I want to talk about Melo coming to the tent. It was clear Eddie knew Melo. Yes. From Melo entering the tent and interacting with Eddie, it was clear they knew each other. Yes. Eddie called Karmelo over to the tent. Yes, sir. The interaction between Eddie and Melo was friendly. Yes, sir. After Eddie called him, Melo sat down. Yes. For about 5 minutes, friendly talk. No one expressed a problem with Melo being there. No. Do you recall the first person to say, Melo, who are you? Hunter Metcalf. Hunter is a big guy, you could say. At the time of the event, Austin was a little bigger. I'd say substantially bigger, the witness. I believe you told the detective Hunter didn't tolerate being disrespected. Yes. So Hunter tells Melo to leave? Yes. Melo said, no one has a problem with me being here besides you. Witness, yes. At some point, Austin and Hunter stand up. They had been seated. Yes. Defense, if you put Melo and Austin next to each other, Melo is smaller? Yes. Hunter started with a moderate tone and it got more aggressive. Yes, sir, said the witness. Do you remember telling the detectives you need to move before I beat your ass? I don't recall saying that. Defense approaches the witness with papers. The witness agrees that Austin said something like that or something similar about wanting to beat his ass. Austin is standing up. Melo is still seated. Yes, that's when Melo reached into his bag after Austin mentioned something about wanting to beat his ass. Yes. Austin calls his bluff and says, I know you don't have anything in that bag. Witness, yes. For Austin to make his way to Melo, he has to move up 5 rows. Yes. Austin takes a step or two, and then they talk, and that continues. Yes. All this time, as Austin is moving closer to Melo, Melo is seated with his hand in the bag, like, don't come closer to me. Yes, sir. Melo says, as long as you don't touch me, we're cool, or don't touch me. Witness, yes. You told the detective Austin reached up and tapped Karmelo on the shoulder. Melo is still seated. Yes, there's a touch, and then there's a grab. Yes, Austin, grabbed with both hands. Both of his hands were in motion. Austin is reaching for Melo, and at this point, Melo's hand comes out of the bag. Yes. After the break, the 17-year-old told Frisco Memorial returned to the stand and said he called 911. The prosecutor asked him to demonstrate a stabbing motion, then pressed him on who he believed was in the right. He said, I think Karmelo was in the wrong. When asked whether Karmelo Anthony provoked the confrontation, he answered yes. So this is interesting update.
Yeah, they're asking kids who provoked it. Make that make sense.
I mean, it should be. They should be purged. It should be perjury charges, because these kids. How can you come up here and then you can hear it? Everybody remembers a fight. We remember when we see something. You remember. They can remember everything. They remember these boys touching him, coming up, them shoving. Everybody is saying it, but they're trying to say it in a way to provoke, to make it look like Karmelo provoked him. But it's no way. If you keep provoking somebody, how can it be Karmelo's fault when they didn't say Karmelo said anything? The only thing every witness says is that Karmelo said, long as you don't touch me. That means he was responding to something that they were saying to him.
Like I said,
Service Sam here with more receipts on the Karmelo Anthony Austin Metcalf trial. Sorry, I had a little skin cancer thing removed. Don't mind the Band-Aid. Anyway, I'm digressulating. I've brought more receipts. Now, as I said earlier, they doctored pictures of Karmelo. So I have proof. Look at this picture, which is the original mugshot taken. You can tell under his right eye, it is swollen. Now look at the doctored picture under his right eye, airbrushed out. Now, this is messed up. Look how dark they made his skin in the doctored picture, because we know darker is scarier. Notice in the picture, they also hide his neck, where in the original, you can barely see some abrasions from being strangled, allegedly. Now, look at the bridge of his nose in this original picture. It's swollen. but in the doctored picture, it is not. Also notice on the right side of his head, if you're looking at the picture on his left, there are locks of hair missing. But on the doctored picture, there are no hair locks missing, and his hairline is perfect. All I gotta say is stay woke, because these pictures are doctored. Allegedly.
Okay. The devil is busy. Now, with that all being said, let's go to the last one. Because Sam says they were trying their darndest to get Hunter to testify.
Sam here with some insider info from the ground at the Karmelo Anthony Austin Metcalf trial. Now, the Metcalf family was apparently seen outside the court building because they're trying to get Hunter on the stand. They're trying to get him to come. Jeff Roach is hot, allegedly.
Now, I guarantee you that's what the 2-hour delay was all about yesterday. Remember the 2-hour delay? I bet you that's what it was all about, trying to get Hunter to testify likely, because they knew that they had not proven their case. They knew they didn't prove their case, and that's why they come back today with manslaughter.
This is all allegedly. He's not happy because they need Hunter to take that stand, because right now, this case could get dismissed. This is speculating. Hunter has not been available. They took an extended 2-hour break. And basically, what I think and others think is that they're giving the family 2 hours to get Hunter there and get him on that stand. Because if they cannot get him to take the stand, there is a chance they could dismiss this case, because I think they're finding they don't have a case. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Secret Service Sam out, Samson for president.
Okay, I find it all interesting. But hold on, let's go to Charleston White, because this is what Charleston White had to say. He was also going in on that lady who was lying. Hold on, I'm gonna have to find that video somewhere else because it's wanting me to log in. But hold on, we'll go to this one. I had to bleep out a lot of it because y'all know Charleston White can curse a lot. Okay.
Spit on the Metcalf family, and I joined the right family. That's an honorable black man and an honorable black mother who have their children in the same household, unlike the Metcalf family. Austin Metcalf and his brother had been suspended the week before. That's why they didn't know Karmelo was under the tent. It wasn't Karmelo who had been suspended. It was Hunter and the Metcalf brothers who had been suspended. Why? They left track practice, according to the coach, and went fishing. So the coach lied and said, well, I technically didn't suspend them. I just gave them. Well, they're saying that Austin was given permission to run the tent. No, he wasn't. The coach just told him, step up and be a leader. He didn't run the tent. Those are lies that's being told, so y'all follow me. So the Metcalf brothers didn't recognize who the nigga. They were suspended last week. The kid who says, oh, I didn't know Karmelo, have text messages to prove that, guess what? He used to call Karmelo, hey, come pick me up, sir. Let's go play basketball together. Karmelo and this kid got multiple pictures, at least 9 different pictures that were presented to the jury to prove that the state's witness lied about not knowing Karmelo. Then Karmelo's mother took a picture that blew their mind. So how can a kid with epilepsy, and by the way, he never brought a knife to school. It was a tool. What kind of tool? A Boy Scouts tool. And it wasn't 6 inches, it wasn't 4 inches. It's a little small tool, compact tool. What kind of tool they call it, Mel?
A multi-tool.
A multi-tool that the Boy Scout uses.
You got screwdrivers, everything on it.
Wasn't a knife. It wasn't a knife. But since you guys can't go to the trial, you can't be in the trial, you're not talking to nobody that's reliable in the trial, y'all don't know what the So let me just break this all the way down.
Hold on, let me just stop right here real quick because I just put out a troll. She said, yeah, they cared so much about Karmelo that they used the money to buy a house and a car. First of all, they don't even have the money. The money is frozen. They have not even accessed the money, okay? So there's another lie that the racist demons love to spew. But let's continue.
A black man has a gun, he gets killed. I thought we get to have guns. A black man says, put your hands on me and watch what I do. That's a threat. Well, according to all the witness statements, in the beginning and now, that during the whole altercation, Karmelo Anthony never stood up. He never stood up. As a matter of fact, the Metcalf brother had to come 3 rows up to come confront him. Karmelo never got up. Karmelo never said, touch me and see what happens. That's what the initial report says. He never stated that. So this is what they've coached the kids up. They brought in the lies. Why? Because all the coaches went to the high school. But one thing you cannot deny initial police statements. I'll tell Sarah, what's that bitch name? Sarah, whatever the whole name is. Bitch, we win again. And no white people's gonna do nothing about it. Why? It's an all-white jury. And the FBI and everybody, ain't no white person go do shit. They just on her mad. White people have gotten weak. White people have gotten weak. The Russians are strong. The North Koreans are strong. Afghanistan is strong. Iran is strong. But the white man and the black man is weak in a month. They all online arguing and bickering like bitches. So now listen, I'm just giving y'all an update on the trial. Listen, Karmelo's in good spirit. I'm in good spirits. The family's in good spirit. Nobody's mad but the outside the courthouse. Ain't nobody mad but the.
Okay, now with that all being said, okay, now someone in the chat said, I forgot who it was, but someone in the chat said something about they got some of the money. Benny Saxon, he said he wasn't really friends with him, not that he didn't know him. Big difference. He initially did try to act as though he didn't really know him, and he was lying regardless. So what's your point? Okay, he was lying. He got caught in a myriad of lies. He acted like he didn't know him that well, and then come to find out he was inviting them all to his house and all of that. Okay, so please pay attention.
That's because they are white and they all gonna go together. They all do things together in that town. So yeah, basically, people keep saying, why is it always about race? Why is it? Because you see it every day. They're gonna go. We mingle in the middle, but they go to their white families and we go to our black families, and they have to save face. But America is cursed because of their racism towards black people. There is no justice system. This is not justice, and we all see it.
Yeah, we already knew it was going down.
They're using their power to railroad him through this trial. And
exactly.
Even the mainstream media, I'm used to Fox and all them doing what they do, but it's a shock of how they're lying and pushing things.
Right. It's no shock for me. But hold on. Okay, now here's a lady who talks about how their father is a bully as well.
I've seen that.
I
didn't know if it was true or not.
For this lady and what she said about Austin Metcalf's dad. Obviously, the defense rested today. Tomorrow's closing arguments and then deliberation. But this lady here is claiming the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
I'm not gonna deal with Jeff Metcalf and his racist ass shit. What? Bullying people out of their damn seats. What do you mean? Bullying him and his family bullied us out of our seats. That's the whole reason we're here in this trial. That's how this trial came to be, is because his kids bullied people out of their seats. And what did he do? He turned around and sat and did it to all of us inside the courtroom and laughed about it. They got the first. So where do you think his kids learn to be bullies at? According to their environment. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, and another thing too, speaking of the father and speaking of people spending money on bullshit, well, they say, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I believe it, they're saying that Jeff Metcalf and the mom, that they were given donations, people collected and donated money to them, and that the mother bought an 8-bedroom house and the father bought a truck and bragging about he's about to go tour in Europe. Okay, so please pay attention. I'm sorry they try to paint that
was at the beginning, At the beginning, Queen, they did receive donations, and they reported it back then how they were buying stuff and they received donations and stuff. And then after he received those donations, he came out. I think the father was kind of saying, I don't want it to be about race or whatever. He said something, but they've been receiving money. You know, white people get rich off of GoFundMe and money, no matter if they're on the other, whatever side they on, the accuser and the criminal, they're the victim and the criminal. They all receive money through GoFundMe. GoFundMe have made so many white people rich.
Well, that lady, the lion arse lady named Sarah Fields, has collected money grifting, okay, telling her people all these lies and trying to rage bait, and then telling them that people were harassing her, that Karmelo's people or the people that are pro Melo were basically harassing her at the trial, and she collected over $23,000 for lying because nobody was harassing her. Nobody was thinking about her. Okay, that's just the lie that she told.
And then you see them at the trial, like I said, with the police. And what you see with all these mainstream media, they're playing the reaction. See, we react to what they do to us in racism. Like the white man that's out there holding up the signs saying that Karmelo needs a long tree with a short rope. Did you see all that? He was saying,
yeah, that was Jake Lane.
Yeah,
that was Jake Lane. Hold on, let me share this on the screen real quick. Yeah, I saw him out there. They're investigating that now, according to the family spokesperson. Now, because something should have been done at the beginning. Look at this. Collin County settles sexual harassment suit against DA's office. Women drop claims against Collin County officials after insurance company offers $1.75 million settlement. Okay, now the lawsuit filed last October accused Collin County District Attorney Greg Willis, okay, isn't that him? Okay, and First Assistant DA Bill Werski, that's both of them, but they want to talk about the guy who said he saw the video. Even if he did do something nefarious, what the hell does that have to do with him seeing the video, or what does that have to do with Melo besides nothing? Okay, and the DA settled a lawsuit, so let's talk about it. Okay, now, like I said,
did you see your private chat?
No, what's going on in there?
Secret Service Sam was saying, I'm here.
Oh, is he? Okay. Let me let him up real quick. Thank you. Hold on. I don't see him on here. Hold on. Let me call him.
Yeah, it was about 15 minutes ago. I just happened to look up and see it.
Okay, so Sam's coming back. Now, with that all being said, look at this. So they say 6 women who sued Collin County officials over alleged misconduct have dropped their claims in exchange for $1.75 million in a settlement agreement offered by the county's insurance company. The lawsuit filed last October accused Collin County District Attorney Greg Willis and First Attorney DA Bill Werski of sexual harassment and misconduct. Now, of course, Willis said it was full of lies, but you settled, okay? The 6 plaintiffs, 6 people lied on him? I don't think so. They said the 6 plaintiffs, 3 current and 3 former employees of the county's criminal district attorney's office, also claimed that Collin County commissioners, court members, were aware of the misconduct and refused to take remedial action. Monday afternoon, commissioners unanimously agreed to settle an amended lawsuit. Now, in the amended suit, the plaintiffs retracted all of their sexual harassment and other allegations and simply alleged they suffered retaliation. Okay, now, please pay attention. All right? I'm sorry. Make that all make sense.
Because these white tee men get away with all this stuff, and the taxpayers, they're mad with Karmelo. But you're not mad with the DA. You're not mad that taxpayers paid for him with this harassment suit. Yet he's still being able to practice law. They get to use our money, and they get to keep their jobs, and they get to hide behind the law.
Hold on,
and then they get to enforce the law.
Exactly. But hold on, I want you all to hear this video. I'm just going to play the audio because I don't have time to upload and all of that. But this is a Caucasian woman speaking.
I'm so tired of misinformation bullshit when it comes to the Karmelo Anthony trial. First off, let's talk about the video that they played in court. Over a year ago, reporters were allowed to privately see it, and let's hear what they said about it.
It's a wide shot from the opposite side, and everything that happens in one very small fraction of the screen in the upper left-hand corner. You couldn't zoom in, it's blurry, pixelated. You cannot identify or see victim Austin Metcalf or suspect Karmelo Anthony. It is hard to tell how many people are under that memorial tent. It's also hard to tell what they're doing.
Blurry, pixelated, can't really see much. Which is why I don't understand why it's being reported in the court that the defense witness who got on the stand and said that the kids were ganging up on Anthony was misremembering it. Why are they trying to make it seem like the prosecutors had this big gotcha moment in the courtroom? The kid literally said he couldn't tell from the grainy footage whether he was being surrounded or not. When right after it happened, the kid literally told the police that Karmelo Anthony was surrounded by these kids. Something really weird is going on in the courtroom. They had a very, very, very lengthy lunch break that has not ended. Like, the lunch break has been going on for 2 hours now, and there was huddling with the defense and the judge. I can't help but wonder if it had something to do with this.
Jeff Metcalf allegedly was helping one of the witnesses answer the questions in your comments section of that video. Everyone was saying, like, this woman, she's just saying anything. And then 14V or Law and Time, YouTube gave a million-something followers. The reporter said the exact same thing, that the witness was looking over at Jeff Metcalf and he was visibly shaking his head in the courtroom. If everyone else was able to see that and Judge Roach was kicking people out for whispering, how is he not seeing a witness over at someone in the gallery and giving answers?
Yeah, that's right. The victim's father was apparently coaching someone on the stand as they were answering questions. Blatantly looked at him, he shook his head no, and then the kid said no. And I want to know why not a single one of the witnesses for the prosecution had mentioned anything about the backpack that apparently Austin stole.
So they said he's a move. He's like, make me move. Austin, grab this back. It's over there. Austin moves. Douglas grab the bag.
And considering Karmelo's bag was found 9 rows up on the bleacher, it does make more sense that he had grabbed his bag and maybe threw it or something. Yet nobody is talking about the bag, because if Austin grabbed the bag, he had to have tossed it or something in order to then go in and try to shove Karmelo, which is why the backpack testimonies are so inconsistent across the board, as well as nobody being able to agree on what kind of shove happened. People are not comprehending that this was the tent situation. It wasn't an enclosed area. Their bleacher. This woman was in the courtroom on Saturday, and Karmelo apparently asked permission to sit there, made small talk with the teammate. His friend switched seats to sit next to him. He had every right to be there. At the end of the day, Austin Metcalf had 50, 60 pounds on Karmelo. They're not accurately showing you how small this boy is, which is one of the reasons that I believe his twin brother has not been called to the stand, because they don't want the jury to see just how large he is in comparison.
That's right.
Captain of the track team, captain of the football team. They don't just hand those titles out to problem children. And if you're still having doubts that he didn't fear for his life, just imagine, look at the size of these people. Now I want you to do a little experiment to yourself. Go sit your butt down in a chair, grab a friend, and try and role play for a minute. Try to act it out. See if it's possible for you to be the aggressor from a seated position while somebody this large is standing over you.
Exactly.
I'm having a lot of trouble finding somebody who's actually tweeting things as they go in the courtroom today. So I'm doing the best I can. I'm probably going to do a whole nother video later just summarizing everything. But personally, I think they need to call Hunter to the stand. I think he needs to testify in his own defense, because all of the witness statements are so shaky and so inconsistent. I think we need to hear straight from him. And y'all know how I also know that the video that they're showing in the courtroom is absolutely not, without a doubt, showing what happened? Because they would have leaked that shit to the public already. I'm so tired of misinformation bullshit when it comes to the
Yep, she has a very good point. Okay, she has a very good point. They're not showing the real video, and they didn't show that real video in the courtroom because the guy said, several people said, in fact, that the video is at least 10 or 11 minutes long. Now, Chad Power says FBI needs to be called in because the lawyers are homeboys, so the jury, lawyers, and judge could be corrupt. I absolutely believe they're corrupt, beloved, but it's too late now because the jury's already in deliberation. But the good news is, even if he gets convicted, which likely he will, for the manslaughter, that's why they threw that in, pay attention. But with that all being said, he still has a good chance on appeal. because of all the shady things that have gone on. Thank you for your insight into the topic, beloved, and your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Okay, now Ann McIntyre has become a member. Thank you, beloved. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining the Royals. Okay, so this is all so egregious. These people are lying and hiding evidence. That's
Queen,
what they're doing.
I want to say this. Think about it.
Go ahead, beloved.
If the knife is only about this big, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think physical. And if this is a big boy, he had to already be up on Karmelo for a small knife to pierce through, to get through through the rib, through the heart. It might have went, but you had to, because Karmelo couldn't have stretched out his arm and did it. Nobody said it. He had to already be up on him, and Karmelo probably pushed it because he was chest to chest with him.
But you're right, though. But here's the thing. He likely poked him when he had him in the headlock.
Exactly.
Remember the guy said he grabbed him back in, and that's when he put him in a headlock?
Exactly.
That's when he did it.
Because it was body to body. It had to be body to body for that knife to get, well, the multi-tool to get through there to touch the heart.
And let me tell you something. When somebody has you in a headlock, it can be difficult to breathe. It can be difficult to breathe when someone has you in a headlock, depending on how tight it is. But also, let's not forget that these two basically knew jujitsu. Did you know that?
Yes.
They knew jujitsu, according to Charleston White. And you know, Charleston White has been talking to, he was all down for their family at first until he found out the truth and went and saw that darn video. And then he was Team Mello. But yeah, he said that they're trained in jujitsu.
Yep.
So I find it all interesting. Let me go to this clip while we're waiting on Sam. Oh, and another thing too is some people said that they had a knife as well, that they carried knives too. Okay, the Metcalf boys said they carried knives too. Now, maybe they were carrying the same kind of knife, who knows, but that definitely was said. Okay, please pay attention. Now, I'm going to play this video. This guy says that this is not really about self-defense. Listen to what he says.
Defense. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but hear me out. Really, this is about the humanity of blackness versus the authority of whiteness. Black humanity and white authority. Can white people do whatever they want and say whatever they want to black people and get away with it, essentially? Austin Metcalf wouldn't have ran up on Karmelo if he wouldn't have thought he had the authority to do so. But in the black community, who gives the authority to tell somebody to leave? And if it isn't an actual authority, we're gonna call it out. That's a bully. It's a bully. There are truly people out there of all races, including black, who cannot fathom the idea of a black person not leaving when a white person tells them to, or a black person daring to claim self-defense, right? Because white authority. Seriously, go to any comment section you want to and find the racist community within it. Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, and all abroad. Doesn't matter color. Just find the racist community. And the thing that they will be most upset at is the audacity of Karmelo Anthony, the audacity of him to think that he did not have to leave when Austin told him to. That is the crux of the issue. The audacity of a black kid or a black man, and especially a black woman, right? The audacity to think you have the right to say no. So that's what this is about, in my opinion. Yes, we're trying to see Karmelo Anthony win through self-defense. If Kyle Rittenhouse, who's 17 years old, can drive across state lines with an AR-style 15 rifle, get himself in some nonsense, and then plead self-defense, and then win, and then become a celebrity, this is definitely self-defense. But the reality of it is will the courts view Karmelo in such a way where they consider him worthy of being able to use the self-defense against a white kid whom white America has, well, white racist America has claimed as their own? That's really the question here. This is really the underlying thing. Where are we as a society? Is America in a place where a black kid can find himself in this predicament and be able to use the law for his own protection and come out the victor? Nope. That's what this is about. I ain't gonna lie, the government, they got themselves one with this one. Because regardless of what happens, it's gonna be some nonsense in the streets. It's gonna be some nonsense. Now, I don't want to make this seem like all black people are waiting around on this case, treating it like the end all be all, because we're not. But we do have a vested interest. So the world is watching. Everybody wants to see, because this one's close to people's heart, because everybody knows this will impact them in some way, shape, or form, right? This is the one that says, do we see black people or non-white people as human, but specifically black Americans, Americans, are we human? And do white people still have the authority to tell them, no matter of the authority or station in life, they still have the right to tell them to do whatever they want them to do? In my opinion, this is Babylon. She gonna do what she do.
Facts. Okay, absolutely facts. I have to agree. Now, with that all being said, hold on, let me take that back down. I don't know why I keep putting that up. Okay, now with that all being said, Gavin is in the chat. Hey, Gavin, beloved. Okay, Gavin, I sent you the link in case you want to join. I did send you the link to your email or your iCloud email. Okay, so if you want to come up here, just click on that link. Okay, you all know Gavin is a legal expert who's been on my show several times. Now, with that all being said, let's continue. I'm going to go to, hold on, let me see if this is it right here. Oh, darn it. I had that lady's video all along. I thought I didn't have it. I just sat up there and let y'all hear it, but I actually had it. Okay. Now, that being said, hold on. Because here's another video where they were talking about, I'm going to go to the 7-minute mark. These are some people that were talking about the case previously. Likes up, everyone, please like and share. Thank you in advance. Hold on. There goes Secret Service Sam. Hey, Sam.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Oh, good. Sorry, I'm just walking my dog, so.
Oh, that's okay.
Multitasking.
Yeah, tell Cookie I said hello.
Yep. Hi, Cookie.
Cookie was at the Diddy trial with us.
I know, right? She's the Diddy dog.
Yeah.
So, man, these people, these racists are hitting me hard in the comments and my DMs. I mean, calling me a vile human being, saying that I'm causing racial divide. That's what I love, is when racist people tell you you're causing racial divide. And I'm like, there's been racial divide for over a century in our country. I love that they think like, you know, like, no, the KKK is stoking racial divide. This administration is stoking racial divide, you know, like, I'm so tired of these racists, man. It's so crazy. Like, instead of taking blame and studying history and understanding why, you know, why black people don't trust our court systems, you know, and like I was making the point, like with, you know, Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman. Hold on. You know,
yeah,
George Zimmerman got off for stand your ground laws, and they all support that. You know, they celebrated him. Kyle Rittenhouse, they celebrated that man, invited him to the White House. Do you think if Karmelo gets off, they're going to invite him to the White House?
Absolutely not. They also invited Daniel Penny to the White House as well.
Yeah, yeah, the guy who, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, so it's just the double standard. I just get so tired of it. And it's like, look, if just the door just always swings one way in their favor.
Exactly. So have you heard about the manslaughter this morning?
Yeah, I just heard about that. And, you know, that's what's crazy, too, is because I think they realize they're not going to get him for murder. So by entering in the manslaughter, that gives the jury to say he didn't have intent, but he still did kill him. So they can still put him away for most of his life, you know? And I mean, I don't know. It's
like
such a
2 to 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and I think, honestly, I mean, if we're just going based on history, I think that's probably what they're going to do. I would be very surprised if that jury finds him not guilty.
Yeah,
in Texas. I mean, I would be shocked.
I would be too.
And it's sad, you know, I mean, it's like, yeah.
Well, I think he has a good case for an appeal. What would you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but again, I mean, in Texas, I don't trust any of it. And so people were saying too that Jeff Metcalf is like friends with the judge and the DA, and I'm getting eaten up online too because I posted the picture from his Facebook account, and then this morning I kind of woke up. I was like, let's Google that actually, Sam, and look at if these are, it's a lesson learned. I should have Googled the pictures of the judge and the DA to be like, oh yeah, that is them in the picture before posting it, because then I just become part of the rumor mill. And so I quickly updated the report and said, okay, it's not them, but I have been told by Morris Dwayne Turner, I talked to him for an hour, and, they were all trying to discredit him, because at first I was like, the racists are all like, oh, look, Sam, he's a pedophile and da-da-da-da. And you're supporting him and he's a liar. And then, Dwayne reached out to me and he's like, look, my past is my past. He explained to me what happened. He didn't have relations with a kid. He was in the kind of wrong place and he made a mistake helping out a kid who was like an orphan and whatnot. I talked to him about it, and I don't know what really happened, but the facts are that you can still have a background, and that doesn't mean that he didn't see that video. But I said, look, you got to have proof. You can't just say you saw the video. Nobody believes that. So when he provided me with the email receipts, that was huge because everybody wanted to say he was lying, and he had proof that he wasn't lying. So he says he's going to try and find the picture of the judge and the DA together, which would be huge if I can come up with that, because, that's the hard part about this. You're only as credible as your last post, you know what I mean? And so I hate that these racists, they want any little excuse to demonize, this kid.
Well, here's the thing, though. You went back and corrected yourself. But here's the thing, though. There's
I
other
know
people
people
saying
don't
the
care
same
about
thing
that,
about the
though.
judge.
Right.
There's
I
other
wasn't the
people saying the
first
same
one
thing.
to report that.
Exactly.
Somebody sent it to me and I made the mistake of getting excited and like, oh, this is new, but I should have, it kind, how things, it kind of hits you later. It's like, oh man, Sam, why don't you Google this shit and look up a picture of these two guys? And as soon as I did, I was like, uh-oh. I was like, that is not them. And, corrected the report because I don't want the misinformation out there. But I think people don't understand that, with journalism is sometimes you will make a mistake and it's about correcting the report, but the racists, they don't care about that.
That's it. Well, here's the thing, Sam. They're talking about that, but they're not talking about the DA. Did you know about him?
What with Greg Willis? What about?
Well, he had sexual harassment. Okay, paid 1.75 million. Him and the assistant DA. Worski, whatever his name is. Yeah, I got the receipts. I just showed the video. I just showed the paperwork, the article.
Wow.
There are several articles about this.
Yeah.
So if they're not complaining about that, they shouldn't be complaining about somebody who has nothing to do with the case other than to say that he saw the video. Okay, this man is the one trying the case. That's the one that we need to be worried about his credibility and what kind of past he has. But also, Sam, I showed your receipts. I showed your receipts about him getting the email and him signing in on the docket, and it said he got to see the video. But I also was able to expose that witch, Sarah Fields, because it says no by her name.
Yeah, and I was told allegedly that she is like a member of the Proud Boys or whatever. She's kind of like secretary or something. Like she is like a, not just like an ultra MAGA type. Like I think she is, kind of like almost like allegedly KKK affiliated type woman.
I absolutely
and that was the thing. Like you saw, Dwayne Turner, like when he sent, and then her name where it said no. So she's acting like she saw the video and she lied about it,
She absolutely has been lied about a whole lot. But you know what? She's supposedly the precinct chair of District 30 or something like that. She has
Yeah.
some kind of political affiliations and
Yeah.
basically said that she was threatening that if this case doesn't go the way it should go or whatever, that she
Hmm.
was going to see to it that some people don't get reelected. Isn't the judge up
Wow.
for election?
Well, I think he's like retiring now, he said. So I think
Mm.
I think he's done. That's why this kind of is I think that's why he's kind of pissed, and this is kind of a stain on his career. And I think that's why too they're kind of giving this manslaughter, option, because I think they realize that it's just they don't, with self-defense. I mean, again,
Mhm.
like white people would. I mean, if this was the case, that's what I just hate is when like I taught this one racist in my DMs. I was like, if the tables were turned, you guys would be like, oh, it's self-defense. Like, no, I would say Austin Metcalf should get 30 to 50. They just lie,
I'm
and
full
it's
of
just
it.
like, damn well, that's the problem in America is people who look like me get assumed innocence, and I always say
Mhm.
it goes back to our music, to our entertainment. Like, look at every Disney movie. Prince Charming is always this white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed. Innocence in our entertainment is represented as white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and
Exactly.
dark black is the villain. You know what I mean? And we're all what's the word? We're all programmed to believe this way. Even if you're not racist, like growing up in America, watching television, everything, you're programmed to think this way and to see innocence. And you see, anytime they show the pictures of the two boys, Karmelo is not smiling, or it's his mugshot. And then you get this joyous picture of Anthony Metcalf in his football uniform or with a smile, his high school yearbook photo. And
Yeah,
these are all, it's all purposely done to discredit innocence from, black children, really. It's
exactly.
like, and like the doctored photo where you clearly see his nose was swollen, under his right eye was swollen, the locks of hair on the right side, and the
Mhm.
original hair, is missing. Which these are all things that Dwayne Turner pointed out to me, and he's been very helpful. And it's a good example too. Like, just because he does have a record, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have two eyes to see and is lying. But I understand how it's
Exactly.
easy to discredit somebody.
Well, I tell you what, Sarah Fields needs to sit down somewhere because according to Charleston White, and I don't know how well he knows her, but he
Right.
said she has a past and it wasn't savory. Okay, it was
Oh,
quite
I'm sure
unsavory to
she
say the
does.
least.
And that
Yeah,
influencer, Neek at Night, she's been apparently getting threatened. And I think like the Black Panthers are now there protecting her,
yeah, absolutely.
because she's been getting harassed, which I can only imagine being a black influencer there in Collins County, Texas. I mean, it's probably a sundown town, you know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
I can only imagine, like, and I'm glad I'm not there too, because I think it's probably a pretty dangerous place to be if you're not on the side of the Metcalf family. I'm guessing they're very well connected
Exactly.
there.
Right. Okay, Gavin. I see you can't come in. Gavin said he's at work. Okay, thanks, beloved. Now, Del Monte Greenbean says, I've been trying to holler at you for a long time. Who, me, beloved? Okay, well, thank you. And thank you for your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Okay, so now I feel like the defense didn't do such a great job, but hold on. I'm going to go to this video of Charleston White. This is the video that I thought I had, but it's wanting me to log in. So I'm just going to play the audio, but basically he talks about that lady Sarah in this clip.
She released the indictment before anybody had the indictment, and she got a woman fired because they're using a new Jim Crow systematic tactic where they got the people inside the courts, they got the people inside, and they're working against the Karmelo Anthony family on behalf of Sarah J. Fields because she's a precinct chair and she's threatening to use her power from her precinct chair, I think District 30, to get people unelected and get people elected if they don't go against this case. So she's trying to use political power to influence and persuade this case. That is what Sarah J. Fields has partnered with Austin's family and trying to do. The mom wasn't too much in it. The mom's really been grieving. Austin Jeff Metcalf has been playing for the camera because he's been an absent father who abused the mom, and he think he can get back in with mom, and mom doesn't want anything to do with Jeff. That's why you don't see them standing in the camera together like you see the Karmelo Anthony's family doing. So let me stick to the case, to the facts, right? So Sarah has a lady who works for the Collin County courts who just lost her job, who released the indictment before anybody had it. So for whatever reason, Sarah is getting all this information, and she's coming to misconstrue the information, and she's giving out misinformation and false information. Number one, the family has not touched the GoFundMe money. GoFundMe froze the money because the lawyers are trying to get the money. The lawyers are trying to get the money, not the family. It's the lawyers. The first group of people came through was civil rights lawyers trying to play for a civil rights lawsuit as if this was a police shooting. That's why they went with the race card. Biggest mistake they could have made. First mistake I told them they made, playing a race card. Now white people was waiting for black people to play the race card. Now they're playing the race card in ways that we can't see. It's called racism. It's hidden in the fabrics. It's embedded in the fabrics of the design of America. So it's not blatant. You can't see it. It's hidden. Like somebody in Collin County courts who has a job to feed their family are releasing private information to a known, not a law enforcement, which is Sarah J. Fields. That's the first mistake that's happened in this case. These are adults that's doing it. This was a children's problem. A children's issue. The adults have gotten in and made it hateful, ugly, and racist. And this is about right or wrong. This is clearly about right or wrong. This isn't about race. The adults have came in and made it about race. You don't hear no children online talking and fighting and going back and forth about this case. It's all hateful-hearted adults. It's not children. It's all hateful-hearted adults online bickering, going back and forth, spewing hate over an issue over children. And none of them was there. All the adults with opinion, none of them was there. So Sarah, let's tell the truth. Jeff, let's tell the truth. You even said in an interview, but you're talking too fucking much online, Jeff. You're talking too much online, Jeffrey Metcalf, and you're partnering with someone who wasn't there, and it's clearly she's a hateful-hearted. And by the way, Sarah, we have your background as well. You said Dominique Alexander's a horrible person, and he is. And you once were too, Sarah. You used to smoke meth. You was a meth addict whore. So don't try to get cleaned up in a Republican Party and hide behind this conservative shield as if you once was a liberal whore.
Okay, so that's what he had to say about her. Now, mind you, she said some time ago that she was going to sue him. She hasn't sued him as of yet, and I don't think that she will, because if he's telling the truth, she's definitely not going to sue, because all that's going to come out in the wash.
And in Discovery, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. I mean, it's like, it's like Donald Trump. I mean, don't you think if he wasn't on Epstein Island or had done anything with kids, he would sue all these people for defamation of character? But he knows that everything will come out in Discovery. So, I mean, Donald Trump sues us. He sued the IRS for $10 billion. Why is he not suing everybody who claims he was on Epstein Island? Because he knows. Yeah.
Exactly. Now, I'm going to go over these instructions that the judge has issued. Okay, it says reasonable belief. Okay, that means belief that would be held by an ordinary prudent person in the same circumstances as the defendant. Deadly force. That means force that is intended or known by the person using it to cause, or in the matter of its use or intended use, is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Now, you are further instructed that it is your duty to consider all relevant facts and circumstances surrounding the alleged killing and the previous relationship existing between the accused and the deceased, if any, together with all relevant facts and circumstances going to show the condition of the mind of the accused at the time of the alleged offense. Now, therefore, bearing in mind that the foregoing definition and instructions, if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in Collin County, Texas, on or about April 2nd of 2025, did commit murder or manslaughter, but you further find from the evidence or have a reasonable doubt thereof that the defendant reasonably believed that deadly force when and to the degree used, if it was immediately necessary to protect himself against the use or attempted use of unlawful deadly force by Austin Metcalf or others with him, will you acquit the defendant and say by your verdict not guilty?
Right. And somebody brought up a good point, Queen, with the Rick Chow case, where he shot Cyrus Carmack Belton. He chased that kid out of the store 130 feet, shot him in the back, never saw a gun pointed at him or anything. He got off for self-defense. So it's just, this is a two-tier system, like I was saying earlier, on it's just unfortunately when it's somebody black, we don't see any innocence. We only see as the aggressor, and it's blatant racism, because it's like, if Rick Chow got off, then Karmelo should have no problem at all.
Exactly. Because nobody was putting hands on Rick Chow. He was in pursuit of someone.
Right. Yeah.
Now, it goes on to say, you are further instructed, however, that if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time and place in question, Austin Metcalf or defendant, Austin Metcalf or others with him were not using or attempting to use unlawful deadly force on the defendant, or that the defendant did not reasonably believe that his use of deadly force was immediately necessary, then you will find against the defendant on his plea of self-defense. Now, in deciding whether the state has proved that the defendant did not reasonably believe his use of deadly force was necessary, you must not consider any failure of the defendant to retreat that might be shown by the evidence. If you find both the defendant did not provoke Austin Metcalf, the person against whom the defendant used deadly force, and 2, the defendant was not engaged in criminal activity at the time that he used the deadly force, and if you do not find both 1 and 2, you may consider failure of the defendant to retreat that might be shown by the evidence in deciding whether the defendant reasonably believed that the use of deadly force was necessary. Now, they have evidentiary instructions. At times throughout the trial, the court has been called upon to pass on the question of whether or not certain offered evidence might properly be admitted. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for such rulings and are not to draw any inferences from them. Now, when offered evidence is admissible is purely a question of law. In admitting evidence to which an objection is made, the court neither determines what weight should be given such evidence nor passes on the credibility of the witness. Now, as to any offer of evidence that has been rejected by the court, you, of course, must not consider the same. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not conjecture as to what the answer might have been or as to the reason for the objection. The fact that the defendant has been arrested, confined, or indicted for or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. You are instructed that you may consider all the relevant facts and circumstances surrounding the killing and the previous relationship existing between the accused and the deceased. If any, together with all relevant facts and circumstances, are going to show the condition of the mind of the accused at the time of the offense alleged in the incident or in the indictment. You are instructed that the defendant may testify in and on his own behalf. Okay, well, he didn't choose to do that. So those are the first sets of instructions, which I find interesting. Okay, Dredd says, keep your hands to yourself. Absolutely. Okay, absolutely. Greta says, Black people rarely get justice in America. I agree. Okay, I agree. Okay, my brother's brother says CW Charleston White was talking ish about Karmelo first, but then switched up. Yeah, he said that. He absolutely said that. in the first video that I played of him. He absolutely admitted that. Okay, now with that all being said, J Money says also they have a whole page demonizing us. Sure they do. Okay, I'd be surprised if they didn't, beloved. I am so sure they do. Terrence says, after this, we need to push hard for change against all white juries and these white racist judges and DAs. Well, we absolutely need to start signing up for jury duty ourselves, beloved. That's what we need to do. Now, the jury wasn't actually all white. It was just non-black. Okay,
Right.
they
It
had
was like
white
3
people
Asian women. They said one
and Middle
person of
Easterns.
color. I don't know what that. Yeah, Middle Eastern. Yeah.
Middle Easterns, that's what it was. And Southeast Asians.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
No, it's true. I mean, and can you imagine in Collins County, Texas? I mean, the hard part is this stuff's been going on for decades and decades when, a black man whistles at a white woman and then an all white jury convicts him and then he's lynched outside the courthouse before, you know what I mean? Like there's like 4 minutes. Jury's like, yep, he's guilty. And then they release him to the Klan. I mean, this shit, it's just, and this obviously, but historically, this has just been happening. And I think that's also why this case is so polarizing, is because I understand why the black community wants to, wants this to be right, because historically, and then white people see it as like, oh, black people just want to convict somebody just on race. They don't care the facts. They just want to. And it's like, but if white people could understand the history of how many people have been wrongly convicted, then you understand,
They do. These racist people, these MAGA types, they absolutely do understand. They just don't care. Okay, because here's the thing.
maybe.
We could see how they had no problem donating money to Derek Chauvin.
Right.
Okay, we saw what he did to George Floyd, and George Floyd was innocent. He didn't even have a fake $20 bill. And then we saw how they did George Zimmerman and all these other cases, Kyle Rittenhouse. And I said Rittenhouse. With that all being said, they absolutely know the history, but they don't care about the facts.
Right. They make these guys heroes. Yeah.
Yeah, and these people are so hateful, and how you know that is they're all down there at the courthouse with Confederate flags. Okay, trying to intimidate the black people. They even had Nick and Knight crying. Okay, it was just so hard to watch. So this is the hate that is within them at the end of the day.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
and I mean, I don't know how you ever get rid of that. You know what I mean? I don't think you can get rid of it. That's the hard part about it.
It's a mindset, and it's ingrained into the fiber of some people's DNA.
Yeah.
Okay, Truth Brown says, if they find him guilty, people take a deep breath because the next few weeks are going to be wild. They still making fun of George Floyd. I have hope for Karmelo, but this is America. Absolutely, beloved. I agree. Well, here's the thing. I'm glad you brought that up. So let's just know this, beloveds. At the end of the day, no matter what happens with this trial, guilty or innocent, at the end of the day, we're not going to be out here fighting these idiots. Okay, we're not going to be out here resorting to violence. We're not going to be out here rioting and looting in the streets. Any of that foolishness is what we're not going to do. Because like I already told you all, we have a course of action. Okay, if it's not what we want to hear, we're just going to boycott one of these big corporations, and we'll decide amongst ourselves which one it'll be. That's what we'll do. We're not going to be out here fighting and acting crazy. Okay, that's what the devils do. Let them have at it. Okay, that's what we're going to do. We're going to boycott. Okay, now we might pick Walmart. Who knows? Okay, I don't suggest picking Amazon, because when I thought about it, there's a lot of people who have their own personal items on there. You know what I'm saying? People who sell their own items and stuff on Amazon. So I would suggest somebody like maybe Walmart or something else, whatever y'all can think of. Okay, whatever y'all can think of. Now, with that all being said, let me see here. Hold on. Okay, FM, settle down. Nobody's lying. Okay, is this another racist chapel? I don't know what you're talking about. There's nobody racist on here. Okay, there's nobody racist on here. And if you think
welcome to
people
the
want
chapel
injustice,
of welcome to the chapel of racism.
okay, like sit down somewhere, honey. If you think anybody's up here racist because we're talking against racism, then that tells us everything we need to know about you.
Yeah, doesn't
Okay.
it? That's the
Sue
quickest
Brown
way to
said
out a
boycott black
racist.
house everywhere.
It's so easy to out a racist, like just by them saying a few things, like they call you a race baiter, or they say you're creating division in this country. It's just like it's so easy to tell,
In
and I'm
their
like, thank you.
in their mind, division, kind of like with you, Secret Service, division means why they're calling you a race divider is because you're not getting on board with white tea supremacy.
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't like that. They
Exactly.
don't like Sam for that, honey.
Well, and
Yeah.
they think it's like white guilt, and a lot of white people don't understand, like admitting how damaging slavery was, admitting Jim Crow, admitting all of our history. It doesn't take any. I'm still going to be able to walk in anywhere in America and have people assume the best about me. It doesn't take any. It doesn't take my white privilege away, or to think that white privilege doesn't exist, or that and I realize that people apply their experience to your experience. So my experience with the police, I'm never scared of the police. I haven't had a talk with my 16-year-old son about getting pulled over, making sure your hands on the wheel. He's a white redhead. I'm not worried about the police harassing him, but I am aware from speaking with my black friends and family that that every black mother or father has that talk with their kids. And if more white people understood this or could take the time to hear it, they might be like, oh, okay. Because the problem is you get poor white people like, I don't have a job and you don't have a job. It's the same. And it's just, it's not, because you could be you could be Jay-Z in your Bentley and get pulled over. And they're going to say, is this your vehicle? But a rich white man, they're never going to ask me if this is my vehicle.
Exactly.
And
Hold on. Darren says boycotting won't work, never did. I'm sorry, what are you talking about? Never did, never will. It absolutely works, honey. What are you talking about?
Yeah, of course it does.
It worked with Target.
Yeah,
it worked
Target's
with the boys.
getting killed.
Yeah, it worked with Target, honey. And at the end of the day, it's working with the Asians too. That's why they're all crashing out, because we're boycotting them. Second of all, it definitely worked in Montgomery, Alabama, okay, when they boycotted for the bus, okay, when Rosa wouldn't get out of her seat. So boycotts absolutely worked. Now, oh, ye of little faith, well, just say you don't want to boycott, okay? Because some of you Negroes don't want to boycott, and you'll make up all sorts of excuses as if, oh, it's not going to work, oh, we're wasting our time, whatever. We're going to do what we want to do. And at the end of the day, if it doesn't work, we'll find out. But until then, that's the move, and that's what we're going to do. It's better than going out there protesting, because that's not going to do anything. It never has. And then going out there fighting and rioting and all of that foolishness, getting yourselves locked up, destroying property. None of that makes any sense. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to boycott. It's already been decided.
Now, protesting is so crazy because you're standing out there saying something that they already know that's done. So protesting is not doing anything. But what we have to do is, when we not just boycott, we need to divest from a lot of things. We really have to start, like you say, Walmart, different corporations that we see that helps these people that are in power. I know we talk about Trump, but the Democrats are just as complacent.
Oh, yeah.
They don't say, you don't see them saying anything. You don't see the NAACP. You don't see any of these people who coerce us to vote say anything about any that's going on. But in a few months, when it's time for voting, they'll make you feel bad because you don't want to vote for the Democrat.
Right. Well, that's the problem with Democrats. Democrats are honestly just as racist in general. It's just they hide it better.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I've always said that.
Yeah.
I've absolutely always said that. But here's the thing, though. In this situation that we're all in right now, I'm absolutely voting Democrats. I'm not voting for any of the Republicans, because at the end of the day, Trump has to go.
Yes.
Trump has to
Trump
go.
is,
Yeah.
no, the thing is,
Okay, and
that's
here's the thing.
crazy because
Here's
the
how I
thing
look at
is,
it.
Trump is
Here's
going to
how I
go
look
in
at it.
3 years anyway. The problem is the Democrats that are sitting in Congress is still going to be there, and that's what Democrats are waiting on you to do is vote Democrat. No, let America get what America deserves. He's going to be out. Let America get what they
Here's the thing,
deserve.
though. Here's the thing, though. I don't give a damn if they're waiting on me to vote for them or not, because I'm going to. Because what I'm not going to do is vote for the Republicans. That's what I'm not going to do.
Why
You
don't
not
we
see
use
what's going on?
why don't we play chess and not checkers? We keep complaining about a party that has power and they keep taking away the power. Why not get people in there? Trump was a Democrat. You remember that? He was a Democrat. He only went to Republican to win. So why don't we get out our feelings and go over there and infiltrate the Republican?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because first of all, hold on. Have you read Project 2025, Tina Berry? And you sitting here talking about the Democrats. Hold on. I'm asking you a question. What have the Republicans done for us? I want to hear this.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying why not go?
So hold on. So if the Republicans haven't done any, hold on. If the Republicans haven't done anything for us, who do we get the most for? Are the Democrats trying to get rid of Medicaid and Medicare? No, they're not. That's the Republicans.
That's why I say get in the party and outdo them. Why not? If we're gonna vote, the only thing is there was no parties when the forefathers set up the America. There was no other parties. Democrats were really created by the Dixiecrats, and they separated it to have us do this. Why not infiltrate the party that has the power, and then we all vote for the person? See, we're supposed to vote for the person, not the party.
Hold on. How do you infiltrate? You would go
like they do us. Have they not infiltrated all our organizations?
If we vote for them, that makes absolutely no damn sense. Okay, I'm sorry, it makes none. They're the ones trying to take us back to Jim Crow. No, they're the ones trying to take us back to Jim Crow, like I said. They're the ones with the redistricting and all of that. No, I'm not voting for no damn Republicans. At the end of the day,
you're not voting for the Republican. I'm saying, think about this. If you wanted to vote because they redistrict the maps, and you wanted to run, and you go and infiltrate the Republican Party.
We're not talking about ifs. We're talking about the facts.
Listen, you're not voting. See, that's what we're getting. You're supposed to vote for the person. So if you went to go over to the Republican and say, hey, I'm running for president, then everybody black should be voting for you. It would take away the Democrat and the Republican. The thing is, you're voting for the person. You're not voting for the party. That's where they got us mixed up at. If you
that's not where they got me mixed up. Absolutely not. Because when you have people like, I'm sorry, when you have people like Mitch McConnell, Mike Johnson, and all these J.D. Vance, no, I'm sorry, it's not happening.
They have been in there for years.
It's not happening. I don't even need to hear it. It's not happening.
But look, they have been in there for years before Trump.
I don't care. I'm not doing it. Okay, Miss B. Greer says boycotting is way more damaging. Absolutely, because that's going to hurt their pockets. Because the devils only love blood and revenue. Okay, so take away the revenue. What are they going to do besides cry? That's exactly what we're going to do. Thank you for your insight into the topic, beloved, and your contribution to the channel. Peace, love, and blessings. Yeah, I'm not voting for no darn Republicans. Period.
No, I'm not saying vote for Republicans.
I was saying Democrats is how we got here.
Exactly. My thing is the Democrats infiltrated our party. If everybody
hold on. No, I'm gonna tell you what happened. They didn't infiltrate anything. I'm gonna tell you what happened. Del Monte, thank you for your insight into the topic, beloved, and your contribution. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Okay, and also thank you for the last contribution to the channel. Okay, so now here's the thing. First of all, the Democrats were the party of the Klan at first. We all know that. But then when black people started becoming Democrats, then they switched over and became Republicans. Okay, so the Republicans are the ones that was always the most racist and still are. Okay, far as I'm concerned. And at the end of the day, yeah, the Democrats may be how we got here, but guess what? There's new Democrats coming in, and I already told you all, if y'all were listening, that we're not voting for the ones that take money from AIPAC. That's been the problem. Okay, the ones that take the money from AIPAC, I showed you the list of whom they are. We're not voting for them. Okay, we're going to vote for the new ones that are coming in. We're voting for the ones that are not taking the money from AIPAC, like Cori Bush, rather than, remember, Jasmine Crockett wanted people to vote for that guy, Wells. He's taking money from AIPAC. We're not voting for him. Okay, that's what we're not going to do. So whoever you are, we're not voting for anybody that's taking money from AIPAC. Okay, that's just what we're not going to do. And at the end of the day, I have seen and read thoroughly Project 2025. Okay, and I have seen all the other stuff that they have up their sleeve. Now, unless you have read that and researched it, please don't tell me what they have planned, because these Republicans are the devil. I don't care what anyone says.
And I understand what you're saying, Queen. I'm saying, like,
we're still voting Democrat in 2026. Amen to that. Thank you for your insight to the topic and your contribution to the channel. Now,
okay, like, let me ask this question.
But then
if they redistricted the system, okay, they redistrict the maps. That means that a lot of black seats got knocked out, right? So the only seat that's going to be in that place is Democrat, right? I mean, going to be Republican. My thing is this: why not infiltrate it? If we're voting for the person, I'm not saying the party. See, we get caught up in the party. I'm saying vote for the person. If we was Democrat, if we were Republican before, and then we went Democrat, and they have all the seats, why not go in there and get the right person, and we put up our person that we're going to vote for and separate the Republican vote? That's all. How do you know who the person is?
How do you know who this person is?
No, I'm saying if we're talking about boycott, and we got 3 years to get our person, we don't have a super PAC. We don't have anything that black people have not been practicing getting super PACs and getting our people in there.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like I said, I'm voting for whoever I'm getting the most from. Okay, that's what I'm doing.
That's what
I'm voting for whoever. The Democrats are not trying to take away health care. I need my health insurance. Okay, I don't know about you, but I need mine. And then elderly people and disabled people need their Medicare and their Medicaid. Okay, I don't know about that. And then they're also talking about getting rid of that by next year, according to Mike Johnson. Okay, so that all being said, yeah, we do need our own political party, but until then, we have to deal with what we have. Okay? We have to deal with what we have.
No vote unless you're giving us tangible.
And for all the people in the chat saying we're not getting nothing from all the people in the chat saying we're not getting nothing from the Democrats, you're not getting nothing from the Republicans either. But what you are getting from the Republicans right now is ICE. That's what you're getting is ICE. Okay, I'll be damned if I'm going to help Trump win the midterms. Okay, I'll be damned if I'm going to help get the people that Trump has working with him in concert in unison, all the people that are kissing his boots and letting him get away with murder. Vote for any of them. Okay, and only a fool would, as far as I'm concerned, if you're black, period.
I ain't voting for nan one of them. They all can go down. If we don't get our own party, we're going to keep playing this ping pong game. We got 3 years to do something different. And voting ain't got us nowhere.
I was trying to go to one of these comments. Hold on. I was trying to see Truth Brown's comments. Somebody said ICE didn't bother you. Well, it bothers me because at the end of the day, ICE is going to be coming for black people. Y'all do remember. Hold on, let me just show y'all something because y'all sitting up here tripping.
Where ICE is going to take us, Queen?
ICE didn't bother you. Hold on. ICE didn't bother you. Okay, get a load of this. Hold on. Where is it? Hold on. Because I keep the receipts. Here it is right here. Okay, please miss me with it. Y'all sound crazy as hell. As far as I'm concerned, I don't give a damn what y'all say. Okay, I've done the research. Period. Hold on, listen to this. This is a Republican. Okay, please pay attention. Now, this is what they want to do. Y'all can sit there and say whatever you want, but I'm sorry.
This is why we have the Asians in our community.
So we're pretty from courts, and so we'll see how that goes, and certainly hope that the Supreme Court will overturn Amendment 14 and gives us a shot to revisit those.
Did y'all hear that? This is Alabama GOP House Leader Nathaniel Ledbetter said that he would love to see the Supreme Court overturn the 14th Amendment. But you talking about ICE doesn't bother you? Well, if they turn over that 14th Amendment, if they overturn that 14th Amendment,
and I'm gonna
ICE
be
will
right
bother
here
you.
in America where I came from, where my family land is.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the person in the chat. At the end of the day, and you really don't know where you'll be if they overturn Amendment 14. None of us do. Period.
Yes, we do.
Okay,
If you
so
know your
like I said,
lineage.
they're trying to take us back to Jim Crow. Okay, they're trying to get it overturned right now as I speak. Amendment 14 takes away birthright citizenship, but it also takes away the ability of those of us that came from the descendants of slaves. Okay, it takes away the ability for us to even say that we're citizens and that we don't have a right to be removed from this land. Okay?
They have nowhere to take us when we the original
anxious
people.
to get it passed. That's why he's so anxious to get it passed. But hold on, let's let him finish.
Say from your perspective, I mean, other than Mr. Pro Tem, everyone was relatively silent on the goings-on. What would you say from your perspective is the biggest misconception about what the bills do, and a message that you'd like to see out there?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the biggest misconception is, the thing about it is, people tend to forget what happened when this thing went to court before. We actually, the Republican Party had that seat in, I guess, in Mobile. Those congressional districts again gives us a chance at all of them if we get some reprieve from courts, and so we'll see how that goes. And
this man is a piece of work. Okay, but listen, I don't care who y'all vote for. I know who I'm not voting for. Period. That's what I know. Okay, anybody's voting for anybody that's down with Trump, miss me with it, is all I'm saying. Okay, now A Star said Asians the least voting bloc in the USA, but they put $10 million into senator and governor hands to get hate crime bill passed.
Exactly.
Money is key. Absolutely it is. We already know that. Absolutely it is.
And that's what I said, we get a super PAC.
Beloved, and thanks for your insight into the topic and your contributions to the channel. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Now, with that all being said, let's continue. Says, we keep supporting. Hold on, Oliver Twist, who are you calling just loud and ignorant? Who are you calling loud and ignorant? Are you talking to me? It really don't matter who you're talking to. Let me just block you, because you don't come here talking disrespectful to anybody, me or anyone else. Okay? Tara Wade said, we got tangibles. You sound ignorant. We have a few tangibles, and here's my thing. Like I said, who are we getting the most from? We know the Democrats don't do everything we ask them to do. We need a hate crime bill, an anti-Black hate crime bill. Okay, we absolutely do. We want reparations. We haven't gotten any of it, but this is the same country that went up there to the UN and voted against, saying that slavery, chattel slavery, was one of the worst atrocities to mankind, to human beings. Okay, they wouldn't even admit to that, and that's because they don't want to pay us a darn thing. That's what they don't want to do. The Democrats or the Republicans at the end of the day. But like I said, the Republicans are the ones that came up with Project 2025, and they are the ones who want ICE to be out here on the streets and stick the military on us, and now talking about putting the IDF military with our U.S. soldiers. Now, why y'all think they want to do that? Okay, why do y'all think they want to do that? So when they turn them loose on the streets, if they declare martial law or whatever, oh, I'm sorry, you don't think they'll take us out? I absolutely believe that they will, without a shadow of a doubt. Now, with that all being said, I'm going to go to this video about the Karmelo trial, what these people are talking about on here, the evidence that could change everything. Okay, let's get into it. I'm going to start at about the 7-minute mark. Likes up, everyone, please like and share. Thank you in advance. Hold on. Says Republicans, their rights in Tennessee. Miss Shanice. What do you mean, beloved? You said they have their rights in Tennessee? I'm not sure what you're talking about. But thank you for insight into the topic. Can you clarify that for me, beloved? And your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Okay, so let me put this video up here. Let me start this video. I'm going to start on the 7-minute mark. Here we go.
And as you would expect, it was very emotional for them to watch it. And so you when you're defending a case like this, you really got to win on both planes. You got to win that emotional fight, but you also have to win the technical legal fight. And the emotions in a trial where somebody's died it's pretty palpable.
Well, and I think one of the only questions they said, it took you how long to get there or something like that. Well, no, that was the paramedic. No, when they asked the paramedic, thank you for your service. So sometimes they've been a little, they've gone a little easy on some of the questioning of some of these witnesses, I think, the defense.
You brought up the weapon. We have to talk about the weapon. Right. That shows up on the body worn camera, and we also see pictures of it. And we know it to be a folding knife, right? Yeah. A folding knife. How often do you, I'm sure you're dealing with weapons all the time, right? When you have to present evidence like that, and everyone is watching it, and your jury is watching it,
right?
Where do you take that?
So the headline, I think, of when we talk about the weapon in this case, was the fact that it was a folding knife.
Okay, so I get what you're saying, Miss Shanice. Thank you for clarifying, beloved. You said so the Republicans took their rights in Tennessee. Yeah, exactly. They're the ones trying to take everybody's rights and take us back to Jim Crow. They want to have the,
and that's why they need to be
credit reporting
dismantled.
system. They need to, they're not going to be dismantled just by us vote for them. That's not going to help.
I didn't say vote for them, Queen. My thing was, if people, like, they infiltrated the party. If we had people that just infiltrated just to get in the party to divide the votes, it's not voting for a Republican or Democrat. You're voting for that person. We have to
who's
do
gonna get in the party though, Tina? You're acting like we already know who's gonna get in there. Who's
no,
gonna
I'm saying that's why I said we need to have a super PAC so that we can vet our people just like the Chinese do, just like the Jews
we don't
do.
have one right now. Miss
But
Shanice,
we got
thank you
3
for
years to
insight
get
to the topic and your contributions to the channel, beloved. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings.
That was not completely folded. It was maybe at a 45-degree angle.
Yeah.
And it's got a locking mechanism, and they took the jury through what that means. And I think what I took away from that was that Karmelo Anthony probably didn't have this weapon in position to utilize it during this confrontation, meaning that it was more emotional, meaning he was potentially fumbling for it. He had a cut on his finger.
It wasn't locked, in other words.
Locked. So I felt like that really supported maybe self-defense, maybe manslaughter a little more than not. And then kind of talking about the handling of it, which we talked about, Job, in a little bit. And this is just sort of more of the theatrics at trial. Bill Werski, who is an outstanding trial lawyer, is wearing these gloves that are very surgical and very delicate, and he's picking up these exhibits. Now, why he can't touch it with his bare hands, I don't know. My guess is we've already dusted it by now. So I don't know why he's doing that, but the jury definitely picks up on small things like that. And then when he presents it to the defense to see if they're okay with admitting it, the defense when you do that to it, the jury sort of picks up on that type of a thing. And you can't let the jury sort of, if you're defending a case, you can't let the jury, in my mind, sort of get that real technical, real surgical. But that was I thought that was a nice play by the state.
And one of the things that everybody keeps asking about this is, why did he have a knife at a track meet? But when you hear that it was a utility type knife, like a Leatherman, well, a lot of people carry those. Now, it is prohibited, and that's one of the things the defense said. It's prohibited at a school, but it is very much legal that you can carry a knife like this, a Leatherman. I mean, a lot of people carry those for different things. And then they had the paramedics say, what do you use that for? He goes, a tool to take off the seatbelt. Yeah. And so I think that what the defense is going to try to do here is say it's a tool of some sort that he's using. That, why did he have it? Maybe he was using it for something. I think that's going to come up in the defense.
Bill Werski takes the real knife, puts it back in the evidence bag, and then brings out a replica of that exact same knife, and then has him show it to the jury in terms of how it's maybe spring-loaded. I don't know if it is, but it's a folding knife. What's the purpose of bringing a replica of that same knife?
Well, probably again because I do believe that the original knife still has blood, still has some other evidence, and maybe you're trying to preserve that for appeal. But again, I think what you're trying to do is you're trying to show the jury, look how sterile we are with the evidence in this case. Look how meticulous we are. Look how we do all these things. And I think you're exactly right, Rebecca, kind of going back to the point that you were making. I definitely think they're foreshadowing if and when Karmelo Anthony takes the witness stand, we're going to hear probably something that we haven't heard before about why he had that knife, because that is a question that gets asked repeatedly. And everybody is wondering is, what are we doing with the knife at this track meet?
Right.
And we can put this to bed. There was so much talk about this weapon being a cleat cleaning tool of some kind. It clearly was not that.
No.
It was a utility knife, a utility folding.
Right. And it's about I think they measured it 3.5 inches long. So yeah, and the defense pointed out this thing is perfectly legal. It's just not permitted within these bounds.
And he asked enough of the younger witnesses that question. Do you know of anybody carrying a knife at the school? And they all answered no.
And I thought that was very interesting, because that was definitely a line of questioning where they kept asking the students, and they said, well, we thought he was bluffing when he had his hand in his backpack and he's about to do something, because we thought he was bluffing. And then a couple of things that they said, but two of them said was, yeah, we wouldn't expect that here in, say, Frisco, which I thought was, I don't know how that went over with the jury.
First of all, they're lying. When they said they wouldn't expect that in Frisco, they're a damn lie, because those little knives, 3.5 inches, are absolutely legal. They said children have them, that the teens have them just as much as they have cell phones. That's for number one. So that's all cap. Second of all, they have to be lying, in my opinion, about the fact that they said Karmelo had his hand in the backpack the whole time, because Hunter said out of his mouth, you all heard it again today on the video earlier, Hunter said that Austin took his backpack and threw it. So if he threw the backpack, how was Austin's hand in the backpack the whole time? It wasn't. This is a whole bunch of lies and BS. Ashkan said the easiest way to fight back is don't give them your money. They worship money, so it hurts them more than we know. Exactly, beloved. Exactly. And that's why we're going to be boycotting if this verdict doesn't come out the way we planned for it to. Okay, A-Star says it's basically a can opener like the blade on it. Really? They're making it sound like a switchblade. Exactly. That makes all the sense, beloved. Thank you for that. Okay, and thank you for your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so here's the thing. So now that you said that, that makes it even more plausible that when he stabbed Austin had him very close up to his body, like the guy said, in a chokehold, in a headlock. Okay, that's likely when that happened. So now it's all making sense. Tina, what do you think? Don't you think that makes more sense? Because somebody said that blade is more like a can opener.
That's what I was saying. That's why I was saying Austin had to been up on him for a small blade or something like that to be pierced through. If he's a big guy and you have your rib and your heart, for it to go pierce through to, because everybody thinks your heart is up here. No, your heart is really like under your breast. And so for it to, a smaller knife to pierce through and actually pierce his heart, he had to been up on him. And
I agree. But I absolutely agree.
Let me ask you this. Is the jury actually in deliberation now, or what?
Yeah, they are.
Because I was saying, like, were they in deliberation yesterday, or were they in deliberation?
No, they had closing arguments today. They had closing arguments this morning, and then they went to deliberate. The judge gave them the instructions about 2 hours ago, is when this is reported on this reporter's channel on X. And
that's what I was wondering, because I guess I wasn't paying. I know that you were reading it. So the judge now took out the self-defense when he gave them the directions.
According to these instructions, it's still in there. They said they can find it self-defense if it meets these certain requirements. But here's the thing. It says the jury in the Karmelo Anthony murder trial has just retired to deliberate after closing arguments finished. They will decide between murder and manslaughter or acquittal. Now, that's why I said it didn't sound like the self-defense was still in there. But when I'm reading the instructions, it did mention it. But I guess that'll be just the acquittal. The self-defense would just mean he's acquitted then. Okay, so but here's the thing. This was 2 hours ago. There's no telling what time they're going to come back from deliberating, if you ask me. Now, if they come back too quickly, we know it's bad news. We know it's bad news. If they come back really quickly, it's always bad news. That means they already made up their minds quickly or whatever. You want them to ponder, to think about it.
That's why I was asking, were they deliberating? Because I'm like, if they come back quick, so are they in there thinking? Because what we have to hope is that these people in here thinking. Are they looking at all the discrepancies with the people? Are they seeing that these teenagers were obviously prepped to say what they were saying? Because they'll say, oh yes, Austin grabbed his bag, Hunter he touched him, but then it was a shoving, but Karmelo started it. I mean, it makes no sense. I already
know how they've been lying. I think they absolutely know that these people have been lying. I think they absolutely know that. I don't see how they could have missed it. It was too much inconsistencies. And that guy, Eddie, told a whole bunch of lies. He acted as though he barely knew Karmelo, but yet you had him come into your house. And then he ended up saying, after he got caught in his lies with proof, he said that it was probably 2 or 3 times a month that Karmelo came to his house. That's a lot. 2 or 3 times a month. Okay, so he was full of crap. So I don't believe anything they say. Ashkan said, in fact, it was a potato peeler. Okay, something of the sort, clearly.
I seen someone in the chat say it's kind of like a utility knife that they use, like setting up tents, and he ran track, and then I see the lady
here. That's what we heard in the first place. They reported that a year ago. That somebody said, I think it was Quanell X, that said that it was like a knife that they used to put up the tents.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, Karmelo ran track. What I don't understand, what I'm trying to understand, I wanted to say this earlier. When they said that Austin got a message from the coach to tell him to step up. Now, I think people are assuming that he's saying step up to help him at the track meet. First of all, I thought that Austin and his brother was so big that they played football, not track. That was always.
They did play football too.
But were they even on the track team? Was that even proven?
They had gotten kicked off the week
That's
before.
what I'm saying. And then I think that the text didn't come for him to step up and tell them what to do with the tent. It meant to step up because he had been slacking, because I heard that he was suspended and basically probably being a bully and getting in trouble. So you know how you give a pep talk to somebody saying do better? I think that step up text meant for him to do better for himself, not to
exactly,
not for him
definitely
to
it wasn't
patrol the tent.
Exactly. That's the same thing Charleston White said, though. But I absolutely don't think that he's supposed to be patrolling that tent. And I'm not even sure if the coach even told him to step up. Maybe they could have conveniently come out and said that just to excuse the fact that he was even there when he was no longer on the team, him and his brother. Because they didn't say that in the initial reports. Like a year ago, I never heard that until recently.
And I've never
Truth Brown says, hold on for a second. Queen Truth Brown says, Queen, I heard the judge sealed a lot of the evidence, and that's why we have not heard anything that was already said by Hunter. Really? So that's the gag order that he had. But also, beloved, and my moderator reminded me of this yesterday. When the incident first happened, they said there was cell phone footage, and they said, the police said that if anybody posts that footage online, they're going to be arrested. Now, where is that footage?
Yes. Remember, they collected all the children's cell phones. Remember, they took all the cell phones from the kids. And come on, let's use our common sense, people. Children record fights. Everybody recorded children's. And
they said Eddie was recording it. Yes. They said Eddie recorded it, but when he got on the stand and testified, he said that he didn't do it for real. He was pretending that he was recording it.
But it wasn't just him. Remember, when we first read it, I have to pull up those files. They took several of the students' cell phones.
Now that you say that, I do remember. And they took Eddie's twice, though. He said in court that they took his twice. So he definitely, in my opinion, had some footage. But even that guy that said he saw the video also said the same thing, that they had cell phone footage. So where is all of that? They wouldn't have been threatening to arrest people if they didn't really have the footage. So there, like I said, I don't think they showed the real video in the court because that reporter said 5 seconds. How do you even have such an altercation in 5 whole seconds? Like an altercation that serious and severe. Now, with that all being said, I absolutely think that they doctored the evidence, that video. They didn't show the whole thing because that video was about 10 or 11 minutes long. Okay, from what they say. And I think Hunter should have initially been arrested too, because he's the one that started it, according to his own words. Yep. He said, if you remember, for those of you who were here on the other broadcast, Hunter said in that interview, he said, oh, he was like my big brother, even though they were twins. And he said he was always defending me, whether I was right or wrong. That's what he said. He said he was always defending me and taking up for me.
He did.
It didn't matter if I was right or wrong. And then he said we got into a little altercation. He said Austin grabbed the backpack and threw it. Or he said something about he grabbed the backpack.
Yeah, he grabbed his backpack. He grabbed him. And then, Queen, when you think about it, he said when he was sitting there, he was like, Austin, my brother was always being the one to step up. And it's ironic that the same so-called text message from the coach said, Austin, step up. You know, that's that white splaining.
Exactly. I just thought about that. Yeah.
You know, they set the way that they're trying to protect this whiteness is so obvious that they are lying it's an insult to everybody's intelligence, except for the people who want to be racist.
Enigma says they edited the footage that would solidify Karmelo's case for self-defense. I believe it, absolutely. But I said that a year ago. I said that a year ago when they wouldn't release it, and further when the police threatened to arrest anybody. Okay, Two Queens King said Hunter did 2 interviews and they had discrepancies. Yes, they absolutely did, beloved. I pointed that out the other day. Pointed that out the other day because in one of the interviews, he literally said that they had a little confrontation and then it was basically him first. And then he said Austin was defending him. Austin took the backpack. But then he said in the sit-down interview, because he was standing up when he did that one, when he was in the sit-down interview on Fox, he said something about, oh my God, what did he say? He said that they wanted Melo to leave because he said something inappropriate, but he never said what it was. But he changed the story.
He said that they wanted them to leave. They didn't want people under there because people have their things and their stuff, and people's stuff might get stolen. Remember, it was something like that on one of the interviews.
I remember that, but we saw the tents. It was like a canopy. Your stuff's not protected anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just out in the open is what I'm saying. And 9 times out of 10, if you going to leave your stuff sitting there by itself? If you're under there, I mean, if your stuff is there, you likely have your stuff in your hand.
But the messed up part about it is everybody said it was storming, it was raining. He went up under there. He was there with a friend, and Austin being to me the white tea supremacists that they've been learned to be. You wanted this black boy to go out in the rain because you couldn't stand for him to be under the tent. Now this guy,
no, that's not what it was. That's not what it was. I'm gonna tell you what it was. They were upset because Melo was talking trash about their football team. They were all having a back and forth. Okay, it was one of the witnesses. I don't remember his name, or he didn't say his name because he was like 16, but he said it was him, Austin, Hunter, and Luke. That's what he said. He said it was 4 big guys. We're the ones that carry the coolers. That's what he said. And he said they were all standing there. They were having a back and forth about the football teams or whatever, because Karmelo played for his school. And then Austin and maybe all of them, all of those 4 that were talking to him, they played for their team. And Melo supposedly told him that their team was ass, that they sucked, that they weren't good. And mind you, the coach testified, I believe it was Coach Starr, who also testified that he told Austin that he had a crappy season that year, that he didn't play well. So that triggered him. That's when they wanted him to leave, because now you got to go. That's what that was.
Let me ask you this. Was the friend Eddie White? This one guy that
I don't know what he is. His name is Eddie Parra. I haven't seen him. I don't know. People said he doesn't look black.
Okay, because I know that they didn't see, because you know they said that was Karmelo's girlfriend's friend, right, or something like that.
Yeah, but he acted like he was good. He was supposed to be friends with Karmelo, but he acted like he wasn't. I'm looking at the sketch of him. He looks like I don't know. He's not black. Just from looking at this, he doesn't look black to me. Maybe this is just a sketch. Like I said, I don't see a full-on picture of him. This is just a sketch from the courtroom. I mean, maybe he's biracial or something. I don't know, but it just doesn't look black to me. Could be biracial.
And
something like that.
I want people to see this. They keep telling us it's not about race anywhere we go. My melanated people, my people, we will mingle with white people.
Hold on. Verdict has been reached.
What?
Breaking. A verdict has been reached. They came back too damn quick. He's guilty. They got him guilty because this is too quick. 2 hours to deliberate. Y'all already know the same thing happened with the Emmett Till trial. The jury only deliberated for about an hour and a half. Okay, please pay attention. He's guilty. That's what it is. You come back that quick, automatically guilty. It's never good news when they come back quick. It says right here. It says breaking. This came out 2 minutes ago. Breaking. A verdict has been reached in the Karmelo Anthony murder trial. It will be announced sometime after 2:05 p.m. Central Time. Okay, so what time is that here? That's about 3 hours from now, right?
Wait a minute. What time they said?
2:05 Central.
That's in about 15 minutes.
Hold on. Yeah, 3:05 Eastern Time, right?
Yeah, if it's 2:05 Central.
Okay, yeah, because we're at 2:49. Uh-oh, you all. Uh-oh. It's already here. That was quick. Okay, so now the only question is, was it murder or manslaughter? Please don't say murder. Okay, but like I said, the good news is that he's likely going to win on appeal, hopefully. Hopefully he'll get to appeal the sentence. Houston Foodie said 15 minutes. This is all crazy. Okay, this is all crazy. Now it's here. Let's keep listening to this video for a few more minutes. Here with
There are people in the audience that were not pleased with that comment, but with some of those comments. But you know, you wonder, you know, about that, because they were saying, look, you know, we didn't think that he was going to do anything. We didn't expect a knife to be in anybody's backpack. He can't carry it. So they didn't think that he had any kind of weapon.
And I should say there was one witness at the very end, the very last witness did say, I thought there was something in there maybe. Potentially. Right. And he testified that he told Austin, because the testimony everybody says was that Karmelo said something to the effect of touch me and find out. And that this witness said, he said out loud, don't touch him. So that was the only one that said something a little bit different.
And the other reasoning was he saw the veins in his hands, and he knew that he was holding on to something.
Right. That was an interesting observation.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds like some BS that they made up in my opinion. Okay, so I was thinking of Pacific Standard Time, because your Central Standard Time, you're like an hour difference from me. Yeah, I was thinking it's Pacific Time. I was thinking 5 o'clock. Okay, so just a few more minutes till we find out what's really going on. Oh, I'm on the edge of my seats. I'm on the edge of my seat because I've been going back and forth looking at this guy's post. And I was just about to close it out because I was thinking, there's no way they're going to have the verdict today if they have to think about it. That's what I was literally thinking. But nope, they're back already. So that means they have come to a conclusion very quickly. Very quickly. So we have just a few minutes. Okay, we have just a few minutes. How do these trolls get in here? How do these trolls get in here talking about it doesn't fit my narrative? First of all, I don't have a narrative. I have my opinion. Okay, I have my opinion. Born Agman, whatever your name is. Let me just put you on out of here. Bye. See, you wouldn't want to be you. I'm trying to figure out how these trolls keep getting in here.
Honey, they have lots of pages.
Jay said, I don't know. It might be murder. It was too damn quick. I know, that's what I was thinking too. That's what I was thinking too. Sister said, but we expected this. That's why they struck 3 black educators from the jury. So much for those POCs. Exactly.
Yeah, they didn't want smart black people on the jury.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Well, we know it's a guilty verdict at this point. We already know it's a guilty verdict. A guilty verdict. Songwriter Sonny said, okay, but them Epstein files. Yeah, exactly. What about that?
They don't
I
care.
wish everybody had gotten locked up that was involved in that. RG Titan said these trolls are most likely bot accounts. Still trying to figure out how they're getting in here. Because I said it so that you had to be a member to subscribe. But that just lets you know how desperate they are, because they must have joined the channel a day or two ago just so they could come in here and report or post.
I want our people to see, like I have posts. If you look at, I want our people to look at the comments and look at the trolls from Facebook and everything. Click on their name and click on their picture and screenshot it. These are your neighbors. These are maybe some of your children teachers. These are the people who work in your grocery stores. They have so much hate for us when we have done nothing to them. And the things they say are so insulting.
That's because they're jealous. They're just jealous. That's why they're mad. They're anybody that's racist is just envious. That's all it is. Envious.
Yes.
These people are the same ones. Listen, I showed you all a picture of a Klansman. Do I need to pull it back up? Of a Klansman who had locks in his hair. These people are people who just hate black people because they want to be black people. I don't care what anyone says. Okay, if we've not done anything to you, think about how anyone that doesn't like you for no reason, they're a hater, right? You've not done anything to them, but they just don't like you for whatever reason. We always call them haters, and that's what they are. We haven't done anything to them. I could see if we had a history of doing the things to them that they've done to us, then I could see. But we haven't done any of those things to them. If anybody should be hating, it should be us.
Exactly. I like someone in there and say, boycott everything. We're going to have to boycott America. We're going to have to do the bare minimum. That's from everyone that's in our communities. That it's a lot that we're going to have to do.
There you go. A Klansman with locks. Okay.
It makes no sense. It's a what do you call it?
What were you saying? A misnomer?
Yeah. How can you be a Klansman and you have locks? You studied and you looked at a black person, you like what you saw, you know your hair is not like that, but yet that's what you want to be. You want to be a black man. You want where did you get this from?
Like, really, make it all make sense. It's how you know they just be hating. That's all that is, honey. They hate us so bad. Here's the thing, how you further know it is because, like I was telling my audience the other day, there was a Karen who was trying to report people to ICE. So this guy who's Caucasian, he actually had put up a 1-800 number, and he said something along the lines of, if you know anybody that you need to report to ICE or whatever, call the number, right? He just did it just to see how many people that the racists would call and try to report. And he literally recorded them and played the audio. There's a whole Karen on there talking about, oh yeah, this Mexican, I think he's here illegally. He lives up the street from me, and he's driving a Mercedes Benz. It's a brand new Mercedes Benz. How's he affording that? My car is a little old 2016 or some old car she mentioned, but bottom line is she was clearly hating. So you're calling ICE on this man because he has a nice car and yours is old?
But that's what they do to us. The whole point of them harassing us and calling the police on us. Yeah,
that's my whole point, that they're jealous.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it is. Oh, this is all crazy.
I mean, just like we're talking about the Democrats and the Republicans, just like we're talking about redistricting, it's like we're in a bowl surrounded by racism, and we're coming up with so many ideas to get out of it, and we don't have a system in place. They are not feeling that. They can go to either party and benefit. Nothing is hurting.
Hold on. Let me see this here. So, Ask 109 says, you people never tasted real racism in your life. When you have a cross burning on your yard, on your front lawn, then you will know what real racism is. Honey, let me tell you something. You act like that was so long ago. Okay, you act like that was so long ago. At the end of the day, honey, I will tell you that I've seen a cross burning in a yard in Valley Station in Louisville, Kentucky. When I lived there, it was a black couple moved into that neighborhood, okay, a lawyer and a doctor, and they burned across in their yard. Okay, I was in high school. So please don't tell me it wasn't that long ago. Okay, so yeah, we do know what real racism is. When I've seen the Klan marching down the street in a Pegasus Day parade in Louisville, Kentucky, didn't I tell you all that when I was a little girl? So, honey, I know all about racism. I'm sure we all do. We don't have to have a cross. Hold on. We don't have to have a cross burning in our yard to know about racism. We see it all the time in this country when we see people who look like me swinging from trees. Okay, we see people who look like me swinging from damn trees. And then we know that's what y'all still do because Jake Lane just said it at the courthouse the other day that Mello needs to be hung from a tree. That's how we know that y'all still do it. And then they lie and say it was self-deletion. Okay, that's what they say. Self-deletion. As if we are going to hang ourselves from a darn tree, even if we did want to take ourselves out of here. Please dismiss me with it. Okay? How are you going to tell us what we know? Wait till you see a cross burning in your yard. A cross burning in a damn yard, it's nothing in comparison to seeing a person hanging from a tree. Okay, lynched. And that happened just recently. Months ago. What are you talking about? We're in 2026 and they're still hanging people from trees.
Right there in Atlanta.
At the end of
right
the day.
there in what was the little girl that was hung? That they found her and everything is always
plenty of them. I can't even remember all of them, but there's been plenty of them. I reported on at least 5.
Yes,
okay, I reported on at least 5. And that's only been since 2020.
I mean, I'm just sick of America.
Look at this devil talking about nowhere does it say that you can have a black congressional district. Well, where does it say that you can have a white one? Okay, get your arse out of here. That's why I just blocked him. I'm like trying to figure out how the hell these trolls keep getting in here. They are so desperate. Okay, yeah, he came here and talk about
but these people that you see, get their pictures. When you see them on Facebook, I want y'all to just look at like on my Facebook, Tina Berry, I put posts about the squishy doll that China uses. You should have seen the white people.
Yeah.
They were on there like, where can I get one? Oh, this and that. And I was clicking on their profile and some of them have their pictures. And I mean, but embarrass them. Go to the comments and just start taking their pictures and sharing it with their posts. Like they are like, I believe they're the aliens that they're looking for because there's no human being that can just clump together the way that they do and basically ignore humanity.
Let me tell you something. It's called the Iceman Inheritance. Read that book. It'll tell you all you need to know. It's the Iceman Inheritance. And let me tell you something. At the end of the day, when I see them doing stuff like that, I don't just screenshot their picture. I do a whole video on them. Okay, I do a whole TikTok on them. That's what I do. I do a whole TikTok on them because I have one that I'm about to do right now where this guy, he was sitting there talking real greasy in the comments, okay, about black people. Then I went on his page and to screenshot his profile, right? And who do I see? Him all hugged up with a whole black family like he's such friends of theirs. But you were just being racist and talking about N-words, okay? So yeah, I'll be doing a video on him. Okay, please pay attention. Yeah, they think they are so slick. And a lot of these people will smile right in your face and don't even like people who look like you. Okay.
I want to ask this question, like with the Karmelo and like what you're saying, the man that wanted to be racist but have a black friend, and Karmelo had this friend who we don't know if he's white or black. What do we teach our children? Because we're being taught that everybody loves everybody, but black people, we are the only people playing by that rule. And
First
we're
of all,
ending that.
I never told my kids no everybody love no damn everybody. I told my kids about racism and who to trust and who not to. That's what I told my kids. I ain't never told them no everybody love everybody, because that's a damn lie from the pits of hell. I would never tell my black sons that when they were growing up. Hold on, here it is right here. Let me see what this says. Breaking a verdict has been reached. Okay, that's still the same thing. He hasn't put in the update yet. Yeah, I've never told them that. I always told them about racism, because I feel like you do your children a disservice if you don't teach them about racism and that they can't trust people who don't look like them at some points. Because this, to me, is how some of these black children, okay, like the little boy Jason from Louisiana, go off and get killed by these people.
And this is why our people run when they see the police. This is why our people run, but then they pass laws now saying, I think in Alabama, they're passing a law. If you run now, that police can unalive you. Like everything we do to resist them or our fear, just like now with Karmelo protecting himself, it's always a law or something working against us so we do not protect ourselves.
At the end of the day, honey, we have to be a fool not to protect ourselves. And second of all, them talking about passing a law so they can shoot you if you run, hell, they've been doing that. When did they not do it? They've been doing that. They didn't have need permission because they've been doing it. They've literally been doing it. I'm going to go off this video right here because they said the verdict's about to come out on Fox. So I'm about to go on there. Hold on just a second. Okay, here it is right here. Oh, no, that's somebody else. Hold on. These people are something else.
The same people who need to pass laws so that they women can stop aborting babies to keep them on the planet tells us. I mean,
does this say? Okay, this is Dallas Fort Worth. Okay, here it is right here. Hold on. I'm about to share my screen.
Okay.
And then Vince I Am said, Queen, some have admitted they're being paid to troll on certain topics online. I absolutely believe it. I absolutely believe it, because that's how they're getting in this chat, because I fixed the channel so they shouldn't be able to even get in here. Okay, I hope they're getting paid good at the end of the day, honey, because I'm going to block them every time I see them. They can miss me with it. And that tells you a lot about YouTube right there. Okay, so here we go.
Is what happened under that tent, and whatever happened, if young Austin Metcalf put his hands on young Karmelo Anthony, did the defense, did the violence that responded to that, was it above what it should have been? Was it? That's the question. Was it in self-defense? Was it a vicious intent to take his life? That's what the jurors are asked to decide.
Let's also get into some of the closing arguments. Attorney Mike Howard, this is for the defense, because the defense went first during closing. Oh, okay.
Let's go to Alex Boyer.
Alex, when I spoke to you during the noon show, you said that you saw prayer circles. It looks like things are certainly different now as we are watching what's unfolding behind you. Just describe the mood. What is going on? It seems like there's a lot of tension.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to step out of the way so that you can actually get a better view for what we are seeing here right now. We're about 20 feet away from the other camera angle that you guys have been seeing at this moment. Can you guys hear me in the studio? Can you guys hear me back at the studio? Okay, so I'm standing about 20 feet back from where that other camera angle is, where you've been seeing some of these live pictures. So we're kind of standing behind the crowd. I can tell you that there are barricades that are lined up right at the end of this driveway that has been closed off the entire time this trial has been in session, to try to minimize the amount of people who are driving through and accessing this area that leads into the front of the courthouse. I can tell you that just within the past few seconds, I've noticed some of the crowd disperse a little bit. I can tell you that it appears that we have a heightened police presence that has shown up within the past few seconds. Seems like they're trying to show kind of some unification here in front of those barricades. I'm counting about, looks like at least 7 or 8 uniformed officers right on the other side of that barricade, separating this crowd to the entrance of the courthouse. Of course, emotions running high as we get into now just past 2:05 p.m. when we know members of the media were going to be allowed back inside the courtroom to hear what that verdict is. You know, I can tell you when I first got here a few minutes ago, when we heard that a verdict was going to be announced, people were initially scattered out of the way, kind of standing under trees since it is so hot out here. When they heard that there was a verdict that had been reached, that's when you started to see people, some of them running towards the front here to kind of get a spot as close as they can. And then they began chanting, many of them talking about justice for Karmelo. I'm going to throw it back to you in the studio.
Your coverage, by the way, has been simply outstanding. You and Lori Brown have done great work since the very beginning of this. And now we're coming to this heightened emotional culmination, at least to the guilt or innocence phase of this trial. Then the punishment phase, the sentencing phase, will begin immediately.
Yes, we were expecting that at 2:05, and it looks like the jury has reached a verdict and it's going to be announced. So we're going to bring you the details as soon as we find out what they have reached. But I think we should probably reset, if you're just joining us right now, as to what is going on right now. The jury started deliberating at 10:52 this morning, and at 2:05, they have now reached a verdict. We were waiting for that verdict to be announced. 2:07 right now. These things sometimes take some time. And things have certainly escalated outside of the Collin County Courthouse. You can see law enforcement out there trying to, keep everything calm, trying to get people away, it looks like, from the steps of the courthouse. But tensions are rising. At one point, we saw 2 people very close to each other exchanging some words, and we could hear yelling. Earlier, when we were on the noon show, Alex Boyer was outside of the courthouse, and he was saying that, he saw prayer circles. At one point, I think we were hearing someone chanting in the background and speaking. And so things have certainly escalated even within the last, I would say, 2 hours that he's been out there. And I'm sure once this verdict is announced, it will only get worse. But this, as you mentioned, Sean, this doesn't really help the situation here, right? The verdict is the verdict.
Right. It doesn't. And it could lead to even people having conflict with police out there and getting arrested out there because of their emotions. These moments are very tense.
Black
and very
people stay
intense,
calm. I hope they don't start
you
acting
have to
crazy
control
out
your
there
emotions in
and
this
get
moment.
arrested.
And so we have to watch that as well as watch what's happening in the courtroom. It's going to be coming down. If the jurors are back in, it could very well be that they're being polled individually, asking if the verdict is theirs and theirs alone. And then that'll be read by either the judge or the foreperson, what that verdict is.
And because this trial really has moved quickly, I kind of want to get into some of the developments that took place this morning. So the jury was able to consider manslaughter as a lesser charge to first-degree murder. Manslaughter is, just reckless killing, right? He did not, arguing that Karmelo Anthony did not intend to kill someone. He just happened to kill someone. Meanwhile, murder includes the intent, that this was deliberate. So the jury is having to decide between manslaughter as that lesser charge or first-degree murder. Now, as we talked about this earlier, the difference really is the maximum sentence, right? So for manslaughter, the maximum sentence is 20 years. For murder, first-degree murder, the maximum sentence is really life in prison. So Karmelo Anthony was facing between 5 years to 99 years in prison. During closing arguments, the state actually waived the right to open. So the defense went first. And so on Karmelo Anthony's side, his attorney, Mike Howard, argued that Anthony was invited into the tent by somebody he knew and that nobody had the right to use force to eject him in terms of, I mean, some of the witnesses have said he was pushed, he was shoved. They use different words to describe that physical altercation there. Attorney Howard also claimed that Anthony did not have the right to, did have rather the right to defend himself against somebody much bigger than him. That was something else that was brought up, was the difference in size between both of these 17-year-old boys. But prosecutor Bill Worski, he argued that Anthony showed up with a mindset that, which is why he had a knife with him. Prosecutors argued that self-defense is not a defense in this case because Anthony provoked Austin Metcalf into pushing him when he said, "Touch me and see what happens." So the question here is, was this self-defense or was this deliberate? Did he intend?
And then how do you provoke someone that came traveling up 5 rows of bleachers to get to you and then got up in your face while you're sitting down the whole time, okay, and then snatched you up? Okay, see how they paint narratives?
To do this, what happened here? That is what the jury is going to have to decide on. Or was this a case of manslaughter, as we just mentioned, the lesser charge that was presented this morning to the jury that they could also consider?
And in a case like this, you talk about Bill Worski waiving his opening opportunity in closing arguments. That's a strategic move, right? Prosecutors, because the burden of proof is on the state, they get to open. The defense makes its close, and then they get to rebut that, to have the last word. He wanted to stack all of his time, so he deferred, if you will hold ours and reserve it and wait, so he could have this powerful, emotional, planned close, which is what he did. That's what an attorney is supposed to do, to try to press their claim to the jurors. And the last voice you hear, maybe the last impression. And so we'll have to see what this jury decides. One of the interesting things, and I think we've talked about it a little bit on our air, is that Bill Worski and Toby Shook have worked together on some of the attention. New York Times, CNN, Fox News Channel, News Nation, all covering this. And we've seen either family members of these folks involved or those who are speaking for them all across TV in the weeks leading up to this trial. Now, even though Judge imposed a gag order on those immediately involved, there have been those outside voices, those surrogate voices that have been speaking for both sides along the way. So with the sheriff's deputies there now, the Collin County Sheriff's deputies, things have quieted down somewhat. They were there and kind of allowing people to have their voice, but they've kind of stepped up their presence as we're now getting closer to learning what that verdict is today.
Something that was interesting to me during this trial is, and this seemed to have shocked some people too, is we did not hear from Austin Metcalf's twin brother. He did not testify during this trial. We also didn't hear from Karmelo Anthony either about this. And I think that was probably strategic too, in terms of not having them testify.
Well, first, since you mentioned Karmelo Anthony first, let's talk about that first. You cannot hold it against me if I don't testify in my own defense, even if my defense is self-defense. If my attorneys feel like we have proven our point, we have proven our position without your testimony, because remember, anytime you take the stand, you open yourself up to cross-examination. And a skilled attorney, no matter how innocent you may be, a skilled attorney can press his claim through you. As for Austin Metcalf's twin, I don't know that they felt like they needed to bring that emotional wound to the surface to press their claim and prove their point to jurors. Through video, through tearful testimony of many of their 21 witnesses, I think folks relived that moment. We heard about how they were trying to do the chest compressions, and we heard all of that. I think they felt we don't need to bring him back through that and let him live through that moment. Remember, the family members, as the medical examiner talked, as some of that testimony went forth, the family members of Metcalf left the courtroom. So no need to put him through that trauma in front of the jury. I think they felt they were okay without that. And I think the defense felt the same thing, that they were okay without Karmelo Anthony taking the stand.
And for people who are watching and maybe wondering too, the prosecution called 21 witnesses. Initially, I believe 35 witnesses were expected, and the defense called a handful of witnesses. I think I've heard from different legal experts that the defense really doesn't even have to call witnesses in this case. Where there are 21 witnesses on one side and a handful of witnesses on the other side. That is probably why you see a higher number on the prosecutor side.
Well, sometimes less is better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we believe the jurors are back in the courtroom according to the families are in the courtroom. Okay. The judge is not yet on the bench. The families are now back in the courtroom. And, you know, time is very flexible. There's something in Texas called legal time, lawyer time. And whatever it is, it's not what's on the clock on the wall. So this is a big moment, right? And this is going to be a moment for these jurors. They've been brought into this. It's a supercharged case. Maybe they hadn't reached conclusions, and we hope that they were honest in voir dire, that they had not come to any conclusions about this case. Certainly they heard about it to some extent. You can hear about a case and not make conclusions about it and still be a great juror, and we pray that's so, but they've been in this crucible. They know what's happening outside. They know the pressure on this. And so we'll soon hear the verdict in this case. We'll soon hear the verdict.
Yes, we should. As we've talked about this, I mean, this has gotten national attention, which is why so many people have come out to protest, you know, on whichever side that they're on, to whether it's to defend Austin Metcalf or Karmelo Anthony. And so it looks like things have certainly calmed down. That was not the case when we got on about 20 minutes ago or so. So I guess that's good news there that things are starting to calm down. But we're going to see, you know, how all of this plays out. And we'll go from there. I mean, this was a 12-person jury. 600 people were part of that initial jury selection. They narrowed it down to 12 people. And over the course of 2.5 days, the prosecution called 21 witnesses. The defense called a handful of witnesses. And so now it is this case is really in the hands of this jury. It is up to them. They have made their decision. And so we are patiently awaiting to find out what that decision is.
Yeah,
what have
in
they
fact,
decided?
It's done now. They've made their decision. They've come to a verdict. And we'll soon hear that. And then the punishment phase, sentencing phase will begin. And Austin Metcalf's brother is in the courtroom next to his mom right now. And so this has been an emotional burden for all involved. All these kids are good kids. They all had good grades. They all had bright futures. And in a moment, whatever happened under that tent has derailed a number of lives here.
I think it was also during the trial, people have talked about how emotional it was. I think you mentioned this too, Sean, that having to see the surveillance footage, having to see just what unfolded in the moments after this altercation, this interaction between these two 17-year-old students. And so, yeah, this is probably, I would imagine, emotionally taxing for both sides, for both families, and to just consider that a lot of these friends who were part of the track team, who went to school with both students, it's got to be very emotional for them as well to be a part of this and to witness all of this play out. So we will see, you know, what the jury has decided momentarily. Again, we were expecting for that decision to be announced at 2:05. It is 2:20 right now, so they're a little bit late, right? We're a little bit 15 minutes behind schedule, but I think, you know, that sometimes happens in these kinds of cases.
Right, and so we're really not late. If we thought it would come at 2:05, it could come at any time now. We know it's coming. We do know it's coming. Families have returned to the courtroom. I can tell you there are sweaty palms. There are sweaty foreheads, hearts are racing. Everyone in that courtroom, on either side, everyone in that courtroom has the same kind of anxiety at this moment as they wait for words that will echo in their hearts and minds long beyond today.
And there was question about, okay, well, how long is this jury going to deliberate for? That was the question this morning. We were wondering, right? Because this was kind of their first time really talking to each other about what the evidence that was presented to them, right? So this is their first time, saying, well, I thought this, or I thought that, or what did you make of this? And so really for them to come to a conclusion, to come to a decision within 3 hours of deliberating, I thought, okay, that's fairly soon. Maybe we'll expect it later this evening or tomorrow, but it sounds like they have come to a consensus.
Sure. And really, there's no formula
Mhm.
for how juries work. Over my years, I've had an opportunity to interview a number of jurors. Oftentimes, they'll return to the jury room and immediately take a vote to find out where they are in the room. And then they start working through evidence or questions or talking out loud amongst themselves from there to see which way they move, if they move at all. So we don't know where they started.
Tina, you
but
still
we
there?
do know starting
I'm
deliberation
still
at
here.
10:52
Oh,
and then
okay.
getting word when we did a little after 1, I guess, that they'd reached a verdict. They weren't too far apart, whichever direction they're in.
Wondering where
They
this
weren't
go,
too far
how this
apart. It
gonna
didn't take
go.
that much longer to get there. So we'll see if any of the jurors talk after all of this is over as well. It is 2:22 now, and we are waiting for the verdict to be announced in the Karmelo Anthony murder trial in Collin County.
That's right. The jury was able to consider manslaughter as a lesser charge. Initially, Karmelo Anthony was facing a first-degree murder charge. So now is this manslaughter or is this first-degree? Implies that this was just a.
Let me pause there just a second. Jeff says, do Black people have to burn up their own neighborhoods again when he's found guilty, or do you guys have a choice to act like adult humans? First of all, I know you aren't talking. Okay, I know you aren't talking. Okay, the descendant of the people that used to eat my
The reckless
ancestors.
killing that kind of,
Please
in
sit
that
down
spur of the
somewhere.
moment,
Okay,
in
please
fear
sit down
maybe of
somewhere.
his safety, he
And let me
felt
just
that
put you
he
out of
was
your
in danger
misery.
and he decided to defend himself. That is what the defense is arguing. Murder would includes the intent. Was this intentional? Did he mean to do this? There were some people who asked the question of why did he bring a knife to a track meet? And there were some more details that were brought out about that knife.
So let me interject this. Lori Brown is in the
No problem,
courtroom, and
beloved.
she is able to send
Her.
out messages. And she is saying to us now that the attorneys are talking to the family members, and she believes that the attorneys are preparing the family members of the victims' families, the defendants' families, not to react to whatever that verdict might be. Judges don't like emotional outbursts in the courtroom, and it's important that families try and contain themselves. That's not easy. It's not easy, but that's probably what's happening now. And she says Karmelo Anthony, she believes, has his head down. She can't see his face. He's looking down. You might imagine again, as I mentioned, sweaty palms, heart is racing, breath is short, because lives are in the
Yeah,
balance.
it's a heart-pounding moment and kind of in limbo, waiting to find out what the verdict is. It looks like we have someone joining us on Zoom, Russell Wilson. Russell, thank you for joining us here. We are waiting for that verdict to be announced. What do you make of the fact that the jury has been deliberated for 3 hours? So they reached a decision just before 2:00. Just in your experience, what do you make of them coming to this decision fairly soon?
I think, it would be consistent with there not being much disagreement among the 12 jurors. It wouldn't necessarily take very long to resolve those disagreements. And so I think it was really kind of a narrow.
You're seeing so many people out there. It has raised a lot of emotions too.
And mainstream attention. New York Times,
Hey,
CNN,
hold on.
Fox News
So
Channel,
they're
News
saying my
Nation,
news feed is
all
behind. Have they said
covering
the verdict?
this.
Hold on,
And
let me
we've
look it up
seen
real quick.
either family members of these folks involved, or those who are speaking for them all across TV in the weeks leading up to this trial. Now, even though Judge imposed a gag order on those immediately involved, there have been those outside voices, those surrogate voices that have been speaking for both sides along the way. So with the sheriff's deputies there now, the Collin County Sheriff's deputies, things have quieted down somewhat. They were there and kind of
Intense.
allowing people to have their voice, but they've kind of stepped up their presence as we're now getting closer to learning what that verdict is today.
Something that was interesting to me during this trial is, and this seemed to have shocked some people too, is we did not hear from Austin Metcalf's twin brother. He did not testify during this trial. We also didn't hear from Karmelo Anthony either about this. And I think that was probably strategic too, in terms of not having them testify.
Well, first, since you mentioned Carmelo Anthony first, let's talk about that first. You cannot hold it against me if I don't testify in my own defense, even if my defense is self-defense. If my attorneys feel like we have proven our point, we have proven our position without your testimony, because remember, anytime you take the stand, you open yourself up to cross-examination. And a skilled attorney, no matter how innocent you may be, a skilled attorney can press his claim through you. As for Austin Metcalf's twin, I don't know that they felt like they needed to bring that emotional wound to the surface to press their claim and prove their point to jurors.
Hey, y'all keep saying it's behind. Okay, but do you all know the verdict? Tell me what it is if you do.
Many of their 21 witnesses, I think folks relived that moment. We heard about how they were trying to do the chest compression.
It's like it's replaying, Queen.
You all tell me, huh?
Just that play. It's like it's replaying.
Right, it could be. I'm also on live coverage on the court TV. I'm looking at that too.
And what did they say?
They haven't said anything about the verdict yet. They're just showing the people outside of the court. Okay, here it comes. Breaking news, verdict is in. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go.
We're just awaiting the judge to take the bench. He says that Carmelo Anthony is there. This is the first appearance of Hunter Metcalf. This is the twin brother. He was not called as a witness, but he is now in the courtroom. He hasn't been in the courtroom for any of the trial. This is his first appearance inside that courtroom, and Cody continues to pass along messages saying the courtroom is filling up steadily. Of course, security is very high. Both sets of parents are in the courtroom, Carmelo Anthony's parents, and of course the Metcalfs as well in the courtroom, along with their son, the surviving twin, Hunter Metcalf. Outside the courthouse, of course, it's been chaotic over the course of the trial on some level, but we're seeing it bubble up now as news spreads that there is a verdict in this case. Carmelo Anthony admits that he stabbed Austin Metcalf at a track meet last year after the two got into a verbal confrontation underneath a high school tent during a rain event. Both sides have different opinions on what transpired next. The defense here is that Carmelo warned the Metcalf brothers, specifically Austin, that he had something in his bag and he better not touch him or else. When Austin Metcalf then pushed Carmelo Anthony, he did reach in, grabbed a 4-inch pocket knife, and stabbed the young 17-year-old to death. Along with us, Michael Jafer and Sonny Slaughter. We've all watched this trial play out through the eyes of Cody Thomas. And again, if I cut you off, it's because we're getting some transmissions from Cody. But Sonny, to you first here as we await this verdict. There are 3 basic scenarios. You've got guilty of murder, the top charge, which carries with it a potential life sentence. Next is manslaughter. Put on the table today through the defense. The judge granted that. And then, of course, the third option, not guilty. How important is it for that jury and for the defense to have manslaughter on the verdict form?
I think it's really important because I do not feel like Carmelo Anthony had the initial intent or the intent to murder. I think it was reactionary. I think all of them should have calmed down. They didn't. And I just think, I don't think it was an intentional homicide, but I don't see this as a not guilty verdict at all because someone is dead. Austin is deceased. And that is a criminal act. So manslaughter is the best that they can hope for, and with a lower sentencing. But I do not see Karmelo walking out of court today as a free young man.
Michael, do you agree that's a long shot?
I disagree with Sonny on this one. I think that there's a good chance he's going to be acquitted, because here's why. There was only one testimony that I've seen is that he stabbed him one time. He didn't stab him multiple times. I do agree that he shouldn't have done it, and I do agree that it was maybe disproportionate. But there's a good chance that this jury is going to come back not guilty, because they came back so. If this deliberation was 3 days, 4 days, I think I would tend to agree that probably they'll come back with manslaughter. But coming back in 3 hours, man, I can't imagine them coming back in 3 hours and finding him guilty. I feel like they're going to come back and find him not guilty. It's just I question the 3 hours. I just question that. So I think there's a good chance of that. But look, could it be that they came back in 3 hours with manslaughter, and manslaughter was
got to cut you off? They are back on the record, according to our Cody Thomas inside the courtroom. The jury is heading into the courtroom. Karmelo is looking very serious but expressionless. Defense attorney has his arm around him. The tension is clearly high in here, not verbal, but you can feel it. That is our Cody Thomas sending notes to us, because, again, if you're just joining us, there are no cameras allowed in this case, but it has been watched by people across the country, and specifically for those living in the Collin County, Texas area. So we'll wait with bated breath.
Okay, so listen, here's the thing. The only case that I know of where the jury came back really quickly and the person was acquitted was OJ. Okay, was OJ. They came back in less than 4 hours and OJ was found not guilty. Okay, but other than that, usually coming back quick is the best for the prosecution. It's usually in favor of the prosecution. But let's just hope. Let's just hope.
Again, if you're just joining us, Karmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murder, the top charge in this case, after just 3 hours of deliberation. Sonny, but besides which a lot of us are feeling, thoughts?
You hear that, Tina?
I heard it. We're not surprised. Look at what they did.
Thinking that they would see manslaughter, still guilty,
They were right.
but manslaughter, different sentencing, but guilty of murder. So, that's heavy.
Wow.
And I hope everyone just does not seem like everyone's going to be calm. It seems like we're going to have a problem there.
This is dumb.
You can see the.
This is dumb.
Yeah.
They act like he went there and intentionally.
What is dumb, Michael?
I'm sorry, Ted. This is just dumb. This is stupid. I can't believe that this jury came back in 3 hours with guilty. I'm totally stunned. On top of that, this judge as well, not letting cameras in the courtroom. I mean, good job. Good job, Your Honor. Really, really, really good job. You handled it really, really well. You have this community that's about to get lit on fire. You don't allow cameras to go into a courtroom. The community already believes that this kid is being railroaded. And then look at what happened. Your jury came back within 3 hours for a guilty verdict for a kid who used a 4-inch knife one time. He didn't use it multiple times. Was it wrong? Yes. But was it murder, like beyond a reasonable doubt? No. And was it murder beyond a reasonable doubt within 3 hours? Absolutely not. This is insane. This is dumb.
No.
Cody Thomas saying that there are tears on Karmelo's side of the courtroom, and they're going into the penalty phase immediately. So this, no one is leaving the courtroom. They're going to now go into the penalty phase. There's a huge,
They're
Karmelo
about to give
Anthony's
him a
young
life
man.
sentence. Watch.
He's now 19. And the
It's ridiculous.
sentencing for the top charge, a lot of states, you get you're found guilty of murder, you're going away. Sometimes for life, life without, or at least 25 to life before you're. Texas is different. The range of sentencing here is 5 years to life in prison.
I'm gonna give
So
him
the
life.
decision making now, and we'll wait till Cody updates us whether the jury is going to stay in, do the sentencing, or if it'll be the judge. Boy, if Michael, if I'm the defense, I'm getting that jury as far away from this courthouse as possible.
Yeah, 100%, 1,000%. I'm not letting this jury touch. I mean, I'm questioning the jury. I'm asking them, how did you reach your verdict? How did you reach it so quickly? What happened? It was a 4-inch knife. He used it one time. He was pushed. I'm not saying that it was right, but what are you doing? How did you get this verdict? I'd want to know. My whole identity as a defense attorney would be in question, right? I'm questioning my identity right now, and I have nothing to do with this case. How could you come back like that? I would be enraged. I'm enraged right now. This is very upsetting. And then on top of it, to compound it, this dumb judge didn't allow cameras in the courtroom. What was your wisdom? What were you thinking? How are you on a roll? Are you that much of an imbecile that you won't let cameras in the courtroom in a case like this? This is not a rape case. This is something different. This is something that's clearly the whole community is enraged. And you knew that before the trial started. So, I mean, this is very upsetting.
You can see the reaction. The crowd outside, of course, has received the news that Karmelo Anthony has been found guilty of the top charge of murder. And now inside the courtroom, they are moving to the penalty phase. At this point, you do wish that the people that were supporting Austin Metcalf would just leave. To be honest, the jury has come back with guilty. There's no need for Mr. Stars and Stripes to be standing there with his moronic, intimidating, stand your groundish, cliche look to continue to incite. You won. Move on. Get out. Also joining us, Judge Kimberly Bando. It's been a while, Kimberly. It's nice to see you. Your reaction here.
I feel like it's low.
If I'm the defense attorney, I'm already preparing my appellate brief. I want to poll the jury. I want to know one by one, is this your verdict? I already have my Batson challenge, enumeration error in my appellate brief. I'm already I'm pivoting right now. And I'm also trying to get some mitigation witnesses ready. He's a good kid, Judge. This was a mistake. We're remorseful. He admitted it as soon as the police stopped him. You have to pivot as a defense attorney and move on to the next phase. The verdict is in.
Yeah. Cody Thomas saying that there's lots of crying in the courtroom.
Wow.
As everybody absorbs this on Karmelo's side. Also, on the Metcalf side, tears. And again, they're going straight into the penalty phase. And Judge Bando, the jury makeup. There was a Batson challenge launched after the state used their strikes to get rid of the only 3 African Americans that were potential jurors. And they said this is because they worked for the school district or a school district, and that's the reason they cut them out. Looking forward, is that reason enough in your estimation?
It may not be reason enough, but it's a substantial possible enumeration of error that I would definitely raise. That would be number one. That initially on the forefront of this, that my client was not afforded a jury of his peers. The state arbitrarily struck them as jurors based on their race, and not because you can be an educator and be reasonable. That doesn't automatically eliminate you from being a juror on this panel. Teachers punish, discipline, rehabilitating actually would be better jurors because they're used to dealing with these scenarios with children fighting, having difficulties. And that's exactly who you would want on the jury. And I would definitely argue that in my appellate brief.
Yeah. Sonny, I hear you chiming in as well.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Judge. I was thinking manslaughter. I didn't think they would come back with not guilty. Manslaughter, because this was a crime. But so, since we are here, I am thinking that no matter who makes the call, I'm looking at, they're going to say 25 plus. I can't imagine, based on what we're seeing now. I
think they're going to give him life
at the scene to just. It's better if they.
Who else is tired of this racist country?
Back up.
This is so damn crazy.
Anything other, any riots or anything, that is just going to be problematic. I think this judge really did the most damage to this case by not allowing cameras in the courtroom.
Yes.
It allowed social media to fester, to foster. It allowed the hate to grow. It allowed the lies and the misinformation.
We're gonna get a break. Cody just said that they are going to be going into sentencing, and that the jury will be deciding punishment. And it looks like they're preparing some witnesses to call. So a short break inside the courtroom, outside the courthouse. This is the scene as people react to the guilty verdict against Karmelo Anthony in the Kinney, Texas. More of our continuing coverage when we return.
Let me just say this. Nobody's getting into no darn race war. We're not going to be out here fighting or any of that. I saw somebody say this is going to start a race war. No, it's not. Okay, no, it's not. We're not engaging these devils for what? Okay, that's not going to solve anything. We're going to boycott. That's what we're going to do. We're going to boycott. At the end of the day, violence is not the answer. It's just going to lead to more mayhem. Period. Okay, and it's not going to help anything. And that's what we're not going to do. So whoever said that, that's not going to happen. Period.
You've been in there.
Some people be so quick to talk about a race war. That's not what we're having. We have sense. We don't act like animals. Like other people don't get their way.
We're already in a race war. This is what we see.
Exactly. You're right.
This is a race war every day.
You're absolutely right, beloved. You're absolutely right. Okay? You are absolutely right. We're not fooling with these people at the end of the day. So we're just going to have to be boycotting. That's what it is. Okay? That's what it is. I'm going to everybody, make sure you're not out here trying to riot. Don't get yourself in any trouble. None of it's going to help. It's not going to change the outcome. The outcome is what it is. Okay? They feel like they got their win, but I promise you, Karmelo is going to get out on appeal. Okay, because first of all, it's very good grounds for appeal because they had no jury members that were black. They struck them for a BS reason, saying they were educators. But mind you, they had a white educator that was allowed to stay on the jury. How was that? How was that? But they got rid of the black ones. Not to mention the fact that those students all lied. This lawyer, in my opinion, was in on the whole thing. They need to fire his attorney and get another attorney to file the appeal. Do not let him file the appeal. I wish I could talk to his parents. They don't need to let this attorney, Mike Howard, whatever his name is, they do not need to let him file the appeal. He is bogus. He was in on it from day one. Somebody said in the chat that he was friends with the prosecutor, and I told you all that. I said if he's affiliated with Collin County, Frisco, Texas, there's no way I would have ever hired him because I know that he's probably got a good relationship with the judge and the prosecutor. That's just how it goes. That's just how the good old boys. Okay? That's what that is. Oh, the devils are so excited. You could see them in these chats.
It's kind of like when they used to go to Memphis and go to picnic.
Exactly.
I accept. He challenges me to mutual
combat. How can we hear the darn audio? I'm trying to hear what they're saying.
This is just showing.
Hold on. I'm trying to go see what's going on outside the courthouse. Hold on, beloved.
Muay Thai rules, whatever you want. I accept. Whoa! Yeah, I don't go to Mexico with it. Yeah. will get their revolution. I thank you. From the
We're gonna hear that in a second.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. And the breaking news at this hour, which we continue to follow out of McKinney, Texas, is that a jury of 12 in under 3 hours.
Because they white and they right.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna pull up this other clip.
It would have
We all
calmed
do.
the atmosphere a lot. It really would have. You know, there's so much speculation, so much rumors going on, misinformation flying everywhere. It really gets people upset. Really just raises the temperature, whether it's online or it's out here in the public. So if Judge Roach had allowed it to be live for all of us to see, it would have calmed the temperature down a lot.
I spoke to somebody else who said the same thing about the AI stuff. Like a lot of this is something that just it was really hard to determine which is real, which is not real.
Yes, yeah, that's an ongoing topic right now with that advance as AI is getting. We don't really know what's real and what's not. So.
Anything else you'd like to say?
Well, I'd like to say, you know, I did overhear that I grew up with the stepdad of Metcalf, and I want to send prayers out to the family. He's a good man. He is a good man, and I want to give prayers out to Karmelo's family. It's tough on both sides. It is.
Can I have your name, please?
I'm Sunshine Koch.
Can you spell that for me?
Sunshine, last name Koch.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. You do as well.
Be able to navigate these
Let me cut this off for just a. Oh, hold on. This is them speaking. Hold on.
in this type of situation. I can
I can't
only
hear what
allow
he's saying.
lawyers to be what they are, lawyers. I can't instruct them. I
Oh, I
can't
turned off.
stop them from doing anything. I have to respect the process just like anybody else. But what we saw today was flawed, unjust, and I ask that the community continue to pray for the Anthony family. I do not speak for them, but I know that the Next Generation Action Network will be here as support. My heart hurts right now because an ignorance of the law was done here today. Clear. We posted the jury instructions. And right now, what we are seeing is a travesty. It lets us know that Black lives do not matter in the criminal justice system. It lets us know that we are not going to be afforded the same laws as anybody else. And I give a damn about nobody that feels like I'm playing the race card here. For 400 years, our people have been at the liberty and have had to suffer at the liberty of these laws. I'm speaking facts because that blood of slavery is in my blood, not your blood. And it's not for you to look at me and say.
So, here is a before of my stomach before Sono Bello, and this is after.
This year, don't just lose weight, lose stubborn fat and sagging extra skin permanently at Sono Bello.
I wanted the results of the tummy tuck, but not the down.
Hold on. Let me go to this other clip. Let me stop the share and go to this other clip so we can hear what they're saying. They're saying that it's going to be hard to get an appeal in Texas. That's what they said. It's going to be very hard. Pay attention.
Who's willing to stand up and testify, because based on that instruction that the judge allowed about provocation, I am not hopeful that he's going to get a light sentence, because the fact that the judge allowed that slight evidence to say that there was enough provocation to give that to the jury, I believe we're looking at a harsh sentence here.
According to Cody,
They're
in
gonna give
the
him life.
courtroom,
Watch.
both sides have waived an opportunity for opening statements in this penalty phase. The state immediately rested in the penalty phase. The first witness for the defense is Kayla Hayes, which is Karmelo Anthony's mother. She is crying. Cody says she is having a difficult time with her testimony, saying,
Hold on, let me try to go to his mom. Somebody's breaking down outside the courthouse. Hold on.
Our screen here, some people sitting on the ground kind of reacting to it that way. Folks were kind of following that person's lead and kind of saying, I heard somebody say, stick together, let's all stay together. And that seems to be the sentiment out here. But all in all, relatively calm. Still a very large police force, as you might expect out here, keeping an eye on things. I have noticed a couple of additional law enforcement trucks.
A-Star says first degree is for someone that planned murder. Okay, now that's a crime. Exactly. This was not premeditated, but I guess they don't care, honey. Thank you for your insight to the topic, beloved, and your contribution. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings.
Scene,
Oh, this
though,
is
as I mentioned earlier, I would say between kind of the scattered people across the parking lot and the group that has remained up front, easily a couple hundred people are here. They were waiting to learn the fate of Karmelo Anthony, and now they know.
And we watched in real time as a woman was on the ground being consoled, visibly shaken by that verdict there.
Yeah, there is in the same space today, Alex Boyer, joy and pain, you would agree, with those folk outside the Collin County Courthouse.
Oh, absolutely. You know, from day one, when I was here last Monday at the beginning of the jury selection process, keep in mind that there were some 600 potential jurors that were brought here. That was a massive number, larger than most high-profile case, because the judge said from the beginning that he was going to get this right, and both sides ending up with the panel that they chose. Again, as we knew early timeline. He said from day one that he was going to go from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. He stuck to that. And in fact, he held testimony all day on Saturday. I was here for that as well.
Let me tell you something. The fact that they came back so quickly with a verdict should let us all know that they had already made up their minds. They had already made up their minds that he was guilty of murder before they went back there. Specifically, those white men on the jury. I bet you every last one of those devils on the jury was a racist. How much you want to bet? Okay, William, thank you for your super chat donation, beloved. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. I'll guarantee you they were all
the judge
racist.
saying that he wanted to have this wrapped up by this coming Friday. Again, here we now find ourselves in the sentencing phase, just shy of 3 o'clock on this day.
Right, and of course, it's not uncommon to have more names on your witness list than you actually call at any trial. Once you feel like you've made your point, once you feel like you've closed the circle, if you will, and nailed it down, that's when you stop, because you don't want to overwhelm your jurors. That's when you stop. And clearly, the defense thought a half dozen witnesses, we've made our point. All we need is to create this reasonable doubt. That doubt was not created on the question of murder.
And it looks like we are hearing from Karmelo Anthony's mother. I believe she has taken the stand. So she is saying that she was asked, do you believe he regrets it? She says, yes, I know my son. He is very sorry for what he did. Please have mercy on my son. And then she was asked, like any mothers, you love your son. She says, yes, regardless of what happens, you realize he will still get to be part of your life. Yes. So again, she is asking, for this punishment phase for the jury, for everybody to consider that he is remorseful, which also was expressed during testimony early on, that he did not deny that he did this. And another witness said he was Anthony was distraught over what happened, that he was emotionally visible moments after all of this took place. And so we are hearing from his mother right now.
It looks like Lori Brown is reporting that Karmelo Anthony's mother is the only witness the defense plans to call in the punishment phase. And no one can ask you to have mercy for the life of another person like a mother.
Yeah.
She's pouring everything she has into this plea. She's literally begging people at this moment to give her son a chance at life at some point in the future.
And again, he's looking at 5 years to 99 years in prison. So we will see what is decided. Lori is saying that the jury is out. They can't deliberate until they get the charge. So we'll see.
So this is another little surprise. I think we all thought there would be more testimony
Yeah.
in the punishment phase. I anticipated that we might now hear from Hunter Metcalf about the loss of his twin brother. Not only
Yeah, now Hunter wants to come out and say something after he's the one that caused all of this BS. Okay, this is all some real BS. That's exactly what it is, some real BS. Okay, please pay attention.
mother now in the punishment phase. And so the jury could come back today once they get the charge. They have to get the charge, which will tell them,
Wow.
here's the range of punishment. Here's what you can do now.
And I think because, Metcalf's brother, Hunter, did not testify before the jury reached its verdict, and because we did not hear from Karmelo Anthony's mother before all this, we thought perhaps, both sides were saving these family members for this stage of this case. And it looks like, they decided we're just going to hear from one person and we're going to move along, which is really how it feels like the whole trial has been. I mean,
Well,
they've been on
along.
a tight schedule.
Yes, it has moved along. And, there were some folks out loud questioning, should a trial of this gravity go so fast? Who were supporters of both sides. It wasn't just one side saying that. People were concerned about the pacing and whether there was pressure on the jurors from the very beginning, knowing that we're going to be done by the 12th, you're going to be sequestered. Was that unfair?
Yeah, because the judge said that if they didn't deliberate and come to a conclusion today, they would be sequestered and be in a hotel with no TVs, no phones, or any of that.
And court is in recess right now. So we'll see. Again, Karmelo Anthony is looking at 5 years to 99 years in prison. He was 17 years old when all of this took place. Important to also note that, both Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony were teenagers at the time of all this. They were 17. But because the state of Texas treats 17-year-olds as adults in the criminal justice system, that is why Karmelo Anthony is being tried as an adult. And so we found out not long ago that he was found guilty of murder, which was also interesting because, again, earlier this morning, the manslaughter charge was on the table as well for the jury to consider, and they decided to still go with that first-degree murder.
Now, it's not uncommon for a lesser included, as it's called, charge to be added at the time that juries began deliberation. The defense wanted criminal negligent homicide included in place of manslaughter, to which the judge said no. That would carry even a lesser sentence. So none of that is a surprise, really. His bond will be held insufficient. It is very, very rare that you are found guilty of murder and you're able to go home from the courtroom. So I would anticipate him going into custody today. But at the rate they're going, with the jury on recess now, with the charge being prepared, before 6 o'clock tonight, we could very well have punishment handed down and for Karmelo Anthony. And he would be in the control of the Collin County Sheriff's Department until which time the Texas Department of the prison system, they come and get him and take him to a prison farm where he would begin.
And he's
serving
looking at quite a range, like we said, 5 years to 99 years in prison. Maybe the jury will consider the fact that he does not have a criminal history outside of this. That both of these students did well academically, that he did well academically. He did not have any other history of committing any other crimes. So I think the question here too is, which side of the spectrum are we looking at? Our Amelia Jones has also been covering this as part of our night side shift. She's been covering this trial. Amelia, can you just set the scene? Just tell us, where exactly are you? What are you seeing? What are you hearing from your sources? Just kind of fill us in on what's going on.
Absolutely, Eden and Sean. I'm just here on the sidewalk, just right outside the Collin County Courthouse. You can see the line of law enforcement behind me. They have not approached the crowd at all. They are staying right beyond the perimeter here, but obviously making their presence known. Now, I haven't personally seen any clashes between groups of supporters here. We've mainly seen people kind of gather in collective groups and then kind of share their thoughts or, you know, any chants with each other. We know that this case is just taken on a life of its own, for a lack of a better phrase, on social media. So there are a lot of people that are live streaming right now on the various social media platforms. We also hear people on a loudspeaker. There's a speaker that was playing gospel music. As you heard Alex share earlier, there were some prayer circles and gospel words and songs that were shared before the verdict was reached. I did get a chance to speak to one man who told me that he does not know either party. He was not in the courtroom for any of the testimony. He came out today to just see what justice would look like here and what the jury would decide. And he told me there is no winning on either side. He said, obviously, the Metcalf family have lost their son. Nothing can bring Austin Metcalf back. And then on the other side, Karmelo Anthony will now be taken away from his family. And the jury is deciding right now what that sentence will look like. And so I will say, when the verdict was first announced and the word and the decision was kind of spreading through the crowd, there was a lot of unhappiness, especially in the crowd and group of people where I was. We know that Karmelo Anthony supporters have worn purple, and there was a lot of purple out here. And a lot of people, they did not hide their unhappiness with that verdict, but they have remained here. And again, kind of gathering with each other, sharing some of their thoughts with the media. We also see some supporters. Someone behind the camera right here has a Justice for Austin sign. And I know my photographer, Andy, was able to speak with him. And so we are getting reaction from both sides out here. But so far, things have remained pretty calm. Again, there's been no physical confrontations, no clashes, at least that I've seen from my perspective, but you do see the law enforcement presence. And also, before that verdict was read, I could see law enforcement right up against the doors of the Collin County Courthouse, seemingly just in case anyone was going to run up those courthouse steps and potentially try to rush in. So they were really prepared here for this, but no law enforcement has come in contact with the crowd. They are really keeping their distance, keeping their eyes peeled. But so far, things have remained peaceful, but the crowds have not died down at all. With that, I'll send it back to you guys. That's what I'm seeing out here live.
Thank you. And again, excellent work covering this trial where our politicians are now weighing in. And, you know, typically you don't see politicians weighing in on local murder trials. You don't bring politics into this mix, but that's what we're seeing happen. State Representative Jared Patterson posting a statement on the murder conviction of Austin Metcalf's killer. There it is, as you can see it. It reads in part that the murder of Austin Metcalf was a senseless and heartbreaking tragedy that forever changed the lives of his family, friends, and community. All of that is true. Nothing can restore the life that was taken or ease the unimaginable pain of losing a child. Today's outcome of a murder conviction is justice served. And then Jeff Leach also posting on social media, on X, Karmelo Anthony guilty of murdering Austin Metcalf, the right decision, justice delivered. And so it is, I believe you said earlier, or may have been Alex who talked about this being historic. It is a sad and historic case that will always be talked about, reviewed, and looked at here in North Texas.
Absolutely. And, you know, since we've been covering this trial, obviously no cameras were allowed in the courtroom. And so we've been relying heavily on our crew. Our Lori Brown is inside of the courtroom. And so she explained, she was describing what was going on as Karmelo Anthony's mother took the stand, and she just added, you know, just kind of painting the picture of what's going on inside. And she said the mother's statements were tearful, that she was emotional. She was telling the jury to really, you know, have mercy for her son. And so that also paints the picture of just how distraught she is. And so I think you had mentioned this on both sides, right? So there's one side that is very emotional and another side that feels this was the right call, that this murder charge, this murder conviction rather, was what Karmelo Anthony deserved.
And I have to tell you, Lori Brown and Alex Boyer took us into that courtroom every single day. They were the eyes and ears of viewers here in North Texas, capturing the moments that mattered the most during the hours of testimony in that courtroom. Judges have their own discretion about whether to have cameras in the courts or not at the state level, and Collin County has limited media access, not just this trial. There have been others that have been high profile. They sometimes allowed cameras, sometimes not. Not with the same. Every judge has their own discretion. Many feel like cameras should have been in the courtroom because of the gravity of this case, both sides so divided. At any rate, Alex and Lori did a wonderful job capturing the testimony and bringing that to us.
Absolutely. So we're going to wrap up here on air, but we're going to continue our coverage over on Fox Local. So if you want to stream along with us, be sure to download the Fox Local app, and we're going to continue to monitor what's going on outside of the courtroom, the courthouse, and also what's going on inside of the courtroom.
Let me go to another channel so I can see what they're talking about. Let's see what else is going on.
I got you. They're going to be using your camera. Okay. All right, we'll do. He's going to put it on the tripod.
So to issue just a brief correction. Oh,
He's putting it on sticks right now.
All right, so that was loud in my ear. So to issue a quick correction, the jury was not all white. Of course, there was just quite a bit of frustration from this community in Texas that there wasn't black representation on the jury. There was a lot of accusations being thrown out earlier, so my apologies for misrepresenting that. That was not what I intended to say. It's just that there was not.
They weren't black
on the jury here, the 12-person jury that ultimately came to the conclusion that Karmelo Anthony was to be found guilty of first-degree murder. So apologies, it was in one ear and didn't mean to relay that incorrectly. As we're back here live, we're continuously reading through the comments, and let's see. So Caius wants to know in our comment section, hey JB, do you think that there's going to be protests as a result of any fallout from this case? We have seen that before with verdicts that you'll see. My goodness, after George Floyd, after Trayvon Martin, you see protests erupt in this country. It doesn't matter that it happened in one state; you'll see them pop up all over the place. The George Floyd ones. I can speak for Tampa. In Tampa, the George Floyd, protests were pretty significant. And resulted in quite a bit of we were doing live streams on it for a long time. Josh, it was before you got here. I was doing live streams on it for quite a long time. There was just a lot of disruption in the streets of Tampa, and people. There was a lot of peaceful execution of people's rights to protest, and then there was a lot of laws being broken in those protests as well, where it got chaotic and out of hand. So I don't know, guys, if there's going to be protests across the country. It's going to be interesting to see what the ripple effect is out of Texas. I think it's going to be something that we find out here probably in the hours ahead, because usually that reverberates through the country pretty quickly. So we'll find out here if there's going to be,
Look at the racist devils just rejoicing. They're so damn stupid. Okay, now Perfect Blackness says, why do we keep integrating with them? Isn't it clear by now that we're going nothing but we're doing nothing but sacrificing our children's lives? Do we need more proof? No, we absolutely don't, beloved. We absolutely don't. But even when we don't integrate with them, don't they just follow us around and stalk and harass us? Because that's what devils do. Okay, that's what they do, beloved. Okay, but I absolutely agree with you. Thank you for your insight into the topic and your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. So this is a whole load of BS.
Or protests. I think it's safe to say that there might be some sort of backlash from those who feel as strongly about this case as they do.
MDW says, hey, are you insinuating the jury was biased because of no black juror? Doesn't that insinuate a black juror would be biased and make a difference in the result because of race? That is quite literally what is being accused in the immediate aftermath outside of the courthouse here. There's been accusations of bias because of the absence of a black juror determining the fate of a black teenager accused and now convicted of murder. So I'm not insinuating anything. I'm saying that the immediate response outside of the courthouse was pointing at the jury. And
first of all, they're sitting there trying to say, and I'm not talking about the reporter, but the people asking him the questions are trying to imply that, okay, if there was a black person on the jury and then he didn't get the guilty verdict, that would have been biased to them. First of all, they're all biased. All of these racist devils rejoicing are biased. They didn't give a darn about the facts. They just wanted him to go to prison because he's black and Austin was white. They didn't give a damn. And here's the thing. I told you all that I listened to about 3 lives on TikTok, and there were white people in each of the lives saying, and I recorded it. Okay, I could play it for you later. But there was white people in the live saying that Austin was dead wrong, but they still wanted Melo to go to prison. That's what they were saying.
Queen, this is what you call modern day lynching.
Exactly.
What you call modern day lynching, because
in Florida it's quite different. It's
go ahead, I'm listening.
When they lynched us, they didn't care that a black person did it. They burned down whole towns for rumors. They didn't care what black person, long as they can punish a black person when they're hurt. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
Quite honest,
because
they
knew in Rosewood that white man is the one who beat that lady.
Days that scheduled,
but they blamed it on a black man, just like you said. Even in Tulsa, Oklahoma, all of the race riots.
Becomes quite the organized affair with victim impact statements and it.
Somebody in the chat said, can we go on this news channels on their chat? They said, can we go back to segregation? Can we? I don't need to ask. Okay, that's what the hell I'm doing.
Can it generate
I don't want to be about racist devils.
Central Time.
Period.
There was a brief recess shortly before 3 p.m. So that would have been 14 minutes ago for us here. I believe 3 p.m. Central is 4 Eastern. Correct me if I'm wrong. And the trial is still expected to resume. Judge Roach asked the bailiff to take the defendant out, and there have been statements from representatives. Jared Pattinson, the representative for the district, spoke on, I'm just reading through this quote here, spoke on the outcome of the conviction, saying that justice, in his opinion, is served, commending prosecutors, witnesses, jurors.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Racist dog. And here's the thing. They're sitting there thinking it's going to be a race riot or this and that. We're going to be riots and all that, because that's what they would do. If Melo had not been found guilty, they'd be out there ready to fight and kill black people. That's what they did with Michael Donald. Okay, they went out looking for a black person to lynch because a black man was acquitted of murdering a white man, and he absolutely didn't do it. Okay, now Egypt Morris says, if Chud the Builder gets an all non-white jury, they will raise hell so they can miss me with it. Exactly, beloved. But you know what? There's never in the history of this country have I ever or know anybody that has heard of a jury with not one white person on it, okay? We've heard of all white juries. We've heard of juries with no blacks on it for a black defendant, but at the end of the day, you're never going to hear of a white person being the defendant and there not being a white person on that jury. That's what we're
On
never going
top
to
of it, having a black judge and a black lawyer.
We know that's not going to happen, honey, because they don't do that for them. They just do it for us.
Did
Because
you
they know
hear?
that a black person is going to have empathy and sympathy and be able to relate to you and understand the culture and things like that and know certain buzzwords. Had a black person been on that jury, they wouldn't have needed to be biased. All they would have needed to know is that when we say black people, when we say touch me and see what happens, that means that somebody threatened to touch us. Okay, you hear how Tina Barry got on here and said the same thing that I've been saying? That's exactly what I said. That if he said that, that's in response to what someone else said. And then come to find out, Austin told him, I'm going to beat your bitch ass. That's what he said. And Melo said, long as you don't put your hands on me, we're cool, or touch me and see what happens. Okay?
Queen. And then on top of it, what people need to understand, did you hear him saying, well, they said it so casually because we're predictable to them. This is what I was saying earlier. There's going to be riots. They're going to go protest. You know, it always happens after something like this. Did you hear how he casually said what we're going to do?
Like
and if black people,
that's what they always do. But that's why we need to change up the game. We're not protesting.
That's
We're not
what I
rioting.
was
We're going to
saying.
hit you in your damn pockets. That's what we're going to do. We're going to
We're
hit
going
you
to have
in
to
the
stop
pockets.
eating out. We're going to have to stop buying stuff from them. Walmart. I mean, the necessities.
No, we're not going to do all of that.
Clothes.
No, we can't. We're not going to do all that. What we're going to do is we're going to find one of their main. See, if we just do all of this, it may not make an impact. We need to, and everybody's not going to do that. We need to find one establishment, like I said yesterday, and boycott them. Somebody like Walmart or somebody. That's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. So it could be an impact like it was with Target. That's what it is. Because you know darn well people is not going to stop eating that and all that stuff. It's not going to do that. It won't even be any effects felt. So we're going to have to do something with one of these big corporations. Now, Ija Morris, I want to thank you for your insight into the topic, beloved, and your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Honey, this is a sad day. Let me
So
hear what these
everyone's
people are
just
saying.
gathering underneath some shade because the sun is brutal out there, I'm sure, right now. So here, let's just kind of listen in for a moment, Josh, and I'll let you finish your point. Oh, wait. They killed audio on this feed. They might be switching mics. Stand by. I have audio at full blast. So if the audio comes back on this feed, everybody, it might be a little bit loud. I'll bring it down a bit. So we have lost audio on this feed. Let me check audio on this feed in the meantime.
Let's see if I can find another video where they got the feed playing.
We do have audio on this feed, but they have killed the audio on the News Nation feed. Maybe for a battery swap, we'll continue to listen in. But Josh, you can continue to make your point.
Yeah, just the point that I was making is we don't know. We don't know what the verdict would have been. We don't know. Maybe Karmelo would have been found guilty even if there were African Americans on the jury. That's the issue, though, that is being claimed by those who find this verdict problematic. And again, it's not that the assumption is, oh, you know, if they were there, the verdict would be different. The issue is instead, was this actually representative of Karmelo's group of peers? And you're going to be hearing that continued, as we've talked about on this stream, but you're going to also hear it in national media and online in the weeks to come, as this is almost certainly going to be appealed.
We'll continue to pay attention to the comment section. And again, the only way that they populate on our screen is if it uses Hey Josh or Hey JB. So we'll continue to pay attention to the comment section. I wish I had audio. I want to be able to hear, you know, what some of this discourse is like, because it would appear that there is an interaction happening between the woman here and this man here that's right actually next to me.
Yeah, they look like they're getting into
my
it.
shoulder.
Oh no, they look like they might be just talking.
Yeah,
Hold on, let me
they,
see. Where can
they
I
killed the
find
audio
this?
on this feed. I wonder if that was intentional or if that's just a technical glitch.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think we've seen this man on the left a couple times, and we've seen him handshake people he's discussed with. He's been holding that coffee mug, or I don't know if you call it a thermos or whatever, He's been getting in heated discussions. Can't call them debates, but they've all seemed to be pretty respectful. And to me, thus far, obviously, we've heard quotes that might be deemed disrespectful, but from a whole, it seems like a lot of the discourse outside here, even in disagreement, has been relatively respectful and calm from a physical standpoint for sure.
Yeah, I mean that there's clearly a lot of finger pointing going on, and there's a lot of, I would imagine it's getting pretty contentious out here. But so far there has appeared to be no incident outside of the courthouse. Outside of you had law enforcement earlier telling everybody to get out of the street and to
Tina, what
follow
are you
the
thinking
rules
about the verdict? The sentencing
of the county, and that you can't be in the road. Especially
I'm
when
sorry,
you're
I
talking
said,
about court
wait, what did
traffic coming in
did
and
they
out.
say he was sentenced?
I think that was really the
No, I was
extent
just
of
asking, what do you think the
the
sentence
law
might be,
enforcement having
beloved?
to
Well, with what was going on, they're trying to
really
give him the max.
interject.
The judge, the prosecutor, all of them, the
It's just
jury,
kind of,
they
they're
all in
just
this
kind of been
together. They
directing
want to
traffic
see a
right now
black
and letting
person go
people
down. This is
have
their
to.
motto. If they're not taking us off the streets with minor stuff, if the police ain't unaliving us, if they're not pouring crack and drugs in our neighborhood, it's everything. They're coming after. They letting grown white men unalive our children. They're letting the agents get away with unaliving us. They want life. They don't want young black boys on the street, especially educated ones.
I
There's
agree.
not going to be a law and a boxes that you check. And it really comes down to your own conscience
Absolutely
on a
agree.
given day. And some people can be what we would call more of the high end of punishment.
Somebody said his
Some
attorney
people
looked like
eye
he's
for an
racist. He
eye.
probably is.
We've heard that before. Other folks could be, again, that a person that young, that irreparable damage has been done, and no matter what the prison sentence is, a family will have lost a loved one no matter what. So it's a much tougher deliberation than the guilt innocence. Because there's, again, no clear wrong or right answers. You don't have those guide rails. Murder is intentionally, knowingly causing the death of a person. Was this a murder, or committing an act clearly dangerous to human life? If those qualify, then jurors are really just checking those boxes. But what do you do about that now that you have that? There's not a guideline, and that's a unique thing about Texas criminal law. We're one of the few states that does have punishment by the jury.
Yes, absolutely.
I just wanted to ask, I mean, Sean had mentioned this earlier in terms of this is certainly a case, a trial that will be remembered here in Texas, one that we will probably refer to for years to come, even considering that it got national attention. As you as we dissect and kind of look back on this trial, was there anything in particular that stood out to you in terms of how prosecutors handled it, in terms of how the defense went about it? Did anything catch your attention?
Not necessarily, and I don't say that, I guess, maybe in a bad way, but I think this case in particular received lots of attention, but a lot of the methodology that was actually employed to try the case was common to cases that just did not receive this much attention, and so there wasn't necessarily anything that was particularly surprising. A lot of the measures that were put in place to try to protect, if you will, the trial, I think were, those were the things that were unique about it. But unfortunately, there's, lots of homicides across the state, and there's murder trials almost every week. And so, there wasn't something that just stood out, like that. Maybe the court on Saturday, which is rare.
Well, we've had court on Saturday, even here in Dallas County. It's been infrequent. And Russell, we're joined now by Clarice Tinsley. Good to see you, Clarice.
You as well, Sean.
It's been infrequent that we've had Saturday court. Maybe the Amber Geiger trial we had Saturday court. I covered that. You are right. There are no facts. There were no circumstances here that are different from many of the murder trials that take place every day across Dallas County, Harris County, Travis County, Bexar County, Collin County. This was unique in not only what happened, where it happened, when it happened, and in the moments immediately after, within an hour or 2 hours after it happened, the father of Austin Metcalf is on TV. Within an hour after that, the mother was on. They're sharing their pain. It's raw. The family's there. They're on national news the same night. That usually doesn't happen with a homicide victim so quickly. We get to the families, but not within hours after.
Right. The social media current was.
So let me tell you all, I'm sitting here reading the comments, right? On this one channel, and then somebody says, as an African American, hold on. Where is it? He says, as an African American male, I'm completely disgusted with other African Americans who are protesting. First of all, we don't even call ourselves African American in just regular conversation. We say black. So first of all, and second of all, we don't even announce our race ever. Whenever you all see somebody online, and I don't know if you all know this, but I've known it for years, and I've always been proven right. Whenever you see somebody online talking about, oh, I'm black, and even I think, or as an African American, it's never a black person. It's always a white person, okay? Because that's why they have to express that they're black or African American. When we're leaving comments, we never say that, okay? We never do. We literally never start off a conversation like that, okay? Please pay attention. Now, that's nothing but a bot or somebody who doesn't look like us front. That's exactly what it is. Now I'm going to go back and see if we can hear anything on this other news feed, if their audio came back. Let's see here.
But you're creating something else. Anyway, hold on, everybody. Listen. All I'm saying to you, it is time to just disperse. Call it a day. It's getting hot. That's all you can do. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Listen to what I'm saying. I understand your anger. I understand. Wait. Listen. All I'm saying is listen to me. Listen. I understand how you feel. Hey, snap your attention, please. All I'm saying is it's time to go home. That's all I'm saying. Who said that? Come up front. I'll tell them later, but let's just go home, okay? No, I'm not saying go home. I'm saying it's hard. Everybody had a long day. It's not much to be done. Who's this?
All right, folks, as we await where things go with sentencing, we're going to be signing off for now here from the Stream Center. We will be ready to pop back on if there is some more developing or breaking news. We appreciate everybody being patient with us as we were navigating quite a whole lot here as far as the live feeds, all the information coming out of the courthouse, trying to gain access to information inside the courthouse when in reality, there were no cameras, of course, present. Makes it hard for us to break news here and to share news with people. But this is clearly the scene outside of the courtroom. We will stay live with this here for a little bit longer, but Josh and I are going to be signing off for a little bit. And we will be back on this social media platform should there be another development as sentencing continues there in Texas. Any final words, Josh?
Yeah, listen, as we said, this story's not going away. And as soon as developments are here, just to reiterate, we will be covering.
You there, Queen? Queen. Okay.
different
Yes,
sides of
beloved.
an
I'm
issue,
just trying to
someone
flip
who
back and forth.
would
I was trying to
be
see what the
neutral and look
crowd
at
was
the
talking about,
information. I mean, really
but
look
their
at
feed
the
went
evidence
out,
that
so
would
I
be
couldn't hear. And I was
provided
trying to see if I could
and
find it
deal
somewhere
with it
else.
on a
What the mood
intellectual
is outside
or
of the court.
a non-emotional way. And I guess I just was surprised that the teachers, that would have been a profession that they would not have wanted to be on the panel.
Perhaps there's, and Russell can speak to this better than me, but perhaps there's the idea that they might be overly sympathetic to a young person, race notwithstanding.
Right, and I think that, but and I don't currently know the occupations of the other jurors. But if your strikes are among a conservative rancher who's let's say he has some cattle.
I don't know why.
In favor of the rancher
One of them
because
streams
I
to
feel
work.
like the rancher may be less compassionate than the teacher. And so it's also a little bit of a relativity type thing. Or if I have a person who does what we call hard sciences, engineers, well, they may be less compassionate in their analytics. And so, I think that would come into play as well. And so that's going to be discussed. And certainly the attorneys for the state had to know that that would be discussed. And there'll be people that will always view that, they'll say, hey, yeah, no, they struck them because of their race. And that we'll never know what the answers will be on those questions. We'll know what the answers we got in court, what the ruling was, but certainly we also know what the evidence was in the case.
In case you are just now joining us on our digital platforms, Karmelo Anthony found guilty of murder in the trial for the murder of young Mr. Metcalf, Austin Metcalf, and the jury now deliberating punishment. They will decide the punishment. But they still might be in recess.
I think we're still waiting for them to do closing arguments.
They're still in recess. I guess they haven't gotten the charge yet.
Right.
And
right.
What about closing arguments?
Yeah, I think we're going to hear, or we won't be able to actually hear it, but yeah, I think we'll get closing arguments and then the deliberation.
Yes.
Given the way that this is rolling, I'm assuming he's not going to give much time for closing arguments.
I would guess not. Maybe a half hour or less. You think?
I was thinking 15 minutes aside, but maybe. I mean, if there's an intention to give an opportunity to be done today, and today ends at 6, then I think, and you assume at least an hour or more of deliberation. But if not, I mean, the other thing is the jury could also ask not to be sequestered, but just extend their deliberations into the evening. So,
case,
I think,
Wilson,
yeah.
Have you had a case where the punishment phase deliberation was longer than the guilt or innocent phase?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, we have. We've had, yes, I can recall some cases, literally, the jurors were out, for days on punishment. Again, that wide range, and a relatively youthful person who's convicted. Most people that make it onto the jury don't necessarily show up wanting to give a person a harsh sentence. If you wake up on a given day, do you wake up wishing bad for somebody? And so that isn't necessarily easily achieved. Again, if we know more about the jurors here, we could, we might be able to read something from the speed with which they reached the murder guilty verdict. And again, some of their backgrounds. I think some of them, from the descriptions I've understood, tend to be from more conservative professional sectors, which may suggest that they would tend to sentence higher on a punishment case.
Well, Russell and Sean, we're getting some reporting from Lori Brown, who's been covering this trial. She says that Judge Roach is back, but family is not in the courtroom. The judge, she said, just came and shook all the reporters' hands and thanked us for following the rules. Attorneys and the judge are working on the jury charge for the punishment phase. In light of the verdict, she says, this is my take on the key moments from closing statements. Prosecution gave 4 reasons self-defense does not apply. 1, provoke. Anthony provoked the encounter. 2, force disparity. You can't meet a shove with a stab. You can meet a shove with a shove or deadly force with deadly force. Number 3, reasonable belief from Worski. A reasonable person would not have plunged a knife into Austin Metcalf. Number 4, immediately necessary. Deadly force must be immediately necessary. Worski argued there was not immediate necessity to plunge a knife into an unarmed man. In addition, in Texas, a person who does not need to intend to kill someone for it to still be murder. If someone intended to cause serious bodily injury, that is murder according to jury instructions.
Yeah. No,
So they're supposed to. So he's supposed to think like an adult.
As you prepare your closing statements now before this jury, let's first talk about the defense. He's guilty, okay, of murder. What do you say now in this moment? There's really no need to talk about.
But I think you, depending on what your demeanor was, Norm Vordaer, I mean, I think you thank them for their time and their service, and you get right down to your issue. And I was saying, I don't know that you need 30 minutes to give the mitigation case for Karmelo Anthony, nor do I think you necessarily need 30 minutes to give the punishment case for Austin Metcalf. You should be about getting to it. It's later in the day. There's a certain amount of juror fatigue. I don't know if you've been in courtrooms during the morning time. There's a more energy just as the day goes on.
Yes.
As you get up to witness 20, and so you want to be able to keep attention, and you don't do that by having something that, in my view, is long-winded. But you've got to be, precise here. And so, and you've got things that you want to cover. Given the limited number of witnesses, there's not going to be necessarily new punishment stuff.
Right.
And so, again, I think it's hard to, you're really just rehashing from the existing evidence, mitigating things, with age, youth, and lack of criminal history being the main ones. And for the prosecution, they're going to be age, youth, and, a future of promise.
Let me bring something up that's way outside of the courtroom right now, Russell Wilson. Earlier, I mentioned that State Rep Patterson, Jared Patterson, and Jeff Leach had put out these statements on social media. Now, Abraham George, the chairman of the state Republican Party, is doing the same thing. I've never, in my many years, seen elected officials weigh in a local murder trial. These political voices sending these kinds of messages. I don't know if that's more divisive to the entire community or what. Do you have any thoughts on that? It may not be something you want to talk about, but.
over children.
No. I think, I mean, the reality, I think it's fair to say our today's politics are more divisive than they were, let's say 10 or 15 years ago. And there's a lot of things that have changed. There's social media. But one of the things that politicians certainly are aware of is that they're judged oftentimes perhaps on one or two acts, very few acts. And it could be what you did or said after the Austin Metcalf verdict or the position certainly could impact it. So it changes trajectories, if you will. And I don't know that I think it's a good or bad thing. I think societal involvement in our criminal justice system is good. But, you know, I don't know, for example, when politicians come out and praise one verdict and then condemn another, if that promotes respect for our jury system or not.
That's my point.
Yeah. So I'm not so sure, that. I believe the ones that you have mentioned are more conservative. It seems like those are Republican.
Hold on, you all.
And, there may have been more conservative.
Listen to this.
Prosecutor Dewey Mitchell explained that sudden passion is a situation when someone is in such a state of emotion based on something that has just happened that they didn't or they don't have time to cool off. If the jury agrees with the sudden passion argument, the charge is reduced to second-degree felony, which lowers the punishment range from 2 to 20 years in prison. They're not going to go for it.
No, they're not.
Manslaughter. It's the definition of it. I know it's manslaughter, but they're not going to go for it because if they were going to go for it, they would have gave it.
Yeah, they would have given him that. They already gave him life. I mean, murder, first-degree murder. So they're saying the judge. I'm listening to this. I was listening to these people on TikTok doing a live. They said that the judge said something about they could see if the jury wanted to call it something in the midst of passion. You know, like when you're just not in your right mind and you just haul up and do something, saying that possibly there wasn't a time, a cooling off period. Hold on.
You know what, Queen? They know that they're wrong and they're trying to clean it up. Because something big is coming.
Yeah, exactly, beloved. That's exactly what it is. Okay, I'm trying to see if that CBS journalist reported that. No, he didn't. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Do that.
Let me see if
somebody
I can find
has
that
to
somewhere
feel
else.
The judge knows he's wrong
strongly
and he's
about
throwing
a
out.
particular
He
position
threw in the
that they will
manslaughter.
not change,
Now he's trying
no
to
matter
clean it
what.
up without going against white supremacy because
That's
they're
what it
playing.
is.
And I don't
That's
know,
exactly what it is.
as I understand this group of jurors, and again, taking from that initial verdict, that type of division would be among this group of 12 citizens.
Are you ready to feel good about your body? LifeMD can help. Get started at lifemd.com.
This could still be quick. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's not some weight assigned to the things we've talked about that are plus and minus. It's just that number may be assigned, considered. You could tell somebody, hey, if it's a 17-year-old kid and I think 20 years is good, somebody else could say, no, 40 is fine with me. Do those people then say, well, let's meet in the middle at XYZ at 30? It certainly could happen. Because remember, they don't have a true basis. There's no guide rail to tell you why 28
I'm going to step out of the way so you can see what's going on right now.
32, or you don't have a way to distinguish the differences in the numbers. and you certainly don't have a way to tell
Y'all, they're
somebody
fighting in front of the
that their
courthouse.
number is wrong.
Supporters
I already
might
knew
get
that was
rowdy,
coming.
and we're trying to move a little
Hold
bit
on.
closer while staying safe, of course, to see what it looks like is happening. It looks like
They're
there is
white
some
people.
sort of fight here. I do want to mention we are surrounded by deputies here to make sure that
Hold
things
on.
don't get out of control. The crowd, I want to
So
say
they
it's
got
100
deputies out
people or
there.
so with their phones in the air, moving closer to see what this fight is all about. But this case, it has caused high emotion on both sides.
This case ended like I thought it would. A guilty verdict. And
Darn it, hold on. Let me see something here.
Secret Service Sam here with.
Well, the jury is back. I'm a forensic scientist and a former CSI. Today, we're closing arguments in the case against Karmelo Anthony.
Hold on, I'm trying to find the. I just sent it to my email. Hold on.
These people know Black people are fed up and tired, and that judge know it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's go to what she's talking about here. Likes up, everyone, please. Don't forget to like and share. Thank you in advance.
They might be fighting.
Hi, Martha. So we just found out, as you mentioned, that Karmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murdering Austin Metcalf. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see what's going on right now. It looks like we have a fight that's happening. I mean, we've expected this, Martha. The last few days, security here has been on standby, waiting for this verdict in anticipation that supporters might get rowdy. And we're trying to move a little bit closer while staying safe, of course.
Okay, Todd French says, so we shouldn't be seeing anyone in Texas that's white shooting unarmed Black people in a one-on-one fight with fist force is applied. Hashtag Boston Challenge Appeal. At the end of the day, honey, they're gonna still do what they do. That's what the devils do. And what's good for them is not good for us, beloved. Sad but true. Thank you for your insight into the topic and your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Listen, I absolutely believe that they'll still be doing the same stuff, business as usual.
To see what it looks like is happening. It looks like there is some sort of fight here. I do want to mention we are surrounded by deputies here to make sure that things don't get out of control. The crowd, I want to say it's about 100 people or so with their phones in the air, moving closer to see.
Hold on. That's going to be hard to do with wanton supremacists out there.
I'm
They
not
love
sure
to
on
fight.
this, but in deciding
They're
punishment,
violent by nature.
jury
Yep,
required
we need
to
to
be
get
unanimous, or
violence,
can
let
it
the
be not
violence
unanimous for
take
punishment?
it with
No,
violence.
it has to be unanimous as well.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you've got to have an agreement of all 12.
Okay.
So
Tender prison sentence. Okay. I wasn't sure on
Right.
that part.
and very
I know that-
rarely have there been juries that have hung on the punishment issue.
Okay.
But yeah, it's got to be unanimous. Again, they never have to explain their decision. If their identities have been, relatively sheltered, then they can render their verdict and go back to their lives. Some of them, I'm sure, though, I would not be surprised, will speak and say,
Well, the families
how
are now
they
back in the
feel.
courtroom, Clarice.
Yeah, Lori Brown's just reporting that both of the families are now back in Russell. So it looks like things are going to start to continue to move forward for the next phase.
And maybe to your timeline, Russell Wilson, maybe by 6 o'clock today, or they might stay later if they're in the throes of weighing the punishment at that moment. We're gonna take a break.
I would be, that's just the guess based off of experience, but you rarely have jurors that look forward to sequestration.
Right.
That's true.
So I think if we start by 4, particularly if we're just doing closing arguments, if there's 15 minutes aside, you'll probably see the prosecution will pass again, or be an argument about who goes first and who goes last. But if the state goes last, they'll let the defense go, and then they'll have sufficient time to have those discussions. And particularly, they don't have really much new evidence, right? It certainly wouldn't have been a surprise that his mom would say, save my son's life. And so that'll be, probably another discussion as well.
Yes.
Well, Russell, it's 10 minutes to 4. We're going to take a brief break and we're going to continue our coverage right after this.
All right.
Okay. Another little break.
This jury, what is your initial reaction?
Okay, because at 4 o'clock, Clarice, we're going to have to switch to IFB on our phone.
Oh.
This IFB, we won't be able to hear.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So whatever your IFB number is for live shots away from the building.
I don't have that.
Okay. Clarice, I'll put you in mind. 6, thank you, man. We're going to get ready for the 4 o'clock newscast. Russell, thank you so much, Frat. All right, talk to you soon.
Bye-bye, Russell.
Talk with y'all as always. All right, see y'all later.
See you then, man. Thank you.
All right. Bye.
So we need to get Clarice's
White-
IFB.
White supremacy threw away 2 black boy lives this year. Cyrus
Oh, okay.
and Karmelo.
All right, okay. Well, I have my phone for my IFB when it's time.
So for us here, we'll have 3 minutes.
Okay.
That's what all you've seen.
Okay.
We'll toss to more coverage.
Okay.
On the air.
On it.
Okay.
Yep.
Clarice?
With Eden and Sean. You're in the 4.
Sean,
Alex.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like
Jessica Gonzalez busted off the windows of his house. Jessica claims she caught Gary's son
Queen.
cheating.
Okay, so you got home, or somebody called you and said
Queen,
there's a
I'm
woman
about to-
in the house.
All right, close it up.
At the Collin County Courthouse, Sean, and we want to thank Russell Wilson for being our legal advisor giving us legal advice on both sides, talking about the reaction to the verdict today. Both families, according to Lori Brown, are now in the courtroom, ready to start the next phase, the punishment phase.
Right, and the charge to the jury is what's being prepared now. We will have closing statements from both sides. And one of the things that could come out now even is the idea of sudden passion. meaning this was not some premeditated planned thing. This was in the moment. It was in the heat of the moment action. Again, hoping to mitigate to some degree in the minds of the jurors as they decide how long Karmelo Anthony must serve time as justice for the murder of Austin Metcalf.
And we've seen Judge Roach want to keep the progress moving, to keep this going, holding court on Saturday, which is very rare, and also telling the jury to bring clothes, to come to be prepared, to possibly be sequestered tonight. However, Russell Wilson was telling us he thinks that with the way things may continue, this could end this evening in terms of what the punishment will be.
Yes, we're going to know hopefully fairly soon. We're going to know they are back on the record in the courtroom. Both sides have done their close. The jury's being brought in, so they're done with the charge now. I'm guessing.
The sentencing.
They're going to get the charge.
Sounds like the sentence is coming. Jessica says, Jessica AM says, fine, lock him up. I'll send iCare and cash for his phone. Okay, thank you, beloved. Thank you for insight into the topic and your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Hopefully he'll be able to file an appeal. Hopefully he'll be able to file an appeal, because this was a whole railroading. Okay, they convinced me with it. This was all sketchy. People were not shown the real video. People were discouraged from using going to see the video, because that woman, Sarah, okay, allegedly was lying. Perfect Blackness says, if you are FBA and still have trust in this justice system, you need your head examined. If this don't convince you that it's illegal, nothing will. Let me tell you something, beloved. You're absolutely right. I don't have any faith in it, honey. I don't have any faith in it at all. Okay? Thank you for insight to the topic and your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. I have none. This system works the way they want it to work, and that's for them, not us. Let me tell you something. When I was in college for criminal justice and I did my capstone review before graduation, I did it on the disparities in the criminal justice system. And I told them that, in my opinion, the criminal justice system is run by criminals. So then one of my professors said, well, why did you go to school? Why did you go to college for criminal justice if you don't even believe in the system? I said, so that I can learn the law. So I have a very good knowledge of the law, because my people don't. And that's how we ought to get railroaded. Okay? I wanted to know the law for myself. That's why I went to school for it. But I have no faith in this system at all. None whatsoever. Okay, whatsoever. I already knew they were going to find him guilty. We all figured it. We were hoping for the best, but we already knew what it was. We already knew, because we know how they get down. And especially we knew after we saw all the shady things going on with students getting up there. Obviously, they had been coached and told what to say and how to say it. Then when Metcalf's dad was sitting there nodding his head, shaking his head, telling the witness what to say on the stand, we already knew the fix was in. And also, if you all remember, I told you all last week when the defense didn't pose any objections. Yep. There were several times when they clearly should have objected on the grounds of speculation. Even in one case, leading the witness, they never did it at all. But the prosecution was always objecting. Okay, the defense was never. Why would you not object to some of the things that was going on? I'm not even a lawyer, and I know that didn't make any sense. Okay, I don't know. This is all just so annoying. That's right. Queen C. Precious said the fix was in. Exactly. I literally did a video with that in the title. And if you all remember, I also did a video that said a railroad is coming, because I knew they were going to railroad him. I already knew that was coming. I told y'all that last week. I already knew it was coming just from what was going on. These people are something else. Oh, Judge Judy, what are you doing on here? Okay, I'm trying to figure out. I may just go ahead and conclude the broadcast, because there's no telling how long it's going to take before we get the sentencing. Well, they said the jury just came back, so maybe it'll be in a few minutes. They say Carmelo Anthony's mom begs jury deciding son's sentence to have mercy. They're not going to have any mercy. I guarantee you they don't care about her tears or any of that, because if they had mercy, they absolutely would have gone with a manslaughter instead of murder in the first. Murder in the first was not even proven. What do you think, Tina?
It wasn't. That's what I was gonna say. Ain't no use to her. I understand as a mom and she's at her last wits, but they will watch us beg. They will watch us beg for our life. They don't care. They're gonna give him the highest thing. They all stuck together. They're all white. The judge, the prosecutor, the lawyer, the jury, the people on the jury that they claim is not all white. They identify as white. It's an all white courtroom in an all-white system, and they're going to try to make an example to make that all-white family feel good.
And you know the sad thing is, Melo, and for those of you who don't know, Melo, according to a source, was in college while he was out. He was in college studying to be a lawyer.
Was it true, Queen, about him rescuing someone like the year before from drowning, or he did something that was in the paper? Remember, they were saying that he had helped somebody. It was something he did, but they tried to make it look like Austin was an A student. He was suspended. Karmelo never been suspended. They painted Austin in the last few weeks like a good student. They're both were good students. How can you compare this boy? I mean, the Karmelo, an upstanding student who never did anything, 2-parent household, to a white boy with anger problems. Him and his brother have been suspended, from my understanding. Parents divorced, and compare him to the upstanding black boy.
Hold on. I just thought about something though. Here's the thing too. Now they were sitting there trying to go in on the guy who said he saw that video at the school, saying that he was a PDF file or he raped somebody or whatever. At the end of the day, I'm sorry, but Austin Metcalf and Hunter Metcalf's father also had some certain charges like that. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And had charges of abusing the mom, and
exactly,
and so they compared, like they say, they made the poorest white man think he was better than the greatest black man, and this is it right here. They need to always appease white feelings, whether they're wrong or right.
Let me tell you something. All of these people just really are racist. All the people down there in Texas, honey, that had anything to do with this is absolutely racist as far as I'm concerned. Okay, Perfect Blackness says our tears is sweet nectar to them. You're absolutely right, beloved. You're absolutely right. Okay.
Sure is right.
I absolutely agree. Thank you for your insight into the topic and your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. This is all just so crazy. Hold on.
Black people, we're gonna have to see. You know, when I was thinking, Queen, we keep talking about boycotting this, boycotting that. We need to boycott the sports, even if our people play. If you're getting something from it, is one thing. Okay, if your child play NFL, if they playing, they getting some money. But we need to stop going to these games. We don't have to watch them on TV. We need to stop
safe. They're not going to be
sports.
intimidated by people coming to the courthouse to make as much noise as possible.
Beloved.
We've seen instances here in New York where a jury has had to literally thread the phalanx of crowds.
Yeah, I don't really think that'll make a big impact, because women don't really go to the games like that anyway.
A lot of black people do, especially in the South. The South love, you will go in the store.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but more black people go to stores and stuff than games. Because most of the people go to games be men. I don't know anybody that goes to games other than men. I don't know any of my female friends that go to games, and I
I
darn
have
sure
a
don't
lot
go
of
to
female friends, a lot of people that do. But my thing is to see, when you're looking at a boycott, are we going to always need stuff from the store? You got to hit them where their money is.
We don't have to go to that store, just like we didn't go to Target. If we're to boycott
Nobody
Walmart,
black
we
really
have to go
use
there.
Target.
I don't shop there anyway half the time. Unless
So
I want some
nobody-
electronics.
Huh?
Of this that
I don't
will
shop
be
at Walmart unless
questioned
I want some
relative to
electronics.
the judge's
At the end of the
decisions
day, we
is
did the
going to
same
go
thing with
back
Target,
to
and they
the
felt the impact.
decision
And I
to
think that's what we need to
exclude the
do.
3 black female juror educators who were excluded by the prosecution.
We already heard this. I'm trying to see what the darn.
In real estate, timing is
Okay, Jessica M says, do you think they will withhold his mail in packages? I don't know. I don't have any idea, but
Yes, they do
that's a
all
good
that.
question.
It depends
You
on
said they
what prison
withhold it?
they're sending him to. And they waited right till he got grown so they could send him to these grown people prisons. And then our people black people that are in prison, they act like animals behind closed doors. I know because I had a son in prison. So
Everybody in prison act like animals, son, at the end of the day.
Yes,
Jessica, I'm not sure, beloved. Like Straight No Chase with the Queen said, it will probably depend on which prison he goes to. Thank you for your question, though, beloved, and your insight into the topic and your contribution. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Truth Brown said, boycott all Shell gas stations for Rick Child. Oh, yeah, we're definitely going to do that because, first of all, the family is suing them. So, yeah, I just saw that on TikTok, Truth Brown. Thank you, beloved. Yeah, we're definitely going to boycott the Shell gas stations and all the Asian restaurants. I mean, Asian businesses, since they want to talk so much trash.
Give me 1 second, Queen.
Mm-hmm. Since they want to talk so much trash, maybe if they hadn't said anything, we'd have just boycotted Shell. But since they want to talk slick, they can get it too. And they're expecting black people to be out there acting a fool. Let me tell you something. I never anticipated that black people would act a fool. But what I did anticipate is that if he didn't get found guilty, that they would act a fool. And y'all know they would. I mean, look how they went up there and acted like animals when they caused a whole insurrection at the Capitol over an election that clearly Trump lost. Okay? Please pay attention.
No, look at how they act when they lose a darn game. Look, if they lose a darn football game or a hockey game or whatever they do, they tear up the city. When they
we
win,
knew there was
they
like a whole fool if this hadn't gone their way. We already knew. That's why they kept talking about a darn race war. These people are something else. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody saying anything about the let me see what they're showing on here. I hope we can hear the darn feed because the last time we couldn't hear the darn feed. And I want to hear what these people are saying. That's outside of the courthouse. I know they're ticked off.
Or FanDuel, you make.
You don't know how anybody's feeling. You know what I'm saying? And it's not. This is a no-win situation on either side. You know, you have a child that is not going to be here anymore. God bless his family, and to the family who's going through this situation with their son, it's unfortunate.
Now we are hearing some, like Alex was talking, upset comments. We know that this trial, no cameras were allowed. It was not live streamed. It was not televised. But as someone who was in the courtroom every afternoon to hear testimony, I know that the journalists I sat next to, we were doing our best to share accurately what we were hearing and what we were seeing inside that courtroom. And the jurors were tasked to take all of the evidence that they heard in that testimony to come to this guilty murder verdict. Now, I'm not sure what people are waiting for out here. Obviously, we know that the punishment phase of the trial is going on right now. I'm not sure if they're waiting to see if any of the family members are going to talk or if any of the attorneys are going to talk. I haven't really had a chance to ask, why they are staying here. All I know is that they are, and we've just seen more people arrive to the parking lot. For now, Eden, that's what I'm seeing live out here. Back to you.
And again, we should note that Karmelo Anthony faces anywhere from 5 years to 99 years in prison. As Amelia mentioned, no cameras allowed in the courtroom. So we've had crews all over. We've had our Lori Brown inside of the courtroom. We've had Amelia Jones outside of the courthouse and Alex Boyer. So really, they have tried their best to share what both sides are arguing, what the defense is claiming, what the prosecution is claiming, and trying to paint the picture of what all is going on there. So as this case prepares for the punishment phase, Fox 4 is, of course, committed to keeping you up to date. We're going to be live on the Fox Local app when there is an update. So make sure that you turn on your notifications to receive the update right to your home screen. We will be right back.
Well, I guess nobody's surprised at the verdict because we all saw exactly where it was headed. And here's the thing: we already knew it was something shady when they wouldn't let us. They wouldn't let people stream the trial because it wasn't even a federal case. So what was the point, other than to do something nefarious?
Because they didn't want us to see the people lying. They didn't want us to
Exactly
be able to see how they were lying on the stand. They didn't want us to see them coercing each other in court. They didn't want us to see the whole thing. And I'm pretty sure that lawyer knows that DA. Even if it wasn't them in the picture, they know each other. They all work together. They
already know.
Yeah,
I absolutely believe it. And that's what I said. That dude, Mike Howard, that they got as their attorney, the parents must not have done research on him because it's no way I would have picked any attorney that had any affiliations with Frisco. Absolutely not. That's a small town.
They looked at Karmelo as a grown black man. They didn't care that he's a child, just like the lady that you were just playing when they were saying he didn't have a right to meet force with a punch, whatever they were saying. At the end of the day, the rules only apply to us on how we do self-defense. But all these black bodies that have been dropped at the hands of white people, all because they feared for their life or thought we had a gun or this and that. I mean, when black America is going to get tired? I mean, when white people get tired of something, or when they feel wrong, they storm the courthouse. We mad at them and how they react, but we don't react in the same ways. We march, we talk about boycotts, but what are we really going to do? Two black children lost their lives. One is they're sending them into the prison system, and they know that the prison system is unjust. And the other one, they let an immigrant unalive him in his back by saying he thought he was going to steal water. So a black life was worth 99-cent bottle of water. Come on, people.
Let's not forget the same people did the same thing to Latasha Harlins in 91. She said she stole a orange juice.
What about?
So listen to this. Listen to this though. Do you all remember Michael Drake?
I think I was going to say that the one that was in the stairwell with the Asian dude unalived him.
No. This is in Florida. I reported on this in 2020. This man in October of 2019, at the end of the year, he was charged with manslaughter because he got into it with this black guy. This is an older white guy. Got into it with a black guy at a convenience store, maybe, or something like that, in Florida. It was on video. I saw the surveillance footage. And so basically, he was arguing with a female. The guy's wife or girlfriend got out of the car. The guy was already inside the store, I think.
Well, National Weather Service offices across the country are painting the map orange today with heat advisories as temperatures begin to climb. Really,
he was arguing with her about where he was parked or parking in the handicapped or something like that. Long story short, she went inside the store and told her husband. He comes out, confronts the dude, then he shoves him. And the guy fell, okay, after he shoved him. So when he turns around to walk away, the guy pulls out a gun and shoots him in the back or like in the side somewhere. But he ended up getting, he killed him too. He got 20 years in prison for manslaughter. Fatally shot 28-year-old Marquise McLaughlin at a Circle K in Clearwater, Florida. He got 20 years.
I'm just
20 years. They charged him with manslaughter. But hold on. Let's look up Kason Allison. Because how much time? I think Kason Allison only got about 3 years. Because I reported on him too. Kason Allison. This is the guy who went to school, and this happened in Texas also. He was supposed to fight some guy. They were mad about a girl. And then he ended up going home and getting a knife, coming back to the school and killing him. Okay, he got 10 years. Kason Allen gets maximum sentence of 10 years for deadly stabbing at Belton High School. Same scenario, just about. Okay, now, except he left the school and came back. Okay, now, Allison was convicted of criminally negligent homicide. Okay, that's what they wouldn't allow them to give Karmelo by a jury in April. Okay, so he was sentenced to 10 years, but I think it may have been reduced because his attorneys were like, that's too much. But he stabbed this young man like 5 or 6 times. Went home, got a knife, came back, went into the restroom where he knew the guy was, and they got into a fight, and he was losing, clearly, and pulled out that knife and stabbed him. This was May the 3rd of 2022. Allison and Ramirez were in the bathroom at Belton High School. Allison, who was 18 at the time, left the school, which led to the campus being placed on a precautionary lockdown. Allison was later arrested off campus while Ramirez was taken to the hospital where he later died. He stabbed this poor young boy about 6 or 7 times. Okay? And watch, they give Karmelo more time than they gave him.
They giving Karmelo time like no. They're not even considering that. This is why that's why a lot of black people feel hopeless, because Karmelo did his grades. He went to school. He graduated in college. He was an A student. He played sports. He had the 2-parent household. They were the American dream. But yet a white person could come along and destroy all that. And then we have an American system with the media, the judge, and the jury to make him look like a criminal. So where do we go as black people in America? What do we do? Because I know we talk about boycotting, but we really need to get together. Where are our black lawyers? This is what I'm talking about with the Democrats or whoever. What are we going to do in sanction the American government, the federal government?
It ain't going to be nothing we can do. This stuff been going on for decades. It is not going to stop. Ain't nothing we can do about their system. It's going to work the way they want it to work. Hold on. It says Kason Allen, I think his sentence got dropped down to like 2 years. It says he's currently facing up to 2 years in a Texas jail. Okay, that's what it said a year ago. If a deadly weapon enhancement is applied, he faces 2 to 10 years in prison. But they said he was facing,
Look up AL.com. In Alabama, a guy from Florida who says he's an Alabama resident, he's running for governor, and now Kyle Rittenhouse just endorsed him.
Yeah, I don't need to look him up. I'm not voting for him. And if Kyle Rittenhouse endorsed him,
Kyle Rittenhouse unalived somebody, and he's walking around endorsing, and they're cheering.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Nothing's gonna change. Okay, hold on. Queen, the case and sentence was reduced to approximately 2 years and 6 months. That's what I just saw. Exactly, 2 years. Now watch and see what they give Karmelo. It won't be no damn 2 years. I bet you that. And this dude went home, got a knife, came back and stabbed up somebody several times. He absolutely meant to do it. Okay, he had a sharp knife, like a hunting knife. Okay, it wasn't a little 3 blades, honey. At the end of the day, this system, it's nothing we can do about this system, period. I'm convinced it's nothing we can do about it. It's been acting like this, it's been working this way forever, and it's about to get worse. It's not going to fix this. It's about to get way worse because now we got Satan Yahoo running stuff, okay, and they're about to implement all kinds of stuff going on over here. Y'all gonna see at the end of the day.
You know what the problem is?
Yeah, they're racist. That's the problem.
That black people are violent towards each other, but not violent towards their enemy.
At the end of the day, being violent towards them ain't gonna get you nowhere but dead or in prison.
Well,
so what's that gonna solve?
They killing us anyway, or unalived.
I'm just saying, what's that gonna solve? We'll have another case, a whole bunch of Karmelos. That's not the way right there. At the end of the day, like I said, this system is corrupt. It's always been corrupt. At least for us, it works the way they want it to. It works in their favor.
I look at why we don't act like our enemies.
I act like my damn enemies because I'm a human. I'm humane. I'm not a damn animal, and I'm not going to act like a savage and an animal because that's what they choose to do. That's what I'm not going to do. And then if you act like them, you think you're going to get away with it like they do? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I'm saying like how they take over the court system, like they get their people in to act like they for everybody, but they pretend that they for everybody, just like this jury. Oh, they pretended enough to get on the jury so that they can do what they wanted to do. That's what I mean by acting like our enemy. We don't think strategic.
Yeah, well, we have to be empowered to do all that, and that ain't gonna happen no time soon. I can promise you that. You got to be empowered. They're in positions of power. We're not. They're 76% of the population. We're not. They say we're 14. I believe we're more than that, but we darn sure aren't more than them 9 times out of 10. At the end of the day, they're running things. That's just what it is. That's just what it is.
They are, and that's what I was talking about with infiltrating their camps. We got to think of something. We can't just lay down and take it.
No, we can't lay down and take it. We got to do something. But just going out here trying to act crazy like them, that's not it. We got to be strategic. But whatever we're going to do, I would advise us to talk about it on a live stream.
Yes, I'm talking about doing the things that they do, getting real people in positions to make decisions, to do things like they do. See, when we get in positions, we think about everybody. When our people get in the Democrat Party, we think of, oh, this or that. We think about everybody. We don't never get nobody in position that's only thinking about our people.
And that's because, like we said earlier, we're not giving them any money. These people are going by money. Politicians don't give a damn about anybody. Politicians care about money. That's why they all get rich. Okay? Whoever is putting money in their pockets, that's who they're going to cater to. Like we said earlier with the Asians. They give them money. They get together and they give money to these politicians. We haven't been doing that. That's why we don't get anywhere. They're not going to do it for free. If everybody else is paying them, you think they're going to do it for free for us? We need to try to figure it all out.
That's why I said earlier about a super PAC. We need to learn about a super PAC getting our people into office. That's how they get the money legally. They have super PACs. That is new to us because we ain't been doing it.
This is a conversation we need to have off the internet, as far as I'm concerned. We don't need to be letting them know everything that we're planning anyway. Trusno said many aren't prepared for war. John Boy says we need to step up our spiritual game. Whatever you believe in, bring it to the forefront. Exactly. Okay, I absolutely agree with that, John Boy. Not John Boy like on the Waltons. Okay, I'm about to get out of here because it doesn't look like they're about to have who was Austin? Who said Austin is a guardian angel? I don't know, honey. I don't know. That's right. Tyler said everything has to be done offline. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. For right now, okay, for right now, what we need to do is boycott. That's it. Okay, hold on. Let me read a couple of these comments. Okay. Angel, the messenger, said, why wasn't the parents on his defense attorney's ass? Because he didn't interview half the witnesses. Exactly. This is all by design. I'm telling y'all. I really think the defense was in on it. I really do. I said that days ago. I said that last week. Okay, I really think the defense was in on it. They need to get rid of him before they even think about filing an appeal.
Yep.
Okay. They need to get rid of him. Absolutely. Okay. I absolutely think he was in. This whole thing was rigged. I don't care what anybody says. And then, you know, the racist devils are going to be saying, oh, y'all are so stupid. Y'all were trying to defend a murderer. I don't give a damn what they say because they defend murderers every day at the end of the day. And this was self-defense, as far as I'm concerned. Can't say the same about Kyle Rittenhouse, who went there looking for trouble with a whole AR-15 that he wasn't supposed to have, that he was in illegal possession of. Okay. They didn't say anything about him, Derek Chauvin, the rest of these devils, George Zimmerman. They donate money to these people. Then they want want to turn around and say, oh, Black people, y'all are protected and defending murderers. Like, sit down somewhere. Then had the nerve to try to go dig up dirt on that man who saw the video. Meanwhile, the president that they all voted for, these racist demons, the president that they voted for is in the Epstein files, okay? With credibly alleged accusations, all right? But they want to try to talk about somebody else. These people are so full of cap, okay? At the end of the day, selective outrage. Like I keep telling you all, that's all it is. Selective outrage.
They said Netanyahu visited the Epstein Island a few times himself. I seen that post. I don't know how true it is. Did you see
Who
that?
you said was there? Who?
The Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, whatever how you pronounce his name.
I bet he was. I know the old one was there. The former one before him, Barack, whatever his name is, he was there. Barrack, not Barack. It's like Barrack. Yeah, he was definitely in there. I read the Epstein files, and he was definitely in there. Sure was. I'm gonna tell you his name in a second. Ehud Barak, or Barak, B-A-R-A-K. Yeah, Ehud Barak. Yeah, he was definitely in the Epstein files. Okay, Thomas says, Queen, we will get it done. Absolutely, we're gonna have to, beloveds. Oh, this is just a whole hot mess. Okay, this day is just so messy. I feel so bad. That's right, Claudette said they thrive on our misery. Yeah, they do. And that's why they're going to be trying to provoke us, trying to make us mad, trying to gloat. I don't care. They can gloat all they want. Okay, they can gloat all they want. At the end of the day, do not let them get you all upset because that's what they love to see. Okay? That's what they love to see. Dark Blade said maybe Karmelo shouldn't have spent the GoFundMe on mansions and cars and spent it on lawyers. First of all, he never got the GoFundMe money, you idiot. Okay, he never got the GoFundMe money. That money has been frozen and they've never used it. They pay for the attorneys with their own darn money, okay? Okay, that's what they did. They paid for their own money. Huh?
Yes, they Black people.
I'm sorry, you breaking up, beloved. Say that one more time.
They hate that Black people are successful.
Oh, yes, of course they do. Of course they do.
They keep wanting to say the success came from GoFundMe. His parents were wealthy or pretty good off.
Yeah, they were doing pretty good. Mm-hmm. Yep. So anyway, at the end of the day, these little trolls don't have anything else to do. Okay, William Bell says the defense attorney should have been fired right on the spot. Exactly, beloved. That's what I'm talking about. He was trash. Okay, then he wrapped up so quick, like the prosecution interviewed over, or they questioned over 20 witnesses, like 21 witnesses. They only talked to like 3, and then they didn't even really push back when the witnesses were lying. I mean, they would say, okay, well, do you remember this? And then they would show them the transcripts, but they didn't really go in on them like you should when you know somebody's lying.
Because they were there. They all that white man felt the way that all those white people did. They did not, he did not feel, you didn't see him stand up, you didn't see him say anything during this trial because he felt the way that they felt.
Yeah, of course he did. That's why I wouldn't have gotten a white attorney. And like I said, if I did, it would have been one who's absolutely had a stellar record and didn't have anything to do with Frisco. Todd French says, bet the other twin will keep his hands to himself. Okay. Thank you for your insight into the topic, beloved, and your contribution.
That brother Hunter is going to, he's living in guilt. He could not stand up during the trial. He's living in guilt. It's gonna taunt him, and you're gonna see things happen to that family. Mark my words. Watch they torment themselves.
This is just all a hot mess. Someone, that's what I said. That defense lawyer made a deal with the prosecutors. I absolutely believe it. I absolutely believe it, beloved. I have seen them sit up in court and do stuff like that. Okay. I have seen them sit up in court and do stuff like that. Okay, Tony Montana said it's not premeditated because he didn't go and straight do it to him. It's self-defense manslaughter because everybody makes a GoFundMe for Melo and he should appeal. Everybody make a GoFundMe for Melo, he should appeal. Yeah, he still has that money that we gave him because that money was frozen. They said, and here's the thing: some people were saying that he had a public defender, right? Now, the reason people were saying that is because initially he had applied for a public defender, but he ended up getting private attorneys. Okay, he got private attorneys, so that really were no good. But
exactly.
I mean, I'm inclined to think that even a darn public defender could have done a better job than his attorney, Mike Howard.
He could have.
I believe it. I believe he didn't object to not one single thing. That was crazy to me. And there was plenty of times for him to do so, specifically when they were interrogating those children upon direct examination, when they were interrogating the two 16-year-olds that got Eddie, all of them. They were all lying. They were all lying, and he didn't object. And then they're sitting there asking them, well, do you think, who do you think provoked it? Do you think it was murder? Do you think it was self-defense? Why are you asking them? They're not experts. Okay, they're still in high school. Why would you think they know? I definitely would have been objecting to that on the grounds of speculation. Because here's the thing. The jurors may not know the rule of law, okay, and may not understand legalese fully. So would they know that he should be asking these kids this and that's speculation? Because they could have been taking these kids' words as, oh, well, they should know whether it was murder or self-defense because they were there and saw it for themselves. They don't know anything. They're kids. Mary Jane says Mike Howard has his own law firm. Yeah, he does. I looked him up. I looked him up. He works in Texas. In Dallas and Frisco, which Dallas is like 30 minutes from Frisco, and I don't know where else he works. I forgot the other place. Hold on, I'm about to look it up right now. The Law Office of Mike Howard, PLLC. Okay, so
give me a second, Queen.
Take your time. Okay, it says, yeah, Dallas. That's where his office is located, in Dallas, Texas. Lyndon B. Johnson Freeway. Yep. Hold on, let me see this. Now listen to this. This is what really lets me know this lawyer is full of BS. He even looks like a racist to me. I'm sorry. Okay, I know a racist when I see one 9 times out of 10. Okay, it says, Law Office of Mike Howard, PLLC. We're honored that our founding attorney, Mike Howard, was recognized by the good folks of D Magazine as one of the best lawyers in Dallas in criminal defense. Mike first received the award in 2016 and has received it every year since. This man threw the case. How much y'all want to bet? This man has been deemed the best lawyer in Dallas since 2016 and won every year since then. He's won 10 years in a row.
He has to walk around with them white people in that same town. He threw that case and he knows it. And I don't see how Karmelo family doesn't see that.
But like I said, his mom and dad obviously didn't do their due diligence because I wouldn't have got anybody that had a damn thing to do with Frisco. Because I would already know. I would not have felt comfortable with that at all.
Give me a second, Queen.
He probably ran game on them. Like this man sitting up here, the best lawyer in Dallas for criminal defense, 10 years in a row, won it the first time in 2016, and now they're saying he's won it every year since then. Yeah, definitely he threw this case because he was acting like a whole amateur. Okay, this is all some BS. And then Queen C. Precious said, and he couldn't get a lesser charge than red rum. Exactly. That's how you knew it was some shady stuff going on, beloved. That's exactly how you knew. Because I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, why are they charging him with murder? Because they know darn well this does not fit the criteria. But the jury got it. The jury went for it. I think the jury was just all racist people, and they already had their minds made up, period. That's how they came back so quick. That's exactly how they came back so quick. This is all a travesty of justice. Trujillo said they threatened the lawyer. I don't think they had to threaten him. I think he was down with it voluntarily. I don't think they had to threaten him. I think he's friends with the prosecution, just like somebody said, and possibly knows the judge too. Because if he's been a criminal defense attorney for all these years, and then he's been working in Dallas and Frisco, he literally has been to that courthouse before. You know what I'm saying? He's familiar with that judge, I'm pretty sure.
Call me.
Okay. This is awesome BS.
It's all BS.
Okay, songwriter Sonny said they always do the bare minimum when it comes to us. Exactly.
Because they want our money. Do you know that it's a win for them to get our money and not give us real justice? They get off on pretending that they're there for us.
Right. Hold on. The fierce one says blacks continue to fit in with white people and not understanding that they will never view blacks as their equal. It should be limited engagement with them. White girlfriend, lawyer, etc. Not a shocker.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes,
you're right. I have to agree with you.
The biggest boycott they could do is if black men stop dating white women, then we'll see a big change.
No, we won't. You think so? I doubt that very seriously. I don't even see how any white men even date white women after all the stuff that goes on in this country. So I don't think that's anything to change that.
I don't understand it, Queen. I do not understand it.
Hold on. And I don't really care, but I'm just saying with the history, it just wouldn't be me. Okay, Ian says, and that's why it's hard for me to believe in the higher power. Listen, it is true that it's only going to be enough or not is going to have that kind of attitude. My sister who's talking, we got to. This is just all frustrating at the end of the day. These people get away with murder, literally. Now, Rick Chow got off scot-free chasing someone the length of a football field and shooting them in the back over a bottle of water that he didn't even steal.
Not just him, his wife and his son. They chased them down like a dog, and none of them got a charge with accessory.
Exactly. Mitch says, do reduced charges bring Austin back? A bit reduced. Okay, you trolling. Let me just put you on out of your misery. Because you got to be miserable to be in here trolling.
Austin is where he's at because of the mentality of these trolls. Austin was a young white
Austin hadn't been a bully, he'd still be here.
No. That's what I'm saying. Austin
okay, if Austin wasn't a damn bully, he'd still be here. Please. Okay.
Let me tell you something, Queen.
Here's the thing, though. This is how you know that racist people are so miserable. Okay, y'all got the win. Now what do y'all want to do? Taunt us? You think that's gonna make us mad? We're already mad about the verdict, but you taunting us is gonna make us even any more mad. At least not me, because I laugh at them because they're pathetic. Like they are so caught up and obsessed with black folk. Here they come hopping into the chat, still trying to ask dumb questions. At the end of the day, go ahead and take your win and beat it. Okay, take your win and beat it.
The thing about it is they did not win. Austin is gone because of that mentality.
Exactly.
And Karmelo still has a chance. Just because this is here, I don't care if they gave him 5 years. We don't know what is going to change within these years. We don't even know what he's going to be sentenced to. We don't know what is going to happen with the appeal. But at the end of the day, Karmelo still has a chance. With us being fed up, talking about boycotting, we don't know what's going to change. Karmelo still has his life. But you know what they got? They got a dead white child in the ground because of their racism and their stereotypes that they teach. And they need to teach their children an example of this. Because at the end of the day, they took the biggest loss. We still got
tell y'all something. Yeah, and let me tell y'all something though. Here's the thing. I want y'all to think about this. Do you all remember some years ago, probably like 8 years ago, maybe like in 2018 or 2019, do y'all remember the little biracial boy I forget his name, but he was 8 years old. And these white teenagers who were like 14 and 15, they hung him from one of those tires that kids make into a swing. They literally put it around his throat and hung him, right? He was able to free himself, but he had rope burns. And the people didn't get any consequences because the sheriff in this racist little town said, oh, they were just boys being boys and it was a prank. How the hell is it a prank when you hung this child and left him there by himself hanging? He was able to get his speech on a picnic table or something to free himself.
See?
They said it was a prank and none of them went to jail. Not a one. So I'm sorry. When y'all talk about fixing the system, this system is never going to be fixed because to them it ain't broken. This is how they want it to work. And if you don't believe that, believe this. Since 1978, between 1978 and 2009, there were over 200 exonerations from death row in this country due to DNA testing. And who do you think were the people on death row? Who do you think? Okay, and let's not forget Troy Anthony Davis. Now, you can't convince me that the white police officer that he was accused of murdering and went to death row for, when all the new evidence came out and proved basically that he didn't do it, that the person who pointed him out is the person who actually did it, more likely than not. They still went ahead and executed that man, okay? They still went ahead and executed that man. I'll never forget. He was on death row for like 20 years. And the family of the officer didn't even care that they went ahead and executed him. Now, me personally, I would have wanted the real killer. But they don't care. Like you said earlier.
They don't care. Long as it's a black person. That's what happened in Alabama. These black people, they fought back with the police and unalived the police, right? But the black boy that was with them, he didn't know it was going to happen. The police came with a so-called police, not sheriff, with a no-knock warrant. Everybody says that the police were robbing these black drug dealers and they were tired of it. They came, busted it in. Nobody know why the police was there. It was a shootout between them and the police. The guy that was hiding behind the car, they gave him death row. They put him on death row. He had been fighting. Kay Ivey, the Alabama governor, executed him last year, even though evidence showed and everybody testified he had nothing to do with it. They don't care. Their whole goal is one black person is good for any black person.
That's exactly what I was talking about when I said Hunter, they protected him the whole time because Hunter should have been arrested as well by the fact that his brother died and he was the one who initiated it. Okay, he was involved in it too. He should have been arrested just like Melo, and they both should have gotten the same charge. But they didn't do that.
They do it to black people. They charge black people if the police, you've seen it, the police unalive a black person because they was with them. They gave the black person the murder charge because the police had to kill him. You've seen those cases?
Yeah, I remember that. He got 65 years.
And then if you are accessory to the murder and somebody gets murdered in a robbery, even though it was by someone else, the person that you came with, if you came with somebody, you are charged with murder. Like they keep changing the rules to make sure that.
But here's the thing. It's not that they're changing the rules. The rules don't apply to you. That's it. They're not changing the rules. The rules don't apply to us. Those rules are for them. Stand your ground, castle doctrine. That's all for them. Like I pay attention to how the law works, honey. The system is working the way they want it to. They're not changing the rules. They're just not letting it apply to us. Okay, the black lady who shot up in the air in Florida, gave him fired a warning shot, got 20 years. They later came back some years later and reduced it to 5. But the bottom line is, why the hell is she in jail anyway when you had this white man kill a teenager because his music was too damn loud? So I'm sorry, make that make sense. And she got like the same amount of time as him, just about. So that was crazy. But this is what they do. It's nothing new.
And then they yell victim. White people are attacked more by black people. Like, where are the stories at then? Show me where the stories.
Here it is, right here, this story. Yeah, we already know because we don't commit hate crimes. They do. Here's the story I was talking about. Okay, the 8-year-old that was supposedly hung. They said it was a bullying incident or whatever. But yeah, they hung that little boy and he had to fight to get himself free and had rope burns all around his neck and all of that. Okay, and nobody went to jail. Nobody went to jail. And then let's not forget, if you all remember back in 2020, that black guy who went out to the woods to watch the full moon or something with his friends on private property, his white friends, and he was the only black person. And then when he got out there, there were some more white people that they didn't know who were racist, and they tried to lynch him. Like we have the pictures. They grabbed him and literally tried to tie him to a tree. They were pulling his hair and all that stuff. And then basically, when he ended up getting away and he went to the police station and filed a report, the police got mad at him because after they arrested these people, it was about 4 or 5 of them. And after they arrested them, they asked the black guy if he would be okay with them not serving any jail time and just going through a diversion program. And he said no, he wants them to go to jail. So because he wouldn't go along with it, then the police started harassing him. And next thing you know, he got arrested on some BS. So
What
that's the kind of
about
stuff they do, honey. So nobody can convince me that this system's ever going to work any way other than what it is. I don't care who's in office. I don't care who's on the Supreme Court, the Congress, any of that. These people have the system fixed to work in their interest, and that's just what it is. It's nothing you can do about it, as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly. It's Congress. It's two birds. It's one evil party with two different names, and that's called America.
This is all some BS.
Yes.
I'm trying to see what the time is. Hold on, let me look and see. Somebody said block Michael. Hold on, where is Michael? I don't know why the trolls still coming. Y'all don't have anything else to do with yourselves? I mean, I wouldn't even let anybody know I was this miserable. Because you have to be miserable to be trolling. You got to be miserable to be trolling. I'm sorry, because who has the time? Did somebody already block him? Because I don't see him. I wanted to see what he was saying, though. Hold on. One of the moderators may have already gotten him because I don't see him. Oh, okay, here it is. He says, do you love the United States of America? Yes or no? Why the hell do you care? Okay, why the hell do you care? If I do love America, I don't love people like you that's in it. Okay, how about that? Okay, I don't love racist devils who are in it. That's what I don't love. Okay, America isn't the problem. It's the nefarious, wanton supremacists that live here, that dwell here. That's the problem. It's not America. It's the people in it. Okay? Afro Man needs to do a rhyme about Judge Roach and the prosecuting attorney. He ought to title it Courtroom Scumbags. Jonathan Bigham, you need to stop. That's right. The fear said no because they're obsessed with us. Exactly. Exactly. Look at Cletus in here talking about you people can't run shit but your mouth. Okay, well, we're running that. Whatever we can run, we're doing it. Okay, why are you here? Okay, why are you here? Okay, these people are something else. They really be trying. And honey, you can't make us ever be as miserable as you are. Okay, that's why you're in here. Okay, probably lives in a trailer park somewhere. Okay, probably lives in a trailer park somewhere with 2 flat tires. All right. Sit down somewhere. And I'm talking about on your trailer, not your vehicle. This one right here says they leave the criminals out shooting up black neighborhoods. Go get justice. Get no justice. Anybody can see Karmelo Anthony is a good boy. Sad. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. They do leave. And that's the thing. It's always the good people who get the short end of the stick. Okay. Malcolm says, thank you for the positivity. I'm athletic and black and I'm a male. I know what it's like being surrounded by white people who want to jump you. Free Karmelo. Fox versus Hound. Yeah. I mean, I'm used to racism because I grew up in Kentucky. It's nothing that they do surprises me. That's right. The fear said they start stuff and play the victim. Exactly, but they'll swear that's what we do. But the thing of it is we don't go out looking for them. We don't go out following them, coming up to them. Okay, if we saw them in a tent and they didn't go to our school, will we really come up and be like, oh, you got to go? And just talking crazy? Who does that? Clearly not us. Okay, clearly not us. J Love the Queen said they did it to my family before. I'm sorry to hear that, beloved, but I'm not surprised. I am not surprised at all. I guess I'm about to get out of here because why aren't they telling us? Hold on, let me pull up something. Let me just make sure. See what the sentence is, if it has popped up. I don't see the verdicts. Straight No Chaser with the Queen. Do you see anything about the verdict, beloved?
No, I don't see anything about the verdict yet. Okay. Yeah. Remember, he said it could be until about 6 o'clock and stuff and everything, but
because he said the jury was just coming back.
And this is what he's talking about. That's what that man was talking about, because they stick together, but sometimes they have a little conscience and they're fussing over what to give them. Because see, they're gonna stick together, but now what do we give them? Because some of them just throw the book at them. That's probably what's going on.
Those people are going to give him life. They already gave him a damn murder, convicted him of murder.
Yeah, I understand that, but they would have been back by now. So yeah, they probably want to give him life. They want to stick together. Yeah, he was guilty, but what they give him, that's probably what's taking so long with the
yeah, but it ain't gonna be nothing light. It ain't gonna be nothing light. I bet you that.
No,
okay, so I don't think it's gonna be anything light.
If it do, then honey, hell got a rating drop.
I'm gonna tell you like this: it's gonna be more than 20 years. That's this period. It's gonna be more than 20 years because if they wanted him to have 20 years or less, they would have definitely gone with manslaughter. Let me see here. I'm looking at these updates. Okay, this is from 8 minutes ago. The jury left the courtroom at 4:40 to begin deliberations in the sentencing phase of the Karmelo Anthony trial. Karmelo has been found guilty, Okay, so they left at 4:40. That's an hour and 10 minutes ago. Okay, so let's stay on till 6. It's already 5:52. We might as well ride it on out now. We all might as well ride it on out. Let me just give y'all something.
We rolled out the presidential race.
Yeah. Let me just put y'all something up here. This has been over 5 hours, honey. Okay. Let me just play y'all a couple of videos. Let me see here.
Wait, which oppression was worse, the oppression of women or the oppression of African Americans or blacks?
They used to eat us.
Wait, what? Eat?
African Americans were eaten. Do they not teach this? They were eaten.
Whoa. You think there was widespread cannibalism in the United States? And
this was with a specific lady in New Orleans, and she I know who you're talking about.
Wait, hold on. One example of cannibalism is not evidence of widespread.
They used to skin us and make leather out of it. Like, why is that even a question?
I think he's saying because you're only pointing to like one example.
It's not one example.
1837 on the Portuguese slave ship, the Aragante, the captain killed an enslaved man, cooked him, and made the other enslaved people eat him. And the crew ate the organs. In 1831, after Nat Turner's rebellion, they desecrated his body after his execution, and then some sources state that they boiled down his body to a medicinal substance for white people to consume as an act of final triumph. Vincent Woodward has a whole book about the incidents of this happening, the consumption of black bodies, not just literally, but physically, intimately. It's well documented. And within that book, there's another slave owner, a Kentucky man, who butchers and cooks an enslaved person in front of other enslaved people as a form of psychological terror. And then in 1888, the Mercury in Philadelphia releases an expose exposing white doctors who are tanning the skin of black people to make shoes and cigar boxes. One of the physicians was quoted as saying that black skin makes a specifically enduring leather. There was also cases in Mississippi of them making belts and purses and things from black skin. They also used black babies as alligator bait. That's documented in multiple sources. They thought it was so hysterical they made postcards about it. Would use them as bait to hunt alligators, or would just feed them to alligators. If you really want to go for a wild ride and you can stomach the truth, Thomas Thistlewood's diaries, called the Thomas Thistlewood Papers or the Thistlewood Papers, the slave owner himself kept a documented, detailed diary of all of the torture he inflicted on his slaves, including 3,800 cases plus of SA against black women, probably one of the most common crimes across the slave trade against black women. And he also invented what was called the Derby's dose, where he would flog a slave and then rub pickle juice or lime juice into their skin and then make another enslaved person defecate in their mouth. Typically, those kind of infractions would be eating a piece of sugar cane because they were hungry. And no, Miss Green, you don't know who you're talking about. Madame Lalaurie did not eat her slaves. What she did do is chain them up with iron collars, where she tortured, mutilated them, peeled their skin into strange shapes, and then murdered them. Just because you people are not educated enough to know what actually happened and you don't want to believe it because it makes you uncomfortable, doesn't mean it didn't happen.
They get to do that because they white.
That's
See, we
right.
think that apply to us. We don't understand that. Look, bro.
Not
we
just
still
that.
fight for the same shit that we were fighting for in the 50s and 60s. As a matter of fact, we had
Now, with
more
that
in
all
the
being
50s and
said,
60s because we were together.
hold on.
There was no welfare. You had men in the house, and you know we were just
Gavin
together,
is
man.
up
But
here.
I
Gavin.
feel bad for the brother though, but I ain't gonna hold you too much, man. I like your show. I like what y'all doing, man. I mean,
that's
I
somebody
like the
talking
way
to
you
Gavin.
talking about it. You ain't just all emotional like everybody else and all.
Okay.
But Queen, they
That's
boiled
Gavin.
us
I'm gonna.
They boiled us in sugar. That every time they lynched most people, they would cut off body parts and keep them. You remember the book?
Souvenirs.
Remember the book, The Delectable Negro, when they had.
That's what she was showing on the video. She was literally holding that book up.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it was so. They have. I mean, cannibalism is rampant with slavery.
It's still rampant. At the end of the day, nothing changes. All over the Epstein files.
Yep, and using
all
our
over the Epstein files.
Using our hair as cushion.
Hold on, beloved. Olivia says Christmas party pic with Judge and Metcalf's online. Thank you for that, beloved. I saw that picture, but when I looked up their actual pictures, it didn't look like them. So me and Secret Service Sam came to the conclusion that that wasn't them. Now we did still hear that they're friends. I just don't think that picture was the picture of them. Because that guy didn't really look like the judge. The judge has like a beard or whatever. This guy didn't look like him. But I definitely think that they all know each other, like we heard. I definitely believe that. Thank you, beloved, for your insight into the topic and your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. Hold on. Gavin?
Hello?
Hey, Gavin, how are you doing?
I can't hear. Hold on a second. I can't hear anything. If I can't hear you, Queen.
Can you hear me now? Tina, say something and see if Gavin can hear you, please.
Can you hear me, Gavin?
Yeah, I can't hear anything. I'm sorry. If my mic is on, looks like it's on, but I can't hear you.
Okay, maybe you need to let me see. Maybe you need to unmute it or go out and come back in. I don't know.
Yeah, he probably need to go out and come back in.
Hello?
Is funny with that.
Gavin, can you hear us? Go out and come back in,
Yeah,
beloved.
I just can't hear you talking. I can see it looks like something's moving. So how about I try and log back in? Come in and I'll come
that's
out.
great. Okay.
All right. Let's see.
Yeah, because I want to ask Gavin his thoughts on this whole thing. This is all crazy. Gavin's a legal expert, for those of you who don't know.
My whole take on it is I'm gonna try. I've followed it, but I have,
Juju, what are you talking about? Delete that comment.
I think one of the things I'm looking at What's important? Well, a couple of things. Certainly, I know for a fact because they're having to exclude. Now, it's not though. Yeah, yes and no.
Huh?
Yes and no. You can have one.
Just anticipate said, Gavin, I hope you
In
don't
fact,
catch a
it was in,
stray
I think.
because you're in here with a bunch of mad ninjas.
Where's the
Just anticipate now you're just being messy.
oh, the rent?
Shawshana said, I knew it when they didn't release the video that the rig was in. Yeah,
It very
I
well
absolutely
could
believed
be.
it too.
Do I?
Hmm I absolutely believed it. Forever Cali girl said, who's he talking to? He's talking to somebody in the background. That's why I just turned his mic off. I thought he was talking to me for a second. Marie said, Gavin's multitasking. I know, right? Gavin, hurry up and get up here and give us the scoop. I need to figure this all out. I want to hear what Gavin has to say about it. They still have not said what the darn verdict is. I mean, the sentence is. Let's see something here. Poor Queen Sheba got on the live and she didn't even have her mic on the whole time. I'm telling her your mic is off, and other people were telling her too. I guess she didn't see it. Y'all remember I did the same thing at the Diddy trial. Sat there and did a whole damn interview with that reporter. What's her name? Megan Kunin. And the darn mic was off. I had to do the whole thing over. I'm so annoyed with myself. Just anticipates a Queen. I'm just being honest. Sit down somewhere. Okay. Yeah, you're right, Lila. Oh, no wonder. Gavin.
Yes. Can you hear me?
No wonder you can't hear me because you're on here 2 times. How are you in here twice?
I can hear you. I don't think I'm on twice. I'm sitting
here looking at it. I just added you to the screen.
Well, I had logged out of that when I was on my phone on that one, but I moved out, so I don't know how that's possible.
I'm gonna see if I can delete it. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can delete this one. Huh. Kick from studio. I hope it don't kick you out. Oh, let me see. You see yourself up there twice, right?
Yeah. But
that's why. Okay, let's see.
But if you notice the one above me, there you go. So you have to delete that.
There you go.
All right.
Okay, now that we got that all out of the way, Gavin, what the hell's going on here? Tell us your thoughts. And don't make us any more angry than we already are. I'm just teasing.
Okay, don't worry. It's not going to be a Diddy,
like
the Diddy coverage. Yeah, that was something else. Well, first off, good evening to you and to the chat and to your other guest. It's been like over a year since I last talked to you. So, it's about that time, but it's a pleasure seeing you and talking to you again. But
thank you. Same here.
Under the circumstances, and I'll be honest with you, I followed the case, but I haven't off and on, just by bits and pieces of stuff that I've seen. Of course, when this trial first started, I think my biggest concern was the fact that there were no blacks that was seated on the jury. This was they try to say, well, it wasn't all white, but the fact is that there were no blacks that were on there, which would be a jury of his peers, which might be and to this credit, the defense attorney did, I think, try and make what's called a Batson challenge. Batson is the Supreme Court case upon which you are not allowed to use race as a factor to exclude jurors.
From the jury.
Correct. Now,
okay.
I think his Batson challenge was denied. Now, can he use that on an appeal? Yes, he could. Will it be granted? That just depends. And appeals can take a long time, which is the situation. It is sad because nobody wins from this at all. Yes, I hate the fact that the Metcalf did lose his life. At the same time, I do understand where where our anger, and especially us in the Black community, are upset, because it seems like self-defense is only for people who don't look like us.
Yeah,
We've
that's what it
seen,
seems like.
I mean, George Zimmerman pulled the gun out on Trayvon.
Yep.
And Trayvon was just minding his business walking home. He wasn't doing anything to anybody. Now, of course, I don't like to a lot of people don't like to conflate different cases and so forth. But something about and I don't know, and I don't even like to, now with the defense attorney, I don't know much about him, and I don't like to armchair quarterback, because I wasn't there and I don't know all the facts. But
well, let me ask you this.
Well,
go ahead, Gavin, and then I want to ask you a question about that.
But if I do think that more witnesses probably could have been called, for the defense at least, especially if I know I think that Karmelo, it's a self-defense claim. It may have been wise to have him testify and give his side of the story to it, but they probably thought, and I think the parents had talked with him and thought maybe, given his state of mind and being how young he was, it probably would have been problematic. And the defense attorney might have thought that the state's case was weak, which I had heard reports there were issues, of course, with Metcalf, because Metcalf actually, from what I heard in one from one witness, I thought they said that Metcalf actually lifted Karmelo off the ground, if I'm not mistaken.
He did. They call it cleating. They call it cleating in football. It's like where the person hits you so hard that you're up in the air and your feet are off the ground.
Right. There was also, you could have called a self-defense expert, which could have been something that might have been helpful. But honestly, if it took the jury just 3 hours to deliberate, they had already made their mind up. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Now, what you were going to ask me?
You said they had already made their minds up?
That's my opinion. I felt that
That's what I said too. For them to come back in less than 3 hours. They were only going a little over 2 hours.
Right.
I absolutely believe that they had already made up their minds. That's exactly what I said, Gavin. This is all so sad. Now, let me ask you this, beloved. Okay, so now I was talking last week and saying that I felt like the defense was purposely doing a poor job. And then when I looked up this man's track record, Mike Howard was voted the best Dallas criminal defense attorney in 2016, and they said he's won every year since then. Now, if you heard what he was doing in the court as we were reading the transcripts and everything, basically it seemed like he was an amateur. How is this man the best criminal defense attorney in Dallas, and this is what you did? Now, my question is this. I want to ask you this. So there were witness after witness for the prosecution. And so when the prosecution was questioning the witnesses, these are children. Mind you, like 2 of them I know were at least 16 years old, right?
Right.
And so then it was like a 17-year-old or whatever. But the prosecution was asking them things like, this is literally what he was asking. He said, so in your opinion, who do you think provoked it? And they all said, Karmelo. Okay, then he says,
that would be speculation, because they can't get
that's what I said. I said, why did he object on the grounds of speculation? But hold on, it gets worse. Then he said, do you think this was murder or self-defense? Now, why would you ask 16-year-olds that? And they all said murder, but he kept asking each one of them, and the defense never said a word. That's when I felt like, okay, they got to be in on this, because I know darn well you're not that stupid. I'm not even a lawyer. Okay, I just went to school for criminal justice, but I know that.
Yeah. Well,
like, that's crazy.
I mean, again, I don't like armchair quarterbacking other defense attorneys, especially if I don't know like all the stuff in the case. But things like that, if that comment, I can just tell you this: if that comment was, or that question rather, was asked by the prosecution, and I had caught wind of it, I would have just objected on speculation. And let me just explain everybody why you object as attorneys. An objection basically is to preserve the record. When you're objecting to, if you're objecting to statements that are questions that are made, then you're telling the court basically to say that this is elite, for our purposes, it's illegal to enter the courtroom for the jury to hear. So I'll give you a perfect example. Remember when we came on here and we talked about the Bill Cosby case, and we talked about how one witness got on the witness stand and actually directly talked to Bill Cosby. Did you remember me, Mr. Cosby? And Tom Mesereau objected because it's a Fifth Amendment issue there that's in front of the jury. It's prejudicial. It was also, he has no duty to actually testify or answer her. So the fact that they make that remark, you're asking to object to it. You object to it. The judge didn't, and Tom went further and wanted a mistrial, but that wasn't granted. So you're objecting. When you make objections like that, you do it to preserve the record for an appeal. If you don't make an objection, then if you appeal it, then that matter is moot, meaning it's done. You can't bring that up. So that's why it's important usually to have to make your objections. But also another thing, I don't know if Mr. Howard, if Mike Howard had another attorney co-chair with him, if it was just him by himself, but those are also helpful to have another set of pair of eyes to work a case. O.J. Simpson had an excellent defense team, with Johnny Cochran, not just Johnny Cochran, but also F. Lee Bailey and Barry Schwartz. And, he had, although he turned out to be, do a lot of snaky stuff, Robert Shapiro. So he had all of those defense lawyers, and each of them asking questions to the prosecutor's witnesses, and also to having their own witnesses testify. So it's always important to have that. Yes. And, that whole thing with OJ, I won't get into that, but yeah, there are books on it that prove there was, and you and I have talked about this before, Queen. Yeah. That proved it. Yes. But this is do I think he can get taken?
All right, Ashton.
That's his only chance. So
to get the appeal,
I think he's got his appeal team will likely have to raise the issues like the Batson issue. Now, the other thing too, and people and defendants file these all the time. The first person everybody wants to blame if they lose is the defense attorney. So they can now. You can appeal the matter even if you have ineffective assistance of counsel. That's another ground. But it would come down to the only way with doing that, though, if you say ineffective assistance of counsel, you have to prove that if it were not this for the attorney's actions, that another outcome would have likely have happened, meaning that he breached some type of level of ethics of some sort for his client, or failed to, like, for instance, he had evidence that was brought to his attention and didn't disclose that, or he didn't do anything that a reasonable attorney would have. So things of that nature, yes, you could probably make that argument. But again, I don't know the facts of the case, and I'm just saying.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Gavin. Okay, so one of the things is I just feel like, first of all, it's just my opinion that the lawyer was purposely doing BS, because some of the stuff was just amateurish as far as I'm concerned. But one of the things is, what about the witnesses telling lies? They literally were getting caught in so many lies. Now, what they said in their initial police statements did not add up to what they were saying in court. It was obvious that they were being that they had been coached and prepped. And then also Metcalf, this was not only said by a content creator, but also the guy from Law and Crime, the black guy that's a reporter for Law and Crime, said the same thing, that they saw Jeff Metcalf, who's the father of the victim, signaling to a witness on the stand when the defense was questioning them about how to answer, shaking his head.
Okay.
And I believe that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, finish your statement so I can understand.
I was just going to say, I believe that may have had something to do with why the judge didn't want cameras in the courtroom, and also they didn't show the video. Now, there's a video footage of exactly what happened. If you remember a year ago when this all happened, they basically said The police said that anybody that leaked footage, because it was supposedly cell phone recordings of it, and they said anybody that posted footage online was going to be arrested. And then the judge issued a gag order. Okay, then there were people who said that they went to the school and they saw the video. Now, they say the video was very clear, was clear as day. One guy said that you could literally see the raindrops falling. He said it was about 11 minutes long. He said they jumped him. He said that it was 4 guys. Now, that adds up with what one of the witnesses said. One of the witnesses said, he said it was me, Austin, Hunter, and Luke. We're the big guys on the team because we're the ones that carried the coolers and all of that. So 4 big guys confronting him. Okay, Austin had to walk up like 5 rows of the bleachers to get to him. Okay, Hunter started it. Hunter said in an interview last year that his brother Austin grabbed Karmelo's backpack and threw it. But meanwhile, Karmelo is where they were all saying that Karmelo had his hand in his bag the whole time and that he was sitting there with his hand in the bag. And they said that when he pulled the knife out, it's like it was already ready to go. But my thing is, how's that happen when Hunter said that his brother threw the bag? I feel like the defense should have brought in that interview from what Hunter said previously. None of this was done. Like, this is amateurish. He had to have done this on purpose. I'm sorry. I'm not going to believe this man's been practicing law all this time and he didn't know to go get that young man's interviews and look at them, because even in 2 of the interviews that I showed, he contradicted himself even in that. Now, that's likely why they didn't want him to testify initially.
Well, let me just address your first issue about the lies, because some people are saying, well, I saw some people bring up why couldn't that be brought up on mistrial. Let me just say this: witnesses lie all the time in court, although they're not supposed to. Yes, it's penalty of perjury, but guess what? It's the prosecutors who make the call whether they want to prosecute somebody for perjury or not, which is the issue. And defense attorneys get their opportunity to cross-examine any witnesses that the prosecutors have. So a jury basically, even if they suspect someone is lying, they, of course, because they listen to the testimony, they will have to, and they have the legal obligation to do so, weigh all the evidence that's been presented, including testimony. So the fact that they may have thought somebody wasn't credible or they thought someone was credible, they can do that. That doesn't mean that that person, of course, is going to go, would be, whether they be prosecuted or not, that's something that a DA would have to decide. I also look at the fact that, well, if there is other evidence, and I'm getting to your point about the videos and so forth, probably a problem. And I don't know what, we don't know what conversations this attorney may have had with Karmelo and his family about any evidence, but it's possible that the reason why that video may have not come in, you have to have any type of time, anytime you're bringing in audio or video, it has to be authenticated. And you have to have the person usually who recorded it there to authenticate it. So you ask them questions. Hey, can you give your name, such and such? Is this, do you recall the video in question? Yes. You recorded it? Yes. What date was it? It was on such and such 2024. Can we play what's called Exhibit 1? Now, is this your recollection of how the video started? Yes. And this is you recording it? Yes. So that's typically how you start authenticating things. And that's actually, and that's something that's you're required, if you're trying to bring it in, you would be required to do. And maybe they couldn't, and maybe that might have been an issue, because if it was shared with multiple people, there's no way of telling who recorded or where. I mean, I've had issues before where they've tried to bring a video in against my client, and I have to raise questions about how the video was recorded and such and such, and where to protect them. But so all of that, and I don't know if the defense attorney, he may have been thinking that, and he may have had that conversation with him, but yeah, those are stuff that they had to consider.
Yeah, so they say the video footage was basically surveillance from the stadium or wherever they were, the venue, and they claimed there was no no cell phone footage. But let me tell you something. If there was no cell phone footage, I just want to know why the police threatened when this all first happened that if anybody posted those cell phone videos online, they'd be arrested. Also, they confiscated the phones, and they confiscated Eddie, the guy that was supposed to be Melo's friend. They confiscated his phone twice. And people said that he was recording, but then he said that he was only pretending to record, that he was holding his phone up high above his head, pretending to be recording. I think he absolutely recorded it. And I think that footage got deleted. And that other footage, they were talking about how grainy it was, that you couldn't even see anything. It looked like blobs. But the people that saw it at the school a year ago in 2025, they said that it was very clear and you could see exactly what happened. They said that they beat Karmelo. All four of them were swinging on him. They said Austin grabbed him in a headlock, and that's probably when he cut him. Okay, because they said at one point Melo like got away, like backed out, and then Austin grabbed him by his hoodie and pulled him back in, and then got him in a headlock. And I also think that's when he probably stabbed him, because you had to be close up on him to stab him with a 3.5-inch blade, which, by the way, is legal. Okay, even if they had it at school, it's legal. So everybody.
Right. He wasn't charged with, and I don't know, and every law in state is different, but he wasn't charged with having a concealed weapon, essentially. He was only charged with the murder charge. So,
right, but they kept making that a big issue throughout the trial, was my point. They kept saying, why did he have a knife? Why would he bring a knife to attract me? Why would he have a knife at school, on school grounds? You know, that's what the racists were saying.
Well, they were doing that to try and paint his character as wicked, you know, and bad, which is what they typically do. And I tell you, you go on X right now if you can. Well, I would turn off social media, because you're seeing a lot of the you're seeing, as I like to call it, a lot of the mayonnaise monkeys come out and say some of the most vile, racist stuff.
Let's just be careful what we say as far as calling names or whatever, because I don't want any drama. But yeah, I know I'm not going to be on social media today after this, because I already know. I mean, they already got their win, but still just trying to start mess. Like, these people are miserable. Okay, they are absolutely miserable.
Yeah.
Now they're showing outside the courthouse. I'm on this X account where this CBS reporter had been posting stuff. He doesn't say anything about the sentencing as of yet. Seen outside of the Collin County Courthouse after the guilty verdict in Karmelo Anthony murder trial. They're going to be expecting us to write all of that. We're not doing any of it, Gavin. We're just going to boycott. Nobody's doing any of that crazy stuff. Okay? That's all they're looking for. They would love to throw a bunch of us in jail. That's not going to help anything.
Yeah.
Hello L said GoFundMe has deleted his accounts. Yeah, because he got found guilty. That sounds about right. Because he never collected any of that money, Gavin. Did you know that?
I was not aware of that. I know money, if I'm not mistaken, there was over $500,000 that was raised for him for his defense. If I'm not mistaken, there was an issue when that initially happened, because whether or not he could, there were people complaining about that, why he was raising it. But they've raised money for other people that were accused of stuff. I think Daniel Pena had money that was raised for him, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, Rittenhouse. Money was raised for Zimmerman. I know that for a fact. So,
and Derek Chauvin too, I believe.
There was. Yeah.
They definitely raised money for Zimmerman. I do remember that. He had like $250,000.
Yeah. And he was allowed.
That money's going now.
He was allowed to be, he was basically a hero. He was allowed to, yeah.
Yeah. Said they've started refunding donations. I bet they have. Sheesh. I guess I'll be getting my little donation back. So sad. Daniel Penny, did he get close to $1 million? I don't remember, Marie Beloved. I don't know. So, Gavin, let me just ask you this while you're here. So, when they had charged him with murder in the first degree initially, right? And then right before the jury went to deliberate after closing arguments, they told them that they could also go with manslaughter. And they came back real quick with that murder. I was so shocked. I knew they were going to find him guilty. I felt it, but I thought that it would at least be manslaughter. But at one point after that, right, the judge said that they could use criminal negligence or something like that, which would be lesser than even the manslaughter. But I said I doubt they're going to use that because they already found him guilty of murder. I don't think they want to try to give him an easier road.
You're talking about sentencing?
Yeah, I guess for the sentencing, right?
As far as the sentencing concerned, that I read that in Texas, because they did that with Amber Geiger, remember a few years, some years ago, they can reduce it if it's not considered in a murder charge. I believe they can reduce the sentencing to, if I'm not mistaken, is it 2 to 20 years of some sorts? And there's a provision in it. I don't have that in front. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Because I don't want to say the wrong thing, but
right.
And I'm not licensed in Texas, but I have been reading about it, especially the guidelines that they had. So what they say is if a jury finds that a murder was committed under sudden passion, the conviction.
That's what they said. That's what they called it, sudden passion, Gavin.
Correct. So it could be reduced be reduced to a second-degree felony.
Okay, yeah, that's what they said. So would that be like what would that be like, second-degree murder or what?
Well, what it means is that it lowers the punishment range between 2 to 20 years. So it reduces, it would still be, so even though he's charged and convicted of first-degree felony, if they find in the sentencing phase it was done in a sudden passion, they can just reduce it. So so he's still convicted of murder, but we're reducing it because we find it was in a sudden passion. Now, the thing is with manslaughter, and it's almost the same thing. Because when I hear sudden passion, that's what we always think of manslaughter, where there's no cooling of a blood during period. Usually when you had situations where there was adult, like if a husband walks in and finds his wife having
or something.
Right, and he decides to pull a gun and so forth, then sometimes as jurors they've considered that. But yeah, and in this case, in instance, I don't believe and I didn't believe this should have been a murder charge.
I didn't either.
I thought similar circumstances probably would be manslaughter. At worst, it would have been manslaughter. Because you also got to factor in this too, Queen. He was 17 years old.
Right.
These are teenagers. These were not adults. This is not a 45-year-old that walked into a bar and tried to got in a fighting because he was drinking or anything like that. These were teenagers at a track meet, and he got, based off what we've heard and what's been confirmed, he got confronted only because he's supposedly sitting in the wrong tent, but someone testified, well, he had the right to, he was told to come over there because he knew someone from the team. That's what I read.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Right. No, I just said he was called to testify. Someone was called to testify and said that he got called over there. And it was raining. So, they didn't have a right. They're not teachers. They're not police officers. Nobody can tell you where you can and can't sit.
Exactly. And that's the problem with white people. They always think they can tell black people what to do. Now, Asheville Fly said, we have all seen the knife he used in the murder. He was an adult. No, he was 17. Okay. That's what he was. He was 17. Okay. He was the same age Cal Rittenhouse was when he drove across state lines with that AR-15 to go kill 2 people at a protest. Okay. That's how old he was. Second of all, yeah, we did see the knife. It was 3.5 inches, which is perfectly legal. Okay, it was perfectly legal to even carry at school. And they say that the kids in Texas have those knives just as much as they have cell phones. So you can miss us with it. And let me just put you out of your misery. Okay, bye. But let's continue.
No, I don't have anything further. That's all I was just saying. And those are things that they got to factor in now. I don't know if they stopped doing the sentencing phase or if they're still going on. But the defense, of course, I heard they called the mom up. I'm hearing they didn't call anybody else, but
No,
yeah,
they didn't.
I think that's I think that's a mistake.
I do too.
I think he should have called his father. I think they could have called some students that knew, teachers that knew him. Definitely, but
Melly said Austin was 17. Also, we know they were both 17. That's
they were
my
both.
point. They were kids, and we know that kids do dumb stuff and get into trouble.
I just gave her some food.
Huh?
Like literally eating now. That's why she was loose. Is she finished her
You're
food?
talking to somebody else. At the end of the day, look, my whole thing is, so what is the likelihood, in your opinion, Gavin? I think it's probably slim to none, but what do you think is the likelihood of an appeal?
I mean, I think whether it's granted or not, I don't know of. Do I think it's likely they will file it? Yes. I think given the fact that given his age, given the fact that he has no prior criminal history, but most importantly, the issues of that are brought up, like the Batson issue, having blacks. I think his appellate attorneys will bring that up because that was made. If I'm not mistaken, the defense attorney also made an objection to some jury instructions that could also be made. The problem, of course, with filing an appeal, with having those, is that appeals do take time and effort. They don't happen overnight. You have to actually go through and file. Before you file an appeal, you would have to file a motion for a new trial, which likely would get denied instantly. And that's when the clock starts of when you can lodge an appeal, which of course you also got to get copies of the transcript. So there's a lot that goes in on it. A lot of people don't know when you file appeals, when you file for this, it's a bunch of stuff. It's a process that you have to go through, and just basically a long paper shuffle, and then filing it in state courts because it goes to the Court of Appeals. And then here's the other flip side of it too. If it gets overturned by the Court of Appeals, the prosecutors get a chance also to try and see if they can appeal that court's decision as well later. So there's a lot that is that's going to get into this. I certainly think, and I hope that his family does file an appeal. We don't know. Yes, we don't know, of course, what the sentencing will be. Did they stop for the day, or they're still going? Do you know?
Well, we're waiting for the sentence. They said that the jury was going to deliberate for the sentence, and they were talking about maybe at like 6 o'clock. But let me go to this X account and see if this guy has posted on here, this reporter. Yeah, that's what we're waiting for, just to hear the sentence. Let me see here. Yeah, this is just from an hour ago. Let me check somewhere else real quick. 5 minutes ago, an update. Let me see here. This is all just very bad news. I feel so bad for him and for his parents. His mother, they said she was just begging them to have mercy on her son. Honey, I am pretty sure that it fell on deaf ears because they already gave him murder. How did they get murder out of that? There was a guy on one of the panels on the news that we were watching. Okay, and he was white, and he was so mad. He was like, this is so dumb. Like, this doesn't make any sense. How did they get murder out of this? That's exactly what I was thinking. Okay, how did you get first-degree murder out of this? Is the standard for first-degree murder in Texas different than anyone else's, where there's no need for premeditation, no need to lie in wait? I mean, I have so many questions because to me, it was a clear-cut case of self-defense. And even if you didn't want to say that, I mean, the very least I would have thought was manslaughter or voluntary or involuntary manslaughter. I mean, they kept saying that Austin or that Karmelo was the one who provoked it. How did he provoke it when Austin literally came to him? Austin and his brother Hunter, he was sitting there minding his own business, and they came and approached him and started talking trash, and the whole thing went on from there. But these people will say that, oh, it was Karmelo that was the one that was provoking it because he said, touch me and see what happens. But this is after, mind you, they lied about this and didn't want to say this until the defense drug it out of them. But they said, Austin said, I'm going to beat your bitch ass. And they also said, some people were lying and saying, oh, he just tapped him. Oh, he just slightly pushed him. Oh, he put both hands on his shoulders and just pushed him. It wasn't a hard push. But in their initial statements that they gave to police, they said a whole lot more. One of them said that he was cleated, like I said, snatched up. Another one said that he was shoved so hard that Austin came charging at him and shoved him so hard that he fell back into Dustin. Okay, and now there's 4 people fighting and y'all are on some bleachers. I'm sorry, you don't know how that's going to turn out because I darn sure would have been trying to reach for something, especially with 4 of the biggest people. And Melo only weighs 130 pounds. And he's like 5'9". Hell, I weigh more than him.
Yeah. Well, all the stuff you're saying, yeah, the main thing is what's going to happen on the appeal process, especially with the jury and whether they were, and I'm hearing people saying, of course, and I brought this up, issues with the jury instructions that could be appealable. That's also an appealable question that could be raised as well. So it's not over just yet as to what happens to him. Again, it is a tragic situation all around. You don't ever like seeing, I don't ever like seeing somebody lose their life, black, white, or whatever. I certainly don't like seeing, I'm not a fan of violence, but I also want fairness in a trial. And maybe another, maybe, and my understanding that's in Frisco, Texas, that's Collins County. I'm hearing that that's a sundown town.
Oh, yeah, that's what I heard too. And let me tell you something, Gavin. I don't know if you watch Nick at Night, but she said that is the worst case of racism she's ever encountered. She was literally down there crying. They had to get the Black Panthers to go down there and protect her because this racist white woman was all over the internet just telling lies and trying to rage bait. It was all a mess. It was all a mess.
Yeah. So I'm looking here, actually, I just decided to Google Collins County, Texas, sundown town, and they said the most notable municipality historically associated with sundown town practices is Plano. During the early to mid 20th century, Plano reportedly utilized intimidation and unwritten customs to restrict African Americans remaining in or settling within city limits or after dark. I've actually been to Frisco before. I have family that lives out there because Frisco is like that's like a suburb of, no, not Frisco. I'm sorry. I've been to Fort Worth. I think I'm mixing them up. But if I'm not mistaken, Frisco is it's around the Dallas area. It's not far from the Dallas area. Yeah. So.
Yeah, Frisco is like 30 minutes from Dallas.
Okay. Yeah.
But Plano, I've covered some nefarious stories coming out of Plano as pertaining to the police harassing Black folk on their way home, walking home, and things like that, and beating the crap out of them. I've reported on some of those stories a couple of times, at least twice.
Yeah.
Well, it is what it is. I guess all we can do is hope for the best, and maybe he'll get an appeal. I hope so. I'm just hoping they don't give this young man a life sentence. Okay, and he was in college while he was waiting for his trial, and he was studying to be a lawyer.
I heard that. Yeah, you told me about that. Yeah. Well,
it's a darn shame.
It is a shame. The whole situation is sad. And also this thing, and I know you've probably talked about it, but the situation that happened in South Carolina with on the heels of what happened with Rick Chow and what he did to Mr. Belton, to young Belton, who my understanding, they don't own that gas station anymore.
Nope, they sold it.
Yeah, well, they needed to because the block got hot from what I've seen. There have been people that are over there, but certainly I think that even in that situation, the fact that he was actually running away and they chased after him,
right?
They were he and his son were aggressors. They were
exactly.
I don't see how that could have been self-defense.
Now, let me say this though. So they charged him in that case, right? They charged Rick Child with murder in the first, but they didn't give him any lesser charges. So it's either you get him for murder or nothing. I think that's how he got off, because it definitely didn't seem like murder in the first. Like he premeditated or planned it.
Done a manslaughter charge too. They could have added that, like, again, and here's the key: it's the jury instructions. That wasn't something, jury charges, that wasn't something that was considered. So the prosecutor,
that's what I'm saying,
watched that. But, and here's the thing, and I want to point this out to our listeners too: if you get an opportunity to serve on a jury, do it. Don't back out of it. They try to keep blacks out of juries. I know that they actually had a former Shreveport ADA who admitted this, and he actually asked to be disbarred because he was upset about what he had done, especially with this black man that served a long prison sentence. But yeah, it's important when we get jury notifications that we actually go and sit in the process. Yes, it's long, it's tedious. Nobody likes to be there for hours, but you can act. But we see this, and we also know that you can make a difference, and you can learn. Yeah, you can learn about the justice system while you're there and learn how stuff is. So yeah, don't tear up your jury notice if you get it in the mail.
No, I don't. At the end of the day, I don't. They just didn't pick me last time. Now, Lieutenant Muxman said, "Okay, so long, Queen. Nice knowing you. Where are you going? Talk about nice knowing me, honey. Sit down somewhere. I'll see you back on the next live. Okay." But yeah, so with that all being said, hold on, let me think about my questions I need to ask you, Gavin, before you go while I got you up here. I think I have a couple more questions at least. Okay, so now, so with the appeals process, which you said it could take a lengthy time, and there's no way they're going to take him into custody today. They're not going to let him be out while he's on appeal. I know they're not going to let that happen.
Well, not for a murder charge. That's highly unlikely.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't think so at all. Okay, well,
I mean, I'm not from that area, but I just hearing it and knowing from where it is, I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I wouldn't even trust those devils anyway, even if he was. Like, those people, they were something else. They even had one guy bring a Confederate flag to the courthouse on a big stick. These people are something else. Trying to intimidate black folk is what I heard. Okay, that's what some of the black people said. I wanted to go down there, but at the end of the day, like my friend said, it's probably best that I didn't. It's knowing me.
Yeah.
This is all a hot mess. Cool Running says separation is the only thing. I absolutely agree. But I'm so over it. These people are just so wicked and nefarious, okay? At the end of the day, I mean, they just want everything their way. They don't care about rules, law. They don't care about any of that. These are the same demons who went up there and caused a whole insurrection at the Capitol. They have the nerve to be talking about, oh, black people are so stupid, defending a murderer. They defend murderers every damn day, okay? At the end of the day.
They do it all the time.
Exactly. I hope they get their little thrill out of it, because they are so ecstatic, I'm sure. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna be on social media for the rest of the day, because I don't even want to be into it, nobody.
Right, and all of this is an attempt to get you.
I know.
Yeah, it's an attempt to rouse emotions out of you, make you feel upset and ugly about stuff. Yeah, don't do it. Don't fall. Like I said, I've seen a lot of the stuff, and I'm trying to stay away from it.
Hold on. I absolutely agree, Gavin. Dan said we can't be trying to bail Queen out of a Texas jail. Okay? Because y'all know I almost went up there in New York when that man attacked me and Secret Service Sam. Okay, boy, when I tell you, I lost it. Okay, but I remembered real quick that I'm in front of a federal courthouse. Calm down. But I jumped up and threatened that man so quick. Don't you even try it, honey. But yeah, it's probably best that I didn't go down there. Okay. Anyways, it's all so crazy. Well, you know what, Gavin?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Tina. Do you have anything else to say, beloved?
No. I'm just
still trying
listening, Gavin. With the situation we in, and we've been discussing boycotting, and like we don't believe that the system is going to change. What would you suggest for us to start doing as a whole, as foundational, Black Americans?
Good question.
Well, the main thing I would suggest, first of all, the main thing I would suggest is number one, we can't economic independence. We have to have economic support, supporting Black-owned businesses and having a hub to do that. The problem is that we have a lot of infighting and a lot of personalities that want to do something their way and different, don't want to do that. That's the main thing. Like I said, also, it's important for us to also get serve on these juries. If you get a juror notification, don't ignore it. You see how important I think that is, especially when they had, I believe there were 3 Black Americans that were on that jury that they had dismissed, and they claimed that they didn't want, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, they didn't want educated people on there. I think that was a remark that was made. But
oh, really?
I had heard that. Yes, that was something that someone has.
That's what I said. I said they didn't want
that is what you
Black
said,
people.
Tina. You sure did.
I had read that comment from somebody. I didn't hear it on the national media, of course. I know that national media, especially with a lot of these cases, they can be very biased with their reporting. Fox News in particular, and even the Associated Press has gotten bad. But and we need to have our, especially we have to have Black, Queen was out there when the whole Diddy thing was there, and she was reporting live. And it's important that we have Black independent media that's present and support them. That's another thing that we need when to hear the side of the story, because national media, when you look at television, it's called television programming. They are trying to program you into believing in certain things. They leave a lot of important stuff out about stuff. For instance, and I'll just bring this up, why after 21 years is Netflix doing a Michael Jackson documentary on the trial?
Thank you.
After Michael,
right after the movie Michael comes out.
And remember, Queen, we remember when you were on my channel and we had Michael's attorney, Tom Mesereau, on. And yeah, Tom couldn't have been no kinder, but he explained everything about that trial, what happened, what the jurors, what the judge was trying to do, how he tore up everybody, all of the prosecutor's witnesses on the witness stand. And this was an all-white jury, mind you, that acquitted. No Black, well, similar to Karmelo Anthony, no Blacks on this jury. So it wasn't a racial thing. They actually acquitted Michael Jackson. He actually got a fair trial.
Yep.
So, yeah, so those are things that are, there are things that are going on with this. And, like I stated, it can be done. There can be justice that can be done for us, but we have to be organized with our things. And we also, and my important thing, we got to get rid of a lot of these politicians who are with us, say they're with us, that have been there for 20, 30 years that aren't doing anything.
Exactly. They should have a time limit. They literally should not be able to stay in there until they're just like 80 and something years old, like Nancy Pelosi and some of them. No, they got to go.
No, and Nancy Pelosi, even I gotta even say Auntie Maxie.
I was gonna say her. Like, that's what I've been saying. All these people, we blame a lot of stuff, but we blame a lot of the presidents. They're gonna be who they are, but it's our Congress people who's been in there since I've been a child.
Sure. Congress is actually, if you read the articles of the Constitution, they have more power. Well, there's checks and balances, but they're the ones that make the laws. They're also the ones that declare war. When we went to war with Iraq in 2002 with George W. Bush after 9/11, they could have stopped the war by saying, we're not giving any more money. They could have done all of that. They didn't want to do that. After we went into Afghanistan, the president wanted to go in Iraq. Well, wait a minute. Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. Why are we going in there? And they could have stopped it.
They didn't.
No,
And
they
that's
didn't.
what I say. When they have us worried about the presidential election. The president, yes, he's a pawn. He only gets to see what they tell him. He's here for 4 years he's only over the executive branch and he can write executive orders. But the people who are passing all the stuff, the people who are doing all the things, who's informing him is Congress.
Right.
Well, that's what I said. I said we need to be focusing on the local elections and all that. I think the presidents are selected, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, listen, we got to make sure we're getting the people, we're voting for the people who are not receiving APAC money. That's my opinion, because those people are not working for us. They're not working for us.
No.
Anybody receiving APAC money? No. Absolutely not. I don't care if they're Republican or a Democrat. Either way, you're not working for us when you're receiving APAC money, period. Not in my opinion.
No, they're not.
So the thing is too, I mean, both parties really don't do what we need them to do, but one party, and I would say the Democrats, we get more out of them than we do from the Republicans, because Republicans trying to take away SNAP for people that have hungry children, single moms with hungry children. They try to take away Medicaid and Medicare for people who have health issues. That's the main thing that I think about. Some people are literally going to die if they don't get any type of treatment, if they can't afford their medications. Some people are literally going to die. Okay, that makes no sense to me. Why do they not want people to have Medicaid and Medicare? And doesn't that money come out of your checks anyway? Okay, Medicare does. They're acting like they're giving people a handout. That's their money that was coming out of their checks. Sheila said, yep, Netflix sure is. I was wondering why myself. Because they try to hate on Michael Jackson's legacy, because they saw how good that movie was doing at the box office, if you ask me. And then here they come with that BS. And it's all based around the accusations that he was completely acquitted of.
Yeah.
So I find that all interesting.
And it's important to remember that those boys were actually those boys that were in that documentary. They actually were, well, at least one of them were Michael's main defense witnesses, their main supporters at the time. But then Wade Robinson in particular, but then he changed his tune in 2013 after he was not allowed to get the job at Circus du Soleil. And
him and Safe Chuck.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't think Safe Chuck was a dancer, but are involved in that. But I know.
No, I'm just saying that's one of the people that was talking about Michael.
Correct, and leaving Neverland. Now, now they have the other family, the Casio family, who was actually, they called Michael. Michael was like an adopted family member to them. Now they've changed their story, and they were defending Michael for years. Frank Casio was Mike's manager at one time, and now he's accusing him of stuff, and that's going on. So, Michael Jackson was a lick. He was basically, he was a way for people to make money. And there are people, but the thing is, Michael has a fan base that's unlike any other celebrity that I've seen. I mean, there are people who there are places without running water, without roads, but they know who Michael Jackson is. And that's a fact.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's true. I believe it. D Major says most developed countries have universal health care. Exactly. But not the United States. But here's the thing. Thank you for that, beloved, and your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Here's the thing. The reason we don't have free health care here is because years ago, when they were thinking about making Medicare free, okay, or making Medicare to where it paid like 100% of your medical bills or whatever, they said, no, we're only going to let it do 80 because they didn't want Black people to be able to go to the hospital for free, to get free health checkups and all of that. So they said, no, it's got to be a 20% cap. That's what they did. Okay, that's what they did. I learned that years ago. Okay, so they will cut off their nose to spite their face. Okay, they will take themselves down just to try to take us down. Okay, how stupid is that? So you don't want free health care because you don't want Black people to have free health care. Okay, got it. Okay, and these are the people that y'all think gonna give us reparations. They never will. They never will. It's never gonna happen. What do you think about reparations, Gavin? Especially after they went down there and wouldn't even admit they voted against saying that chattel slavery was one of the worst human atrocities in the world. Yeah, they wouldn't say that it was only three countries that went against us. It was Israel, the United States, and Argentina.
Well, I mean, I'm
The
in
United
favor.
States has a whole lot of nerve.
Well, I'm in favor of it, but they would never. They're never going to give that to black people.
Yeah, we're not. I'm in favor of it too. We all are, but they're
I
never gonna
mean,
give it to us. That's what I be trying
I'll
to tell
never
people.
turn. I don't ever turn down money, or free money, but it would likely not have. Yeah, the problem I think, and what they try to raise, they're going to claim, of course, statute of limitations, the amount of time that's elapsed. It is also against something that the president can't do personally. When Ronald Reagan, I believe, signed that into law in regards to Japanese Americans that were in internment camps, if I'm not mistaken, that was a resolution passed in Congress. So again, it comes up to our congressional leaders if that was something that they wanted to do. I know that I believe John Conyers at one time they had something called HR 40 that they had talked about doing a reparations bill, but that never apparently went through. They've always done these studies. The Democrats, of course, we know support. They always come up with saying they support doing these studies, but they don't actually go forward with trying to actually get reparations. But
they're doing a study now. Supposed to be doing one in New York. But go ahead, beloved.
Yeah, but I have seen other groups get stuff. I've seen there be reparations. I saw they were actually trying to do some form of type of reparations for LGBTQ in a spiritual vote that was passed in Congress because at the time before the Obergefell decision, homosexual marriage was against the law, and they tried to say, well, because they were forced to pay taxes and lives as a couple. But weren't allowed to get married. They felt that something could have been done, but it was done symbolically. They don't actually get any money from it. I
remember that. I reported on that.
Yes, I've seen Jewish groups, of course, get stuff from the Holocaust.
I mean, everybody has the Italians, everybody, the Japanese, everybody got it except us, the natives, everybody. That's the problem. That's how you know they're not going to give it to us because all they want to ever give us is studies. They're doing a study right now in New York. It's always a study when it comes to us, but everybody else just gets it. Okay, everybody else already got their reparations. We went through hell and back and still going through hell and can't get anything.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me go to this clip because they say there was something going on outside at the courthouse.
So, Donna, in terms of the sentencing process here, what do we expect? Is the sentencing the number of years up to this jury? Does the judge weigh in? This does vary from state to state and district to district.
It does vary, Martha, and obviously the fact that the jury is going to be weighing in on sentencing leads me to believe that they're going to be able to have some type of say, because otherwise the only focus or purpose they would have would be as if this were a death penalty case, which it is not. So given the fact that the jury is around for the sentencing phase leads me to believe that they will have a say. What I do think is really interesting here, and I think that this is the reason the case played out the way it did. The defense attorney knew that this jury was going to be involved in the sentencing phase. The judge was listening to all the testimony here, and I think this is the reason some of these facts came in. The things that we were talking about earlier, how he reacted after the fact. I think some of that is trying to be mitigating. I don't think that the defense truly believed that there was ever a true self-defense claim here and that this is what they had to try on behalf of the client. But given the facts and circumstances here, I think putting this forth in the way to show this level of remorse, to show that he was upset and crying after the fact, I think that was part of the sentencing phase of this case. I also think the fact that Karmelo Anthony himself did not testify was very interesting given the defense in this case. And that's not something that we've talked about today. And I think that that's
wonder why she keeps saying that, because you rarely see a person accused of murder in the first degree testify in their own defense. That just doesn't happen. She's acting like it's such a shock. Like that literally hardly ever happens. Wouldn't you say, Gavin?
Well, it It depends. Yes, it can happen where defendants can testify in their defense and self-defense, but there have been instances, of course, where they don't. I mean, George Zimmerman didn't testify in the Trayvon Martin matter.
That's what I'm saying. They
Claiming
usually
self-defense.
don't.
And the thing with it too is you can't use that. Jurors cannot hold that against them. They have a right against self-incrimination.
You're right.
So judges will typically instruct the jury. They're required to tell them that the fact that the defendant did not testify, meaning invoking his right to remain silent, means that it can be used to prove guilt. You can't consider that.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Let me see what they're talking about on here. I'm waiting to hear this
very significant portion of the jury making this decision on murder. I think had he testified, manslaughter may have played into it a little bit more, because he would have been able to say, I felt in fear. I felt like they were coming at me. It was a split decision. And looking back at the video, I don't see what maybe I thought was happening at the time. And I think maybe those things may have played into a less serious conviction here. But the fact that he didn't testify, I don't think the jurors had any other evidence that they could hang their hat on. And we'll see if in the sentencing phase we hear more about that. But I really do think that the defense played into the fact that if he was convicted, these were certain pieces of information they needed to put out in front of this jury. So maybe the sentencing would not be, as significant as it could be.
Please miss me with it. Okay, now hold on. Sister says the Michael Jackson documentary, Netflix stated they wanted a counter narrative to the movie. Really? Well, that was obvious. Okay, they came out and admitted it. I'm shocked. But I figured that's exactly what it was, because the movie was doing so good.
The movie is actually the highest grossing biopic, I think, of all time now. It surpassed Bohemian Rhapsody, which was the Queen biopic.
Really?
Yes, it's close to $1 billion.
Wow.
Worldwide.
Okay, that's awesome. So that's why they're like these people, they just cannot let a black man rest. Michael Jackson was found innocent. The FBI investigated him for a decade. I remember when it all came out, there was a 300+ page document on the internet. I read the whole document. Like, they still keep grasping at straws and still trying to bring up stuff. And I'm gonna tell you something else, Gavin. Since this whole Epstein thing came out, there were some people that said, like Macaulay Culkin, I do believe. I don't want to lie on anybody, but they said something about some of these actors who were kids at the time, and I do believe they said Macaulay Culkin specifically, said that Michael Jackson built Neverland to keep those kids from going to Epstein Island. Now, they said Macaulay Culkin was supposed to be going there one time, and Michael Jackson had him at Neverland. And so it looks to me like they painted Michael Jackson as what they all were. That's just my opinion.
I have heard that too. Eddie Griffin, who is a good friend of Michael, he has said that Eddie was actually the only celebrity that actually went with Michael to his trial. He went there for his arraignment. But Macaulay Culkin testified on Mike's behalf. He denied anything that happened. Like I said, Wade Robinson testified.
So did Aaron Carter. May he rest in peace.
Yes. Chris Tucker testified for him, for the defense. So, and people ignore that. I haven't watched the documentary, and I don't really intend to watch it because I know it's and especially when they have
I'm not watching it.
Well, when they have Martin Bashir come back on and even give testimony, I think that, and they interviewed him. I think that tells me enough that he's a mess.
Yeah.
This is a guy that, his career has basically been finished by the BBC because it turned out he lied to get the Princess Diana interview and did stuff.
Really?
Yes, you can go actually Google it.
I believe you. This is all crazy.
Yeah, he was the reason why that trial started.
Mm-hmm. Well, you already know the whole thing about Michael Jackson because, like you said, his attorney, Thomas Mesereau.
Yes.
And he was also Bill Cosby's attorney, right?
He was in his trial in 2018.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I do have to run, and
All
it's
right, beloved. Thank you.
yeah, and it
Thank
is
you
a
for
pleasure. Go ahead.
yes, thank you for giving us your expertise. I appreciate you, Gavin. I'll be giving you a call later on this week, beloved.
Okay, it's a pleasure talking with y'all. I thank you for having me come on. Everybody,
Absolutely.
just stay strong.
Absolutely. Thank you,
Yeah.
Gavin.
All right,
Talk
and
to you
nice.
soon.
Yes, and nice talking to you too. As a talk. Okay, thank you,
Tina, straight no
Tina.
chasing with the queen.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you, Gavin.
All right, team.
All right, peace.
Peace.
All right, you guys. So we're gonna sit here for a couple of more minutes and see if we can find out what's going on with this sentencing. They said the jury has been deliberating on the sentencing for over an hour at this point. I'm gonna start this video back
I don't
up.
know if we can hear this person who's speaking or if we know if this is one of the attorneys, if anybody, okay, this is not one of the attorneys. It's someone speaking outside the courthouse. Paul, let's talk a little bit about what Donna touched on here. Karmelo Anthony did not testify in his own defense. Do you think his attorneys now second guess that decision?
Well, in light of the fact that he's guilty of the highest charge, how could you not?
Sure.
And all I can say is if the cynical ploy here was to say, leave him off the stand, take the guilty verdict, and let's hope we get some kind of a minor victory at sentencing from this jury, I think it was a mistake. The way this went, and in light of the tenor of the defense witnesses, who, as I said earlier, some of whom were reportedly black. There's no cameras in the courtroom, but that said, reportedly black testimony from black witnesses, excuse me, and testimony on the defense side, wherein at least one of them started crying. It broke for the prosecution. So at that point, if you're sitting where the defense is and you're about to continue with your case, you probably have to go back and say, hey, look, we got a Hail Mary here, and that is we put you on the stand to play for a sympathetic jury sentence after a top charge conviction feels to me like the kind of 1 in a million shot you never want to put your client in the position of. Feels to me like it would have at that point, the way things were going, to Donna's point, say, you know what, let's try to elicit some sympathy. Karmelo, get up there and do your best. The only thing I can think of is that they felt like, for some reason, there are some facts that we have not heard that the prosecution may have been able to draw out of Karmelo that they felt would have even further hurt their case. Things like why he went to the tent, why he had the knife. There may be things that come out that we didn't get in the four, and this happens, that we didn't get for various evidentiary reasons in the four corners of the case.
Okay and good with sudden power. Would that be something, because, we were talking about that you weren't quite sure if they had reached that legal threshold for them to consider sudden passion?
So, I mean, you can always go back to guilt, innocence. And so if there's been some sort of evidence, let's say that evidence of sudden passion came out in testimony, Mr. Anthony didn't have time for cool reflection in what he did, then you could also present it in punishment. Even though defense didn't call a witness to try to put sudden passion in, sounds like the state's going to be in agreement to having that included. And so if that's the case, I mean, it definitely can go in the charge for punishment.
So they're okay with a lower punishment.
Well, what does that tell you that they would even agree to? What does it tell you that they would agree to that?
I think that it tells me that they want to give this jury the total range to do whatever they think is appropriate. So if the jury thought less than 5 years was appropriate, he's going to go to prison no matter what because he's been convicted of murder.
Yeah,
but it gives the jury just the ability to consider everything, the full range, and to do whatever it is that they want. Could be, for the prosecution standpoint, you also don't want this coming back. And so if that evidence got presented and you objected to that charge coming in, then it could give Mr. Anthony another avenue for appeal. And they could just say, hey, we're fine with that. And they, whether they think that a jury would give him 2 or they feel more than confident that a jury is going to reach the right decision. That seems to me the strategy behind that.
So it could be eliminating some appellate issues.
It could be totally.
Chris, back to you.
Yeah, and Rebecca, I just want to get some clarification, especially for those of us and some of our viewers included who aren't as well versed in the law and how these legal proceedings can play out. These sentencing documents, when they're saying they want sudden passion, we're fine with that. So the prosecutors are saying, I assume they're talking about the defense attorneys want to include that in the charging documents, this idea of sudden passion, but that would still be something the jury would have the wherewithal to accept or disregard. Am I right there?
Yeah, that's correct. So he's wanting to know that he says that it's probably the defense that wants the sudden passion added to the documents and the charges, and then the prosecution not objecting. But ultimately, it's up to the jury to determine whether or not the sudden passion applies here, or they're going to, impose the between 5 to 99 or 2 to 20.
Right, and they would have to
just
find
made a
that sudden
very
passion
good point.
existed
Hold on, I'm going to
if
send
they
some.
sentence 2, 3, or 4 years, because
I'm
that's
gonna send some
below
TikTok
the
videos to
punishment
my
range on
thing
murder without sudden
while we're
passion.
waiting. Hold on.
So they could say, hey, we don't find sudden passion and we sentence him to 10 years or something like that, and that's in that range of punishment for murder. Or they could say we find that sudden passion existed and we sentence him to 3 years or 4 years or 2 years. It just gives them a bigger range to assess punishment.
Can you explain to the viewers what sudden passion is? Because I've always heard it more applied to, in, let's say, a domestic violence sort of situation. How does it apply, or would it apply in this situation?
So sudden passion, it's just basically a person acts in a way without cool reflection, that they act so suddenly, so quick, that they don't have time to reflect. And the hypothetical that we always give, kind of like what you said, either domestic violence, the person that walks in on their spouse in an affair, and the two people there, and they just react and they do something, kill one of the parties or whatever. So the passion was so quick, so sudden, that they didn't have time to just take a step and reflect and have cool reflection, and that's why they acted. And so in a situation like this, young 17-year-old, adrenaline going, a lot of people around, I'm just grabbing something and I do it. And that's kind of where they would maybe try to make an argument that he just didn't have time for cool reflection. He's 17, a lot of testosterone, a lot of hormones going, and he just acted suddenly without really thinking about what he was doing.
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having to go to court or pay expensive upfront legal fees. Listen, if you've been in a car accident in the past year, even as a passenger, you could be owed a significant cash payout. While most victims are struggling with insurance companies and lawyers, others are receiving 6- and 7-figure payouts without ever stepping foot in a courtroom. Here's how to never have to worry about money after a car accident. It's called the 2025 Compensation Program, and we recently launched it across a couple more states to help victims get the maximum amount they're owed without the usual hassles of dealing with insurance.
Hold on, I'm going to what people are saying, because people seem to be going in pretty much. Hold on. Let me see if this guy posted anything. Let's see here. Nope, he hasn't posted in about an hour or so. Let me refresh and see. Nope, still same thing. Okay, so I'm going to go to these. Are we going to sit here all night? I got to go at some point. I mean, if they don't hurry up. It's almost 7:15. Y'all aren't tired yet. We've literally been on here 6.5 hours.
We've been on all day with this trial.
FBA Insight Channel said that's not going to work because they didn't prove that he was jumped. Well, it's supposedly on the video. I'm sorry. What did you say, Tina?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Somebody was talking to me.
Oh, okay. Let me see here. Okay, so let's go to some of these videos, what they're talking about here. Yep, the family spokesperson definitely seems like he's ticked off. He said Black America should be so mad because this proves that Black lives don't matter. He's not lying.
Black America should be very upset about what went on today. What this process did is shown that Black lives do not matter in Collin County. It showed clearly that a judge interfered in this process. It showed very clearly that a Black boy was allowed, not one Black soul on a jury. An all white jury convicted him in 2 to 3 hours. You say I'm upset? Hell yeah, I'm upset.
Me too.
I respected this process, but we gonna fight like hell to make sure that Collin County know that Karmelo Anthony is not going to go away. Black America should.
Black America is very upset. This is all just, I mean, I guess we knew it was coming.
Collin County, Dallas, Texas, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Irvin, Dalworth, Plano, Denton, Keller. It ain't safe for none of you white folks to come out this weekend. I'm giving y'all a fair warning right now. And guess what?
Hold on, honey. What is he talking about?
I'm cracking up.
That is the last thing we need. And he's sitting up here making threats online. You sound crazy, sir. Okay, you sound crazy. Now you're making threats online. They're going to lock you behind up before the day ends. He sounds real crazy.
It's going to be a bunch of niggas outside that look like me. And we ain't out there with no pocket knives. We out there with these. I guarantee y'all going to pay for what that judge.
Oh, Lord, please sit down somewhere, sir. This is the last thing we need. It's always some fools amongst us. See, this is feeding into what they want. This is feeding into exactly what they want. Now you want to act a fool like they do? Please sit down somewhere. I hope he goes somewhere and calms his silly self down. Okay? He sounds like a whole idiot. And then never mind, he's telling them what he's going to do. Sounds so stupid.
Got some notes from our local reporter who is inside the courtroom. So when that guilty verdict was read, I'm told that Karmelo Anthony was crying. He was shaking. His defense attorney kept his arm around his shoulders the entire time. And also I'm told that Austin Metcalf's twin brother, Hunter, this was the first time he was inside the courtroom when that guilty verdict was read. I'm told it was really emotional.
Hold on, why is this man jumping up in this white man's face? Do y'all see him? The white guy sitting up there with the flag shirt on, he's jumping up in the man's face. Black people, please sit down somewhere. Okay, now it's not the time for BS and foolishness. Okay?
But then white people be running up in their face. If you looked at the videos, white people were on one side, black people on another, and it looked like he walked up to the black man.
Yeah, I know, but my thing is, I would not even entertain them. For what? I would not even entertain them. Then you mess around and catch the same kind of case that Karmelo got. We haven't learned our lesson. Like at the end of the day, I wouldn't even entertain them because all they want to do is provoke you to anger so you can put your hands on them and end up in jail. Like, please, what's that going to solve? Nothing. I would not even be entertaining them. I'm not going to entertain them. I'm not about to be online arguing with these ignorant folks. That's what I'm not about to do. It ain't because I'm scared. It's because I just don't want to engage them with a low vibrational energy. And ain't nothing that we do is going to change what happened anyway. It is what it is. Hit them in their pockets. Hit them in their pockets. True Brown said the white man started. Oh, I know he did because we don't start stuff with them, beloved. I know he did, but I wouldn't entertain him. That's my whole point. They are going to be trying to start stuff with as many of us as they can. They're going to be trying to provoke us. That's why they're saying stupid stuff. Okay, they're going to be calling him all kinds of names like monkeys and he's going to be somebody's bee and all this in prison. They already posted pictures yesterday of him with a dress on, okay, like he's somebody's bee in prison. So we already know what they're going to do. I'm just saying I wouldn't feed into it. Why? Why would you sit there and give them what they want? I paid them dust. Okay, I'm not going to sit there and argue with them, period. And I wouldn't advise any of us to do so. Like, that's not getting you anywhere. All you're doing is making them feel good about themselves.
I agree, but you ain't gonna run up in my face. And that's how some
Well, you
people
can
feel.
run up in my face if you want to, but I'm not going to stand there jumping up in yours. That's what I'm not going to do. And then at the end of the day, like I said, you can always walk away, because running up in my face doing what? As long as you don't put your hands on me, like Karmelo said, as long as you don't touch me, it's all good. At the end of the day, that's all I'm saying. But they want us to put our hands on them. All they're waiting for is an excuse. That's my point. I think smart and logically. I don't think off of impulse. And I don't let my emotions control me. I control my emotions. Now, the determined Trini said, "Thank you, Queen, for your coverage and insight. This painful to watch on so many levels, but we must maintain and hit them when it hurts in their pockets. Blessings." Exactly, beloved. And that's how you do. Thank you for your insight into the topic, beloved, and your contribution to the channel. I appreciate you. Peace, love, and blessings. That's what you have to do. You have to think smart. Okay, why would you go out there and get into a fight because somebody ran up in your face? They didn't touch you, so you can just walk away. I'm not going to sit there and entertain idiots. That's what I'm not going to do. My grandmother always said, you argue with a fool and somebody passing by may not know the difference. So I'm not going to entertain racists and they're arguing with them. They got the verdict they wanted. They should be glad. Go on about your way. But what they want to do is, because they're still miserable, because they still hating on Black folk, so they want to engage us with the negativity. For those of you that follow the spiritual channel, you already know what I told you about that. Okay, energy is contagious. You don't engage with people with low vibrational energy. That's what you don't do. You can walk away. Now, if they put their hands on you, like I said, that's totally different. But walking up, trying to taunt me, looking at me crazy, saying stupid stuff, no, I'm not going to sit there and engage you. That's what I'm not going to do. Okay, I'm not going to sit there and help you get your euphoric pleasure and your cheap thrills, because that's what they get when they piss us off, and they know it. That's why they're always bothering us at barbecues, or they see us at the swimming pool. They see us anywhere that they haven't seen us before. Do you live here? Can I see your identification? They do this to piss us off because they hate to see us having any little semblance of joy and happiness. Okay, and they're miserable, so they want us to be miserable too. Okay, I'm not going to feed into the bullshit, period. You don't put your hands on me, that's all you need to not do. Anything else is just a waste of time and energy.
From both sides after that murder verdict. And as for what's next, Will, now it's the sentencing phase. He is charged with murder, so he could face up to life in prison. The same exact juror, they're the ones who decide how long he remains behind bars. And that's what this sentencing phase sentencing phase is. That reporter inside the courtroom tells me that Karmelo Anthony's mother, she's already taken the stand. This is a direct quote. She said, quote, "He is my oldest, my firstborn, my baby. I love him very much." I'm told that she had mascara running down her face and asked the jury, quote, "Please have mercy on my son." And then the prosecutor sort of cross-examined her and said, "Isn't it true you could still have a relationship with your son while he's behind bars?" So this is sort of the next phase right now. The jury is going to decide how long he is behind bars for, and they're going to call some character witnesses, including his mom that you just heard from. And I'll step out of the way. I mean, outside the courtroom, we've been expecting this, Will, but about 100 Karmelo Anthony protesters. It erupted out here. At least one person was detained after they read that guilty verdict. And as you can see, it is all hands on deck when it comes to the sheriff's office. They prepared for this. There's been barriers out here and really tight security the last few days.
And Black people need to stop being so darn predictable. Okay, just like you said, Queen, you said that they already was expecting people to riot and all of that. They said, yeah, they're going to go out there and riot, or, like they just said, it's so blasé. Yeah, because they know that's what we always do. We need to stop being predictable and stop doing the same thing that we always do. At the end of the day, what does it prove? What does it do? Protesting, all the protests that we did for George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor. Okay, what happened? Nothing. Okay, those cops still didn't get justice for taking her life. Okay, they still didn't get justice. A waste of time. Nothing but a bunch of Black folk got arrested. That's what happened. And then one man got killed. Even one of the protests. If y'all remember, the guy named David, I forget his last name, in Kentucky, who owned that restaurant where he was feeding people, killed by the National Guard, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? It's nothing but trouble. That's not the road. We got to think smart. We got to look at the long game and the bigger picture. Okay, you can go out there and act a fool if you want to and get killed or arrested. Then what? More money coming out of your pockets. Now your family's stressed out and already struggling. Nobody needs that. And all because of some wanted supremacists. I wish I would. Okay, I wouldn't be a fool if my nickname was fool, like my grandmother used to say. Now, with that all being said, Sheila says, Queen been on all day. Tip the queen, pass the plate. Thank you, beloved. I appreciate you. Okay, peace, love, and blessings. All right, that's right. Greta said, think smart. He's out there jumping up and down. I'm not going to sit out here and jump up and down with this idiot. He wants to be a fool. He can be one by himself. And like I said, when people try to piss me off, that's the last thing you're going to do. If you're trying to piss me off and you succeed, you'll never know it. Okay, you'll never know it because I'm not going to give you what you want, period. That's what I'm not going to do.
Real quick, breaking this case down from a psychological standpoint, if Karmelo Anthony had used one of these instead, yeah, you know what I'm saying, he would only got convicted of a few years. But just beat Austin Metcalf's ass because he pushed him, but because he stabbed him, got pushed, which isn't deemed as a lethal use of force in the eyes of the law. That's what got him convicted. Of course, along with being black, probably. But yeah, you got to make sure that you're using a use of force that's commensurate to what you're being confronted with. You know what I'm saying? You can't just get pushed at a high school, where knives aren't legal and then stab somebody. Austin Metcalf, my bad, Carmelo Anthony, he might have been in the mind state to where, okay, he was on one obviously that day. And seeing in his mind state, maybe, a privileged white boy testing him, thinking he's better than him, talking about, leave the tent and pushing him. He's like, okay, I'm gonna show him something, and stabbed him. But
that's not even how it went. And that's the thing right there. I hate when people don't even know what the hell they're talking about. And I know that's not his fault because that's how the media portrayed it. Okay, the lamestream legacy media, that's how they portrayed the narrative. People don't even really know. Most people don't know that he actually did get jumped. They don't even know that the picture was doctored. Okay, so to hide the bruising on his neck and the swollen eye and his swollen nose. Look how big his nose is on this picture right here. Comparison to right here. Okay? Look at the eye. Look at the missing locks where they snatched his locks out. Like, please, people don't know this. People only think that this young man went out there and stabbed somebody because they pushed him. That's not what happened. That is not. And he said he must have been on one. No, he wasn't on one. He was sitting there minding his own business. And if he was on one, he would have kept sticking him and kept sticking him. But he wasn't. So he stuck him once and ran. He was just trying to get those people up off of him. All the people that jumped him.
him wasn't the way to go. He should have just used one of these and been done with it. If he felt that way, if he felt he had to go above and beyond. But make sure we staying free out here. All right. Exactly. And go ahead and check out that DVA breakdown, the Deep Voice Out the Breakdown, Volume 2. A treatise on.
Sit down, try to promote your book, sir. Have several seats. And like he said, we are trying to stay free out here, honey. I'm not trying to go to jail, okay? I'm not trying to throw rocks at the penitentiary. That's what I'm not trying to do. Okay, if I go, it's going to be for a damn good reason. It won't be because I'm out here letting some idiotic, wanton supremacist taunts me into anger.
Morning, I have some sad news. Once again, trigger warning. I have some very sad news. They have found Carmelo Anthony guilty of an M. This comes at a time when most of us knew what they were trying to do, honestly, from the beginning. When there are pictures showing up of the prosecutor, the Austin's dad, and the judge taking photos at certain events, and an all-white jury, I don't know what a lot of us expected as if it was going to be fair. We hope that the judicial system seen the flaws within itself, but once again, it has prevailed that they don't care about people that look like me and Carmelo Anthony. This is very, very sad. And I'm not going to say it's not sad for the Metcalf family because they did lose a child, but at the same time, too, when a child has the background of starting with others and being an alternative school and not even supposed to be on school grounds, but yet again, they're still looked at as an angel. When you know the situation and you know how it went down, and you guys still tried to portray it as these kids were the ones being violated, when the kids that it happened to were known to be bullies and carrying around firearms and things of that nature.
Yeah, carried around firearms and knives, okay? But they didn't tell that to the jury, okay? And the jury may not have even cared anyway, honey, because the jury was probably just as racist as the rest of the people in that darn town.
This is a very sad time, and I'm just so tired of talking about stuff like this. It's like we keep on continuing to take L's. Prayers go out to the Anthony family. And I stand with my people at the end of the day. That's just how I feel right now. And I'm kind of pissed off. I definitely am. Usually I try to stay neutral, but that's why I kind of backed away from the situation when I started seeing how they were trying to do him wrong in this judicial system, not even putting a black person on the jury.
The jury, exactly.
Prayers go out to the Austin family. That's all I can say. This is sickening. I'm just here to bring you guys the news. I'm just the messenger. Trigger warning, I have some sad.
Okay, now Shawshana said you have to ignore and treat them like nobody's there. They hate when you don't acknowledge them. Yes, they absolutely do. I know they hate it, honey. I was watching a video, and since you brought that up, I was watching a video days ago where there was a young black man at a party, and there was a bunch of people that didn't look like him there. There may have been one or two of him sprinkled around, but he was the only black person I saw in that moment. And there was all these people around him, and there was this one Karen. She looked like she was about between 18 to like 21. She walks up to him while he's on a live talking to the audience or whatever. She walks over and just starts pointing at his face and going in on him on the side of him. And he's just looking straight ahead, looking at the camera and smiling with a smirk on his face. And he completely ignored her. I was so proud of him. He didn't say anything to her. She was just pointing at his face, talking trash, saying something about, we don't want you here, or whatever she was saying. I was trying to read her lips. But then after he kept ignoring her from the side, she comes and tries to get in front of him, like right in the camera, trying to make him acknowledge her. He never did. He just kept doing like this on the screen. Okay, he paid her dust, and she couldn't stand it. And that's what they can't stand. You see, they want and need our attention. Okay, and I'm not going to give it to them. That's what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to give them what they want. Period. The devils want our attention. They always do. This is why they obsess over us so much and always following us around and hopping in our chats, trying to talk crazy and all that. Think they're going to taunt us online today. Well, you can do all you want, but it's not going to bother me.
Okay, after 3 hours of deliberation, the jury has come back in the Karmelo Anthony.
Okay.
And you've all already heard he was found guilty of murder, which was the top penalty that they could have given him. They did have a manslaughter option, but they chose not to go there. They went murder. What a lot of the consultants, other attorneys are saying both on here and on TV was that this means like a total rebuke of any self-defense, that this was all very intentional. It was all planned. It was something, but they completely rebuked the idea of him being at all intimidated or defending himself. As I mentioned in earlier videos, conviction of murder can be a 5-year to 99-year sentence, which is a very, very big gap. And in the state of Texas, this punishment can either be decided by the jury or by the judge. And I believe it's the defense's choice. And so somewhere in between 5 years and 99 years is the choice. The one thing that they cannot do is my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the one thing I'm understanding they cannot do is do a without parole situation. So they could say 20 years, but they have to offer a parole option. Time of the stabbing, he was only 17, and I think the laws require that he be allowed some sort of parole. So even if they were to say 50 years, there would still have to be a chance for parole. Now, normally we break for the day. The defendant is usually either detained and brought into custody to await sentence. But in this case, it sounds like they wanted to move right to the penalty phase because heaven forbid Judge Speedy Gonzalez give us 13 seconds to fucking catch up on anything. But that's the way he runs his courtroom. Just like any other penalty phase, what they do is they have kind of mitigation or character witnesses that would then come in and they would speak highly of the person. Here's why you've got to, give this young man a chance. Only give him 20 years versus 75 years because of these reasons. And you bring in every single person that will say something good about him. You bring in his coaches, you bring in his church leader, you bring in the Cub Scout leader, you bring in the best friend since second grade, you bring in any classmate he's ever tutored. He worked 2 jobs, so apparently.
I think they didn't bring in anyone but the mom. That's what they said, right? That they only brought in his mom. That's it. I don't know what's going on with this coach. I mean, not the coach, with this attorney.
There's an employer someplace that could probably say something good about him. Usually as the defense, and one of the spokespeople, one of the women, I was watching Court TV, and one of the women on that station, she said, this is the nature of the beast in Texas. If you practice in Texas, you fucking know, you should all be prepared ahead of time. And if you're going to put his mom up on the stand, which is what they did, you should prepare her. It shouldn't just be what it was mom was crying and saying, please have mercy on my son. She didn't mention that he's a straight A student, or that he is on the honor roll, or that he's a captain of 2 sports, or that he was going to go to college. She doesn't mention any of that. She just cries and says, please have mercy. I believe Karmelo could have also spoken on his own behalf. He would still have to face the defense, but it wouldn't be nearly as bad as him taking the stand during the trial. But he didn't. And I think this is what really surprises people the most.
Now, here's the thing. As far as his mother not bringing up the things about his character and everything, she was clearly upset and wasn't thinking, I'm sure. But that's why the attorneys should have prepped her. That if it goes to the left for whatever reason and he gets convicted, you need to be willing to go up there and plead with them to go easy on him and tell them this, and this. Like this lady wasn't prepped. She went up there begging for his life, but didn't talk about that he was a good student, that he was in college, studying to be an attorney, that he played sports.
This is why he needed a black attorney that can understand how black people feel and what a coach.
Even a white attorney who was really doing their job would have known that. That really didn't have anything to do with race. Anybody would have common sense as an attorney to tell the mother of the defendant, once they get convicted, especially such a young defendant facing such a possible lengthy sentence, maybe their whole life gone, they would have known to prep the mom and the dad or whoever else was going up there on what to say. I'm sorry. They wouldn't even have to worry about race for that. This man is the best Dallas criminal defense attorney for 10 years straight. And you mean to tell me he didn't think of that? Just like he didn't think to.
These people wanted to see black people suffer because that white kid died.
Like I said, the bottom line is that man is friends with that judge and that DA. He works in Frisco. He knows them. That's why I said the parents clearly didn't do their due diligence, not in my opinion, because there's no way I would have hired an attorney who had ties to that county. No way, period.
Out there who's a defense attorney, just everyone is a little bit shocked that there wasn't more pushback at this point. He has been found guilty of murder. The verdict is.
You hear that? Everybody's shocked there wasn't more pushback. Now, who are they talking about besides his attorney? And that's my whole point. Anybody could look at this case and see that was bullcrap. Anybody with sense, this is all crazy. Like, I immediately knew that this man has to be in on the fix. Okay, he's got to be. He did not do his due diligence. And I'm going to tell you all something else too. One of the things that I meant to ask Gavin while he was up here, and I think Gavin may have even addressed it, is the fact that when he didn't, the attorney that is, when he didn't make any objections to certain things, specifically those kids being asked questions about whether it's murder or self-defense or whatnot, listen, all of that needs to be addressed so that it goes on the record. Now, Gavin did say that. And why do you want it to go on the record? Because when you filed the appeal, these are all things that were messed up in this trial. But he didn't even object to anything. That's going to make it harder for them to get an appeal. Because now, at this point, all he really has is the fact that there was no black jurors. That may not even fly, because when they say, well, why were the black jurors stricken? And then they say, oh, because there were educators and they didn't feel that an educator should have been on the trial or been on the jury. It wasn't because they were black, because you see, if he said race, that would have automatically made him eligible for an appeal. But he didn't say that. He specifically said, oh, it's not anything to do with race, because the judge had said something to him. And he was like, oh, it's not to do with race. It's because of their educators. But then there's a white woman on the jury who was an educator. So I don't know how that was supposed to make sense. I don't know how that was supposed to make sense. Like, this whole thing was a sham as far as I'm concerned. I don't trust.
There's nothing you can do to change the verdict. But the very least somebody could do was try to bring in some people to mitigate this a little bit. And they really didn't. So I think a lot of attorneys, I'm not an attorney, but I think a lot of attorneys out there are a little bit shocked that this is how the defense handled this. I'm quite certain we will have the punishment phase completed before.
Now, y'all hear that? Attorneys are shocked at how the defense handled this, because they know damn well that man didn't do his job. And that's why that other man who was on there, I think he was an attorney himself that was on that panel, he said, this is stupid. Like, this is so dumb. Like, how did this even happen? Yeah, exactly. When you have a sorry ass excuse for an attorney, that's how it can happen. That dude literally set him up, in my opinion. He was working for the other team. He was not working to get Karmelo off. That's what he wasn't doing. And Tina, you're Queen, you're right. They should have gotten a black attorney for that alone. Because a black attorney would have been more invested, in my opinion, would have been more invested in getting him off.
Yep.
Truth Brown said they gave him up big time. They absolutely did. Like, this is absolutely sickening. Okay, this young man may be spending the rest of his life in prison. Oh my goodness, honey, this is all so egregious. It really is. I hate to see it. I hate to hear it. At the end of the day, this is beyond
This is
crazy.
what I don't understand. The school that Karmelo went to, when he played, was it predominantly white? Because, like you said,
Yeah, of course it was, because it's in Frisco.
So he had none of his friends, nobody that was white that was his friend. Even the one that was on stand that he ate dinner with.
That guy was not his friend. That guy was his friend. That guy was instigating the whole damn thing, and he was friends with Austin. And even after him and Austin got into it and he stabbed him, that guy was chasing him, saying, "I'm gonna kill you." And at the end of the day, he lied on the stand and said he didn't do any of that. But the coach had testified to the fact that he did. That they were all chasing Melo to hurt him.
But the problem, no, what I'm saying is black people. See how that boy, the Eddie, he ate at his house. He was so-called, at the time, Karmelo thought that was his friend.
Yeah, of course he did.
He turned on him, and this is what we got to show our children. They all turned on Karmelo. He ain't had nobody. Where's the girlfriend? Where's anybody?
My kids been knew that. My kids been knew that. I already told them you don't trust them people that don't look like you, period. My sons already knew that. But the thing is, I'm not sure. I think this young man might be biracial or something. I don't know. But the bottom line is, these people all went to school with Austin. Now, he knew Melo and was cool with him and all of that, but he was better friends with Austin. He said Austin was like a brother to him. Not to mention, they were all on the team together. They all played football together. That's why they were all so close. They all went to the same school. And here's the thing, even if one of those kids did want to say something different than what they were told to say, how do you think that would fare for them when they got to live in that town? And everybody else can go to the same school or possibly go to college with these other kids. Honey, I factored in all of that. I knew it was not going to work out. I knew that none of them was going to have this back.
They set them children up because they knew them kids have to go to school together. They knew everything. The kids, like everybody said, the boys came at Karmelo. Karmelo was sitting there. They kept saying this and that, and then at the end, they were like, "Who started it? Who was the aggressor? Karmelo."
They all said it was him. I know.
It was
They all was told what to say, and everybody said the same thing. I mean, I knew that was going to happen. Period.
None of the cell phones. He didn't bring up none of the police report where they collected cell phones and demand. Where is the evidence at of, where's the cell phone footage? The fence just basically, I feel like this. I'm going to say they were probably sitting around in the back of his head, majority of these white people, the majority, we have a couple that think it's wrong, but if we can see it online, we see the energy. The majority of white people are angry that a black boy killed another black boy.
We
And
already know that. That's how they
yes, and
always
so
do.
and you don't think that lawyer that's from there feel the same way? They sit around and they pick with us, and we don't realize it. They got the black money, they put the black boy in jail, and they made a fool out of the family.
Listen, at the end of the day, I had common sense to know that. Apparently, his parents did. Like I said, they should have, even if they got a white lawyer, now they think the lawyer being white was necessarily the problem, because there's white lawyers that defend black people for killing a white person all the time. Bottom line is he had connections to Frisco, and I wouldn't have wanted him based on that, because I would have felt like he already has possibly a connection or some type of cordial relationship with the judge and possibly the DA, which were
Not just that, if you're gonna get a white lawyer, what's their background on getting and fighting for black people?
And that's
Because
the thing. Do any research? If they did
Yep.
some research on that man, they probably would have
And
chosen.
sometimes our black people, like, they seem like they were kind of well off. He went to almost a white school, as we think. So when you look,
make you smart.
Yeah, and when you
Well,
look at a
don't make
lot
you
of
smart.
black people, when they start getting wealthy and successful, they kind of some of them, I'm not saying everybody, but they kind of align themselves with the white people.
I don't know about that, but what I do know is I don't think they necessarily did that because their spokesperson was black. But at the end of the day, I just think they were naive and trusted in the system. Okay, thank you. Desmond said Court TV sentence, and thank you, beloved. I appreciate you. And thank you for your contribution to the channel. Peace, love, and blessings. Let me hear it and find Court TV. Oh my Lord, what is they about to say? Here we go. Sentencing. This is just all a hot mess. Let me see here. Let's see. Can you send me the link? Hold on, let me make sure this is it. Let me see. It's saying standby. Is this it? Desmond, send me the link, please. I'm not sure if I'm on the right one. I'm not sure if I'm looking at the right thing. This just says standby for live coverage. Ugh. They still on this boat. They said they may wait till tomorrow. They said they may wait until tomorrow. Okay. D Major said we've been standing by. D Major said
What are they waiting on, Queen? Are we waiting for the jury to come back, or are they going to be bringing witnesses
with
to
the
the
sentencing.
jury?
They deliberating for the sentencing, but they had said that
so everybody don't spoke already to the jury. They did the closing.
Right. They already gave the mom got up there and spoke and begged for his life and all that. And I think that was pretty much it.
Wow.
Yeah, okay. So CBP said they said wait until tomorrow. Okay, thank you, beloved, for letting me know that. Okay, I guess we out of here, honey. Ooh, honey, we gotta sleep on this for the rest of the night, Tina.
Yes.
This is all so sad.
Well, we gotta see what happens tomorrow. We don't wrote it out all day, Queen.
I know, right? It's almost 8 o'clock, and I've never been alive. It's over 7 hours.
Oh my God.
Okay, so with that all being said, hold on, let me just look this up real quick. Hold on, let me see something real quick.
While you're looking that up, like they say, Martin Luther King said there's two Americas.
I believe it. Mm-hmm. And you know the judge wanted to get done with this so quick because the judge even had them in court on a Saturday. I literally never heard of that.
That's what I was saying. The judge was like, come on, let's do this lynching and get it over with so we can go back to eat our steaks and potatoes. And after about a year or two, the black folks are going to forget and we can go back to eating Christmas dinner together. Hee-haw.
Okay, you know what's crazy though? It says the verdict reached in less than 3 hours. Okay, hold on. They said his mother was the only person that spoke. And I'm like, does he have any friends? I guarantee you, anybody who was friends with him, even he had a little girlfriend, remember, I bet you all of those people abandoned him and jumped ship as soon as that incident happened.
I believe they were white. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes when you go to, that's what I said, not just purposely aligning yourself. Most of us think that being successful means move to white neighborhoods, put our kids in predominantly white schools, and we don't understand. No, we got to stop doing that. And I want to just say this before we get out of here. We keep saying support Black businesses. Yes, support Black businesses, but if you're a Black business and you're going to get that money and go back and buy Louis Vuitton and designer labels and stuff, and we need to support Black businesses that are on code. So let's clear that up, because the whole Black community is not on code. So I'm not going to pour my money into a Black business and I see you eating at the Chinese restaurant and you over there trying to go to Paris and all that stuff. So we have to understand supporting Black businesses, yes, but what is that Black business going to do with them funds? And I just land my plane.
Right. Hold on. Said they're discussing Truth Brown. You said they're discussing sudden passion. Oh yeah, so they got to figure that out. I guess hopefully they'll have it figured out by tomorrow. Okay, I'm out of here, you all. Okay, it's been I can't say it's been fun, but it's been very informative, and I want to shout out Gavin Richard Esquire for gracing us with his presence and giving us his legal expertise and all of that. I want to thank you, Straight No Chase with the Queen, beloved. Feel free to come back anytime for being on here. Okay. And shout out to everybody in the chat. We the people saying Straight No Chaser, get on code. Put up the black fist.
I am on code.
She's on code, honey. Pay attention. I think he was just repeating what you said, though.
So
that all being said, yeah. So that all being said, listen, I love you all to life. I want to thank you all for tuning in once again. Please like, share, subscribe if you haven't done so already. Okay, Greg said, what time is the live tomorrow? It's going to be in the morning. As soon as I think that they're going to be talking about that sentencing. Okay, I would say probably about 9 or 10. What's today? Today's Tuesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so tomorrow about 9. I'll be on by 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you.
What's my cash out? It is, thank you, beloved. It is $QueenAShakur. $QueenAShakur. Thank you, beloved. So listen, thank you all for the super chat donations, for the cash app donations. I love you all to life. I appreciate you. Okay, everyone enjoy the rest of this evening. I will see you all in the morning with your morning wake-up call. And until then, each one teach one. That's how we grow and thrive. Do something productive, constructive, but never destructive. And always remember, beloveds, to keep the Most High first in your lives. Tina, if you have any closing words, feel free, beloved.
No, I just want to say thank you, Queen. Thank you for covering it. Thank you, chat. Thank you, all of us. And I just want us all to know that we can agree to disagree, but we are having conversations of how we can build the Black community, the Black, and get out of this white supremacy. And I land my plane.
I absolutely agree, beloved. Thank you for that. And I like how you said we could agree to disagree, because you already know. I already know that I could be so disagreeable. I really need to sit down somewhere sometimes.
No,
and
it's both of us, Queen. I think that we have grown people discussions, because this is how we should be doing, sitting at the table, not arguing with each other and getting mad, but throw our solutions. Right. We do this, we bump heads, but we get back on track. We stay on code. Love you, Queen.
That's right. I love you too, beloved. All right. Love you all to life. Okay. And I will talk to you all again soon. Peace.
Peace.
Gold all in my skin, God all in my blood, kings all in my circle. You touch one of mine and you're done. They show no love for the queen. Why you hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans? I got dreams like King Luther, shed blood like Kunta. You ain't helping my people, I ain't got nothing to say to ya. I want all the smoke like hookah. Talking reparations, America won't be great until they give us compensation. I'm like, I'm the hottest right now. See a bunch of lames out here trying to jock on my style. They be doing too much. I'm the queen, it's too easy. It's like they all at Popeyes, how they be talking so greasy. I just sit back and laugh while these haters get madder. So nefarious how they don't want my pockets with cheddar. I tell them they can do better. These snakes in the grass can leave a bite on your ass, cause y'all be trusting too fast. I got my foot on the gas, other one on they necks. Dropping receipts on haters, you better show some respect. I'm never facing regrets, we only facing the threats. Running through every challenge like a relay, break no sweat. It's a cold game, so I got that blanket with me. Now that my people awaken, ain't no going to sleep. I do not play by my piece, this time I'm playing for keeps. You talking slick, but when I see you like them ends, we gon' meet. And I got gold all in my skin, God all in my blood, kings all in my circle. You touch one of mine and you done. They show no love for the queen, why they hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm X in my jeans and I got gold all in my skin, God all in my blood, kings all in my circle. You touch one of mine and you done. They show no love for the queen, why they hating on me? Is it cause I'm free and I got Malcolm